Please be seated. This Honorable House now continues its sitting. Honorable members, let me apologize to you and the public for the late start. It was due to the electrical challenges, plus the building generator also had its own difficulties. Last time we were here, we passed two bills, the COVID-19 Control and Suppression Act brought by the Minister of Health and Social Development, along with the Eastern Caribbean Supreme Court Amendment Act brought by the Attorney General. We also renumbered the order of the day, item 7, Roman numeral 6 and 7, in which 7 became 6 and 6 became 7. With that said, I invite the Honorable Premier, the Leader of Government Business, the Minister of Finance, and the representative for the 5th District to move, the 1st District. That's really a Freudian slip. The member for the 1st District, as in O-N-E, one. I invite him for the second and third reading of his bill entitled Disaster Management Act 2019.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move that the second and third reading of the bill entitled Disaster Management Act 2019, for the second and third reading of the bill entitled Disaster Act 2019. Mr. Speaker, I move that the bill shortly entitled Disaster Management Act 2019 be read a second time, Mr. Speaker. And before, I'd like to...
Permission granted.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Permission granted.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And other coastal risk, Mr. Speaker, is one area, in one aspect, but also, Mr. Speaker, we are susceptible to climate change. Mr. Speaker, climate change, Mr. Speaker, was a topic that was not discussed too heavily much in the past. But, Mr. Speaker, we cannot afford to ignore that climate change also has its challenges in terms of creating disasters. But, Mr. Speaker, we in the Virgin Islands are located in the hurricane belt for the annual Atlantic hurricane season. Our experience recently has brought to bear the reality of this particular risk, and with each passing year, we are seeing the hurricane seasons becoming more active with more violent storms. So this risk is real, Mr. Speaker, and some of it, Mr. Speaker, is being brought on as a result, and the majority of it is being brought on as a result of climate change. In 2020, we saw the emergence of a disaster of a different nature in the form of the COVID-19 global pandemic. So, Mr. Speaker, this threat came with less of a warning. It's harder to detect, remains protracted, and has had implications for the BVI economy and the social and public health well-being of the residents of the territory, as well as persons abroad who may have had investments or other interests here in the British Virgin Islands. Mr. Speaker, in short, COVID-19 is real. COVID-19 has been a different challenge. We are very familiar with the threats from hurricanes and floods. And may I say that over the past several years, we have come to rely on the Department of Disaster Management, DDM, to guide and lead us in our preparation, mitigation, and emergency response through these kinds of events in terms of the hurricanes, floods, and things of that nature. Mr. Speaker, but COVID-19, Mr. Speaker, was slightly different, although a disaster nonetheless, and a pandemic. The staff at the Department of Disaster Management has performed and continued to perform tremendously well in this role. And as such, Mr. Speaker, you can rest assured when, as a leader of government business, I say that your government has the highest respect for our DDM team, and they are always assured of our fullest support and confidence. And Mr. Speaker, that is shown in the budgetary allotment to them, Mr. Speaker, that this government is very serious about making sure that we fund the disaster management. Department of Disaster Management, which, Mr. Speaker, truth in fact, it has always been the local government that has been funding this initiative. Whatever your government can do to help the DDM staff to be more effective in executing the passion they have for their mandate, we will do. So as we gather here today to consider the disaster management bill that is before us, I want to emphasize that whatever issues we may have with the structure of the proposed legislation, and whatever amendments we may consider in the committee stage, one of our underlying objectives must be and will be that the ability of our DDM team to do their jobs and to save lives will in no way be compromised. I say this up front, Mr. Speaker, because there are some constitutional issues and philosophical issues that we have to tackle in our consideration of this bill. These are issues and changes that have been pending since the BVI got its last constitutional review in 2007. There were legislative matters that ought to have been addressed in those 13 years that for whatever reason were not addressed. And these legislative changes are linked to the foundation of the Constitution and our Virgin Islands people's quest for self-determination. And Mr. Speaker, while we say self-determination in some process, Mr. Speaker, do not want this to be ever said. The truth of the matter, Mr. Speaker, is the future is coming without our permission, Mr. Speaker, and the future belongs to the prepared. And every step that we make as a territory has to be in the vein of us getting ready towards what is inevitably imminent. These are political and constitutional issues that ought not to upset the day-to-day functioning of the DDM in terms of the concerns of constitutional matters with the bill, but which are important in terms of the journey to self-determination, a journey which we are constantly on and a task which is constantly running in the background in the same way that time keeps its match. The nuts and bolts of how disaster preparedness, mitigation, response, and recovery are to be executed are technical details. But what I am referring to here are matters of national policy that frame the context for how the disaster management legislation has to be approached. And Mr. Speaker, it is this context which is most important at the present stage of the development of the BVI, or progress to self-determination, the objectives of Article 73 of the United Nations Charter and the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, let me speak a little bit about Article 73 of the United Nations Charter and in terms of self-determination. The Virgin Islands Constitution Order 2007 is the present foundation document for the laws of the BVI and is the guiding instrument for a relationship with the United Kingdom and its representatives. One of the major changes that took place in the transition from the 1977 Constitution to the 2007 Constitution was the inclusion of a preamble. And I encourage everyone that ever reads our Constitution to look at the preamble of the Constitution. The preamble in the 2007 Constitution that reflects the international obligations of the United Kingdom and the territory government under Article 73 of the United Nations Charter. And I know that lately, a few persons are asking, or even many persons are asking, what is this Article 73 about with the United Nations? So let me take a few minutes to explain briefly, because, Mr. Speaker, it is germane to our actions today with this bill. Mr. Speaker, none of our forefathers, none, consented to be kidnapped and sold into slavery. They did not consent to being transported to these islands. When they were kidnapped, they lost their property, their family, their identity, their culture, their freedom, and the right and authority to control over their lives, to have control over their lives and their future. After they achieved emancipation, for the most part, they remained living in colonies of the British Empire. In this colonial system, they remained deprived of these rights. More so the right to govern themselves and to truly control many aspects of their lives. The quest for self-determination is the aspiration of persons who have been living under subjugation to reclaim their rights and freedoms. That yearning for freedom from shackles, whether in the form of iron chains or colonial institutions and control, has been the desire of our generations, not just today, generations, from the first slave to their present-day descendants. True freedom is not restored until these rights are restored without any control by the former colonial masters. And Mr. Speaker, may I add that the tactics used to put us in slavery, Mr. Speaker, are not the same being used now. But, Mr. Speaker, the mission remains the same. And therefore, and that mission of our forefathers must remain steadfast in purpose, in diligent in actions, to attain and to sustain the quest of our forefathers for true freedom. Mr. Speaker, when the British estate owners abandoned these islands, they left our forefathers behind to fend for themselves. In a sense, our ancestors were left stranded on these islands. They employed methods for their survival on these islands, such as agriculture and fishing. They shaped a society according to their values and aspirations. They developed these islands and accepted it as their home. And in the process, they created the identity of the Virgin Islander, which is our legacy. The economy we have today is a result of the work of generations of Virgin Islanders. Article 73 recognizes this history and this legacy, and as well as the aspiration to have our right to self-determination fully restored to us. Article 73 of the United Nations reflects the commitment of the UK to assist us in the process of transitioning decision-making authority back into the hands of Virgin Islanders so that we can continue to shape our homeland and our future according to our values and aspirations, and so that we can preserve and protect our cultural identity. And in order for us to do this, we must have the power and the authority to shape our institutions and manage our affairs, of course, in the most transparent, accountable, and prudent manner, including best practices. But throughout the last few decades, and in particular since the restoration of the legislative authority to our shores 70 years ago, there have been negotiations to restore self-determination. But the 2007 Constitution has documented this objective in a clearer manner than ever before. And Mr. Speaker, I need to highlight at this time that one of the reasons that persons may look at me as Premier or this government as being aggressive towards matters of the UK is because we have been taught over the years, and even in the 2007 Constitution, to look at it through the lens of the United Kingdom. But, Mr. Speaker, if we look at it through the lens of a Virgin Islander, Mr. Speaker, our interpretation of it would be different, because there are many, many, many achievements in that Constitution that leads us towards the road, down the path of making sure that we move towards self-determination. And therefore, it is the mandate of the United Kingdom government and the BVI government to ensure that the BVI continues moving forward along a path to transition the administration of our institutions to eventual self-determination. It's not a mission, Mr. Speaker, that has been made up by the present Premier. This is already engraved in the Charter of the United Nations. And may I add, Mr. Speaker, that anyone can Google and find this information, because they're hoping that we do not ever read up and become acquainted with the information, Mr. Speaker, and become married to our destiny once again. And Mr. Speaker, when you do read it, you will find out that in 2023, the United Kingdom has to answer for how they have moved, an answer to the United Nations of how they have moved the overseas territories towards allowing them to be self-determined. And Mr. Speaker, we have to be careful, because Article 73, while they're going to give account, Mr. Speaker, we have to be careful that we do not allow systems to be put in place on us that delay the arrival of us to our destiny, Mr. Speaker, although it will always be an ongoing journey. And I'll come back to what I mean by delays, or attempts by delays. We are supposed to be readying ourselves to take over the administration of our institutions. Mr. Speaker, this has nothing to do with who is in power. This is our mandate. Who is in power? It's up to us to make sure that we advance the agenda of the people. That's already written in the Charter of the United Nations and in our Constitution. Mr. Speaker, I would say right here, Mr. Speaker, that the UK is supposed to help us with this transition. And let me tell the public, Mr. Speaker, that no government and no institution will ever be perfect. None, Mr. Speaker. Perfection, as elusive as it is a process of continuous development and continuous improvement. And therefore, when our people reach a level of competence to run the institution, the territory can assume administrative control and then bridge any remaining gaps, with or without the future assistance of the UK. Mr. Speaker, the DDM is a BVI institution. It is a department within our BVI territorial government for delivering the government service of disaster preparedness, mitigation, response, and part of the recovery agenda. And BVI personnel within the DDM and the other departments of government have the necessary abilities, and they have been demonstrating to transition administration of disaster preparedness and management to the BVI government on behalf of the Virgin Islands people. As a matter of fact, Mr. Speaker, technically, it has always been that of the BVI people. We fund it. The persons that staff it are us. The persons that run it are us, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, over the years, we have neglected certain duty that caused a policy shift to be made and have it where it is now. But, Mr. Speaker, we are now awake. Our people have long been ready. And this transition should have taken place, or at least it should have been done many years ago. And may I say that it is true for many of our other institutions, departments, and government functions. To illustrate, Mr. Speaker, in conducting research on this topic, of which, Mr. Speaker, as we all know, that I love the research, Mr. Speaker, and not just answer off the cuff most of the times. I prefer the research, because the spoken word come not back. So to illustrate, Mr. Speaker, in conducting research on this topic, the staff at the Premier's office discovered a letter to the then Permanent Secretary of the Premier's office dated 27 April 2010 from the then Governor William Boyd McClory, CMG, CVO, in which the records show that Governor McCleary refers to a new comprehensive disaster management CDM policy which was approved by Cabinet in 2009 and which places responsibility for mitigation and recovery under the Premier and provides for mitigation and risk reduction to be handled by the Town and Country Planning Department and the Development Planning Unit. The multi-dimensional nature of disaster management and the separation of these dimensions into a multi-phased management approach is also supported in a press release from the then governor in the governor's office dated 19 October 2010, titled, quote, Governor McCleary revokes state of emergency in the territory, end of quote. In that release, concerning the passage of Hurricane Earl, Governor McCleary declared a state of emergency upon consultation with the Premier, and when he revoked the state of emergency with the all clear, the Premier's office took over in the management of the recovery phase. This was in 2010 under our present 2007 Constitution. So one governor was able to interpret the Constitution one way and another in another. But, Mr. Speaker, one thing about law is it's consistent. And, Mr. Speaker, it's not a matter of how you decide you're going to interpret the Constitution. It's a matter of what was the intent of the framers of the Constitution when they were crafting it or amending it. And I would dare to say that Governor McCleary got it right, for the most part. But in terms of state of emergency, Mr. Speaker, a lot of times in this territory, we speak things that we heard other persons say, and we just repeat it. What can or can't happen inside of a policy. And whenever persons ask to show me that policy so I can read it for myself, persons become defensive, especially those who have been at the helm for long and do not want to be challenged. And when you do go and read the policies and you read the Constitution, you realize that it has been done consistent over the years, but in some cases consistently wrong. So let's take a look at the state of emergency. Mr. Speaker, this is a good juncture to discuss how we have arrived at this point of a state of emergency. Because persons mix up a disaster with a national state of emergency. You can have a disaster, but do not have a state of emergency. So there's no one, Mr. Speaker, who's worth their salt would ever try to convince persons that a disaster calls for a national emergency or state of emergency. Not at all. Case in point, which I know, Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Health will do a very good job. I haven't seen his notes, but we have a disaster on our hand, COVID-19. But it's not a state of emergency that has to be called. But, Mr. Speaker, basically there are two pieces of law that govern the declaration of a state of emergency. What is interesting is that in both cases there are conditions that must be satisfied before a state of emergency can be declared. And since a state of emergency impacts on citizens' rights such as freedom of movement and enjoyment of property, the law must be followed when declaring a state of emergency. If you do not follow the law, then the citizen can very well have grounds to sue the state for violations of their rights. Which basically says, Mr. Speaker, even in the calling of the state of the emergency, there are laws to follow. The first scenario for a state of emergency is in section 27 of the Constitution Order 2007, the Virgin Islands Constitution Order 2007. Section 27. Mr. Speaker, note when others are speaking, they don't give you section numbers in terms of those who always want to brand that we as a territory cannot handle our own affairs. They're speaking creative language that sounds effective, but there's nothing in it to research to show that what it's saying has depth, except for to use it to put fear in us, to first of all doubt ourselves if we can handle the affairs of our territory, and secondly, to have us watching each other in a negative eye, because one of the main forms of modern-day slavery is to always try to make people feel that their elected government and the people that they govern are nothing but crooks, criminals, and thieves, and there's no integrity, there's no good governance, unless they give it to us. Mr. Speaker, that's a plan on how to continue to strike fear in the people of the Virgin Islands and elsewhere, so that they can continue to rule and let them feel that the common man, that they cannot run this country unless we have them come from the monarchy to run it for us. And Mr. Speaker, that is what you call applying mental chains of slavery. And if we as a people continue to fall for that, we'll have some issues. Because, Mr. Speaker, in the 21st century, whenever you have one entity that has power or feel that they have power, to always look at another entity, but no matter what the other entity hears about that other entity, they cannot look into them. That cannot be democracy. Think about it. Could you imagine, Mr. Speaker, that you two brothers, and one brother can always run to the mother and father and have the other brother beat for, as we say, beaten or disciplined, and another brother when he got to the mother and father to tell them, no, the other brother is older than you, so he has all the rights. Mr. Speaker, that causes problem in family, especially if we extend it to land. So the first scenario of a state of emergency is in Section 27 of the Virgin Islands Constitution, Order 2007. Section 27(1) provides, and I quote, "A period of public emergency may be declared by the governor by proclamation published in the manner provided in subsection 2, when A, the well-being or security of the Virgin Islands is threatened by war, invasion, general insurrection, public disorder, natural disaster, or public emergency, and B, the declaration is considered necessary by the governor to maintain or restore peace and order," end of quote. Right there we see that conditions must be met before a period of public emergency can be declared. Mr. Speaker, I'm not saying it's here, but some places help create disorder so that they can call a state of emergency. But they do it in creative ways. But in exercising his power in terms of the governor and the position, not the individual, to declare a period of public emergency, the governor has certain obligations and limitations that must be followed. And Mr. Speaker, we need to point this out because I know that when other members speak, they will speak very in depth in many areas. But I'm always amazed that persons always seem to have fear of never making sure that the law applies to the governor, but has absolutely no problem to apply the laws, and even those laws that don't exist, to elected officials, which is no problem. But in the 21st century, what goes for the goose has to go for the gander. So it doesn't matter who's in the seat. The concept of it is what we have to understand. We are maturing people, and we have to start to look at things through a different lens other than the lens that we have been taught and programmed to look through the Constitution and other matters of this territory in. We come awake when we look through the laws when it's dealing with an elected official, but we go to sleep when it's dealing with the laws of dealing with the governor or any other entity that comes from within the governor's area, because we still have in our mind that we are not as apt in these areas as they are, and that is where we are falling short. And it's not by accident, it's by design. Sad to say. And this is not to say, it's not a racist message at all. Because I have a lot of friends who are from the UK and who have different ethnic backgrounds. But there are some coming out of the UK practicing this colonialism in a modern day form. And we must address it, and address it now. Because we cannot sit by knowing that there's undercover racism creeping in the carpet of our territory, and we want to continue to ignore it because of fear, or because they make us feel that if we touch it, they will destroy us, whether it is politically or otherwise, like they have done in other territories. When anyone expose certain things with them, they go after them to try to destroy them and make people feel never touch that, because if you touch that, or touch them in ways that they don't agree, they take it as an insult and they come after you, they destroy your life, your family, and everything. But they put it under a lack of integrity. They put it under a lack of transparency. They put it under a lack of good governance. Modern day methodology to do what was done even before, to keep us, try to keep us in slavery even now. And have us doubting each other and looking at each other through a negative lens. I said to my people, and the people of all the OTs, especially in the Caribbean, to remember the words of the Bible, and even remember the words of the late Robert Lester Marley: emancipate yourself from mental slavery, because nobody else is going to do it for us but ourselves. So, in the exercising of his powers to declare a period of public emergency, the governor has certain obligations and limitations that must be followed. Subsection 73 is clear that only certain types of regulations can be made by the governor under this power. Only those regulations, and I quote, as appear to him or her to be necessary, expedient for securing the public safety, the defense of the Virgin Islands, or the maintenance of public order, or for maintaining supplies and services essential to the life of the community, end of quote. So it this is not a limitless power to make law. Subsection 27(6) requires the governor to consult with the cabinet before making any such laws. Well, the word consult again is an issue which we hope will clear up in the next constitutional review. Because please bear in mind that these issues are going to outlast present governments. So please don't look at them as a VIP, NDP, UPS, or whatever P. This is about the future of the territory and making sure that it can last the test of time, whatever it is we agree to when we come to the constitutional review being kicked off in a few weeks. So, cabinet has to be consulted before such powers are implemented by the governor. And where the cabinet cannot be consulted, then the premier must be consulted. Again, the word consulted is one which simply means I tell you, you don't agree, no problem, I already spoke to you, I go ahead. That is what consulted means. So we have to look at that word, because when it comes to the entity in terms of from the governor to the local government, the word consulted is used a lot. But when it comes to the other section, the word in terms of agreement is used. Again, you cannot have the goose and gander on two separate tables. And where circumstances render it impracticable to consult with either, then and only then may the governor act in his or her own discretion. Well, we have to look at that, because if cabinet cannot be consulted, and if the premier cannot be consulted, which we want to amend the word consulted, we also have to now, in the new constitutional review, send it down some other chains. The deputy premiers there, ministers. There's even sections when they're dealing with certain emergencies where you pray not that if everyone gets wiped out and you have to deal with it, the speaker can take over. Or the leader of the opposition, depending on what is happening. So when it comes to the local section, it is covered, but when it comes to the UK section, we have two parts to consult, and if those are not consulted, then you move on and call the state of emergency. But there's more. In subsection 27(7) requires that, and I quote, where the governor has consulted the cabinet or the premier under subsection 6, the governor shall, save in matters falling within the governor's special responsibility, under section 61, act in accordance with any advice given to him or her by the cabinet or the premier, unless instructed otherwise by a secretary of state. So we're seeing here that, again, you have a cabinet, you have a premier, you have a House of Assembly. But in the state of emergency that has to be declared, if the governor feels that in his judgment that is his special responsibilities under 61, and he doesn't like the advice of the cabinet or the premier, or even NSC or HOA, then the Secretary of State can come in and tell him, all right, let's go. I agree with that direction. Mr. Speaker, so the governor is supposed to act in accordance with any advice given to him or her by the cabinet or the premier, unless it is an area falling under his or her special responsibility under section 61, or unless otherwise instructed by a Secretary of State. For the sake of discussion, I want, through the chair, to ask honorable members to get out your constitution, and even those listening. And I want to ask my honorable members in this House to slowly read and study the conditions stipulated in section 27(1), subsection A. It says threat, and I'll say it again, in the Constitution, section 27(1), subsection A. It says threat of war, invasion, general insurrection, threat of public disorder, threat of natural disaster, threat of other public emergency. If none of these exist, you cannot declare a period of public emergency and encroach upon citizens' rights. The other way to declare a state of emergency in terms of the other section, other phase of it, is stipulated in Section 2 of the Emergency Powers Disasters Act, Cap 239. This section states that the governor may, after the occurrence in the territory of any disaster, declare by proclamation published in the Gazette that a state of emergency exists in the territory. And it is important to note here that this power can only be exercised after the occurrence of the disaster, not before or at any other time after. This is why it's important to read. Because you meet people and they just tell you, tell the governor call a state of emergency. Let the governor handle this or let the governor handle that. Well, from the time I hear a person say that, no matter who government is in position, I just sit down in a chair and I shake my head and I say, my God, we still have persons who have not advanced. And we have persons who are not reading. And there's an old saying that the old people used to say, and I still hear it all the time. And my mother told me this, and I know Miss P. always used to say it in this house. In a blind man's country, a one-eyed man is king. So when we fail to read, and we've been directed, and we call for things that are not in the Constitution, and give them the power, and then you have to come to start to take it back, then they say, all they want is power. You don't want power for power's sake. You want the institution of the Constitution maintained for the people of the Virgin Islands. So subsection 3.2 specifies the subjects that orders can be made for under this act in terms of the Emergency Powers Disasters Act, Cap 239. For requisitioning forms of transportation and communications, fuel, food, water, and clothing, to fixing wholesale and retail prices, permitting access to private property, and disposing of the dead. Well, we will know about the dead, because when Irma happened, they said the ships had come in, they set up body bags, I heard, thinking that we all were dead, and all had died. And there are other provisions and requirements. But Mr. Speaker, I highlight these bits of information to ask what I've already stated, but I must ask again. How many of us read and understand our Constitution and our laws? Mr. Speaker, we cannot run the country on emotions. I read a lot, Mr. Speaker, and my good friend, the Attorney General, is on this more and more. I love reading. She gave me a book here now. I'm going to read it in the next couple of days. I love reading, Mr. Speaker, and as I get old, I don't respond as quickly. Because what I recognize is that persons like to respond in this little territory out of emotions. But when you respond based on the facts, in terms of even the laws as it is, and everything is relative, yes, I know, then, Mr. Speaker, that's a different ballgame. I hear a lot of people tell me that if they don't settle this matter, they want to go to the courts. I ask them, if you know how the court does operate, you'll keep out of it and try to settle it outside. Because obviously you never research how the courts work. You think it's like on television where you jump up objection and in the case solved before, within the hour so that the TV series could finish in the hour. It doesn't work that way. So how many of us are aware of the changes that were brought into being when the 1977 Constitution was replaced by the 2007 Constitution? Why I ask that, Mr. Speaker? Because a lot of our public officers are still moving around with the notion that certain things still exist that gives the governor and not local government certain authorities, because that is how it was from 1977 and then straight up before the 2007 constitutional review. A lot of things changed, And it is alarming to recognize that a lot of persons have not ready to realize things have changed. And of course, those who are over us pray on that, and they continue to make inroads where the Constitution states that those days are over. And with more constitutional advancement, we will gain more grounds towards self-determination. Of course, we have to continue to strengthen our institutions, but we cannot let them continue to fool us that unless you have those strengthening, you cannot look about self-determination. Up to now, Mr. Speaker, in those big countries in the whole world, whether USA or UK, they're still creating and passing new laws to strengthen their territory, because some don't have constitution, but the girls want. Strengthen their territory. Mr. Speaker, one of the biggest flaws about the Constitution that I've noticed after Black Lives Matter in America, and it was able to ricochet throughout the whole world, is that we are always busy about making sure that we have equal rights, but we're forgetting about equality. So how many persons have read to recognize the changes in the 2007 Constitution? To know that disaster, the recovery, development, all of that is under the Premier. How many of us are unaware of these changes, operating on mistaken assumptions that are outdated? Because we are accustomed to knowing things being done a particular way, and we are unaware that these have changed since 2007. How many things changed in 2007 and require follow-through, such as legislative amendments and policy adjustments? But 13 years later, these things have not been done because we have not been reading our Constitution. One of those areas, again, Mr. Speaker, is our archives. In 2007, the Constitution was changed, which gave us some authority in local government. But because we don't read our Constitution, those who were reading it and interpreting it through their lens continue to hold what was already given to us until lately. Recently, Cabinet approved that it will be under the local government, except for right now, the sections with the public officers. But eventually, all have to come to the local government. But that was done from 2007. But it was only enacted now in 2020. And we have been seeing that 13 years later, these things have not been done because we have not been reading and following the Constitution as we should. We are more caught up in whether who like Foy, or if Mac selling out when he speaks on constitutional matters of the government, or who like Marlon, or who like Natalio. We get caught up in those things, and while we're there fighting each other, there's an entity coming right there in the middle and going with us. God forbid. Because we don't want to read and see that, wait a minute, this fight ain't with us. Not with us at all. Yes, we don't have our local political squabbles like everywhere else. But there's some things here we got to work together to get done with. Long after there's no more fire in this house. Long after there's no more Marlon in this house. Long after there's no more Mac in this house. Long after there's no more speaker in this house. If we don't fix it, these problems will still be here, and we ask, what in the world these people were in there doing for all them years? When I was a young teacher, a veteran teacher taught me something, and I thought it was so ludicrous at the time. And then when I get more mature, I realized they didn't know what they were saying. I went in an infant class, and you know those infants used to have them little red chairs, and they sit on these little red chairs. In the teacher, the fellow told me, he said, make sure you teach those children and get in what you have to get in with them now, you know. Because the chair size ain't gonna change. But the children you're teaching don't get bigger. And they ain't gonna fit in that chair no more. And when they can't fit in that chair no more and you didn't teach them what they have to teach them, know that you're in trouble. Because you'll ruin the rest of their life. Because his infancy is where you have to input the greatest set of knowledge. But if you have a teacher that is not interested in making sure that child, which you treat them as yours, develop how they need to develop, because they want to keep them within a certain mindset, you have a dangerous parent or teacher. And that's why we see him staring us right down in front of our face, and we're playing games with it, and not being respectful, but it's the truth. So it matters not who sit in the governor's seat. There's an agenda that is not mutually aligned with the agenda of the people of the Virgin Islands. And there's nothing wrong with that, because they carry out the agenda they were placed here to carry out. Why to this day and age we don't have more carry-on people in the governor's office, and whenever they need somebody top-notch they send for the UK? Because there's an agenda that is not the agenda of the people of the Virgin Islands agenda. Nothing against anyone. But even if you want someone that is not black, get them from the Caribbean or right here. There's an agenda. And when you speak like I'm speaking, they do things like, whether they were right or wrong, like go after Missick and go after Bush, McKeever and Cayman, and they go after you, and most of the people will look at you as wrong because they craft it so well. But I'm here to tell them today that I speak with the authority that God sent me in this house to speak with, that those days are gone. Or people are waking up. Treat us fairly, treat us justly, and stop telling us that we can't handle our own affairs. We went to the same school as you. We went to the same universities as you. We went to the same colleges as you. We're doing the same jobs as you. We're managing COVID-19, thank God, and I'm not gloating, but I'm not boasting, but I want to be honest, we're doing it even better than you. And thanks for the help, but it's a fact. That's why I tell persons all the time when I stand up here as a premier, be careful who's in the boardroom of your mind. I'm not asking you to love fly because I'm saying this. All I'm asking you is wake up and see what's happening. So, have we been sleeping on our rights which our foreparents toiled and fought for because we are ignorant and unaware of our rights? Have we been loosely giving away our powers because we have not studied and appreciated the authority that we have due to struggles of those before us? Every word, comma, and full stop in successive constitutions were fought for. They were intensely negotiated. And today we stand on the verge of another constitutional review. I want to tell persons that you can't even read the Constitution in a regular frame of mind. You got to pray to God for the wisdom and the insight to read it, so that you could make sure that you could see it in the way that God needs you to see it for his people. We have a Christian community, and I can tell persons that when I read the Bible, I read the same verse over and over. And sometimes it's years later that I have a different interpretation or a different light of what was written. Because when the Holy Spirit walks with you, He'll show you different things that you didn't see before. How many of us take up the Constitution with our children and just read sections accordingly? Like every government comes into power, people blame the sitting government for persons who do not have a BVI passport that born here. And that comes from the British Nationality Act, one of which we have to continue to challenge in a lot of respects. But you have to also study the origin of why they brought in that. And it was simple. too many of us in the Caribbean were going abroad by them, and they wanted to make sure that it doesn't mushroom so we don't get to take over there. So a blanket thing is passed for us here. You have to ask yourself, what is the history behind some of these things? Because some of them have cultural clashes. And why they don't see us as ever having the aptitude and the competence in their mind to handle our affairs. And we have to understand that when the weekend come and we go home to sleep, they go home, they don't go home, they continue plotting. How do we divide to conquer? So we have to look at every word, the comma and full stop. But we are finding, as a 22-month-old government, what we are finding is that many things that ought to have been done being enforced and followed up on under the 2007 Constitution were not done. And that is why we are constantly being made to feel that self-determination is unattainable. That the road to self-determination is much longer than it is, and that progress is hard to achieve. Look at after the hurricanes of 2017. We now have to run with the RDA. But let's face it, that is something they put on us because they wanted to, they were saying that we corrupt. And a lot of us just accepted it. And yes, it was all a government in place. We're not saying anything about them. But that's what they're going to do with every government that comes. And that's what we have to understand. The first way to drive a torpedo in any sitting government by them is always to make it look like the government is not exercising good governance. And then get a few of us to believe it and stand up and say, we have to take care of our own affairs. No matter what government they have in the world, you're going to hear these things. But the crux of the matter is, do you have institutions in place to deal with them when they do happen? And where we don't have those institutions in place, it's up to us to put them in place. So that is why, Mr. Speaker, I must say that it is also one of the reasons why the task of administrating is as difficult as it is sometimes. It is because mechanisms that should have already been in place are not in place. These are mechanisms that would enable a BVI government to perform and to be efficient and effective in delivering to the people. It is one of the reasons why we continue to encounter log jams in delivering onto the expectations of the people, because in many instances, the administration of subjects have not transitioned from the UK to the BVI because the mechanisms have not been put in place, and thus our advancement to self-determination is being held back. Mr. Speaker, your government is trying to set this straight with this bill today in the amendments. And yes, we are getting some resistance from persons who favor the status quo, who are happy with the 1977 arrangements of the Constitution, even though we are now in 2021. But your government is guided by the Constitution and will follow the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, I won't steal the Minister of Health's thunder. But when COVID-19 came on, we were told that it has to be managed by disaster management, Department of Disaster Management. And there are different levels because that's known as the NEOC, National Emergency Operating Center. And Mr. Speaker, we were told in some very aggressive language and in writing that this is the way it's going to be, or else. We didn't tell the public, but I could tell the public now. And the Minister of Health went home, and while we were there discussing, the Minister of Health said, I have the solution. Everybody was still there fussing and fighting. He said, I have the solution. And it was after a long while when everyone was tired, they said, speak, Minister. He said, I researched the whole thing in the 1977 Public Health Act, puts all pandemic under the authority of the Minister of Health, along with the Infectious Diseases and the Quarantine Act, Infectious Disease of 2015, and the Quarantine Act of 2014, I think it is. Some done from 1977, some done by the last administration. Let's give credit where credit is due. But I put it to you, Mr. Speaker, that all those who are able to pass, because nobody, those entities didn't see COVID coming. If they had seen COVID coming, they would have tried to block those legislation and do what they're doing now. When they don't agree, threaten you with this new whip of saying they're not assenting to the bill. I put it to the people of the Virgin Islands that 1977 Public Health Act, if it was done now, it would have gotten blocked. Because they intend to slow down the pace of the OTs, especially the BVI, because they have us as one of the rambunctious children, and some people meet me and tell me that you have to be careful, you're dealing with this incorrectly, they're going to mash you up for you. I tell them, listen to me carefully. Last time I checked, I'm going to live once. And I'm not going in a rocking chair regretting that I didn't make any move to advance the people of the Virgin Islands cause. Not me. So if they want to try to set me up, because that's all they want to do, to try to get your balls and guts so the people can say he was no good. And whoever come in this seat, that's the aim, so that they can have you continue to have your confidence in them. Modern day tactics, because no one's to use the word corruption and lack of good governance. Everybody run for a politician, not a man running for the governor. Because we've been trained that way. We've been trained that way. And it's time for us to wake up. That's why I tell people, be careful when you tell the children, oh, this child is no good child of mine. Whether you're joking or not, don't say it. Because you're putting the atmosphere. Be careful what you say to the child. Be careful, oh, they ain't amount to nothing. No, don't say those things to children or not to nobody, because war have power. And they were beating us for years because we weren't reading. And when we do read it, we are reading it according to how they side. Now, Mr. Speaker, what does it have to do with disaster management? Well, let's look at the proper placement of the disaster management subject. So there's a debate going on in the certain quarters as to where the subject of disaster management should sit, in the government system or with the governor. I make no secret to the people of the Virgin Islands. I have confidence in my people of the Virgin Islands. If we're not going to put them in positions after we send them to school, pay so much money, whether private or through our own pockets, or through government, stop sending them to school. But that wouldn't be wise. The reason over the years I invested in person's education is because once you develop a person, you don't only develop themselves, you don't only develop their family, you develop the economy. Look through this room, Mr. Speaker. Look through this room, and one by one tell me, if I ask to raise hand of all who were scholarship recipients, my hand going up. You see most of the room, the hands went up. Who knew when they were giving me a scholarship to go away to school in the late 80s that I want to come back to be premier? I had no dreams of being in politics. None. It even wasn't a conversation for me. But between my parents and the state, they invested in me and some student loans. And today, you have the leader of opposition, you have myself, you have many of us, the deputy premier, many of us. But we invest so that we can build a country, and our forefathers back then recognized that our scholarship program and other assistance grants and other things were necessary because we didn't have it to go to school. And thank God for all of them that did it, from the Willard Wheatley to H.L. Stout, C.B. Romney, and all of them even further back, but the scholarship program came in after a while. One of the greatest things happening in this territory. So you're telling me that we invest so much money in our people when the time comes to run a department that we cannot do it? And we running everything else? And we who run in the same department? Yes, they might have some international treaties that we need help with the, well, assist on the UK. That goes without saying, but that doesn't mean that you can't phrase it so that we can run it. And it's not a constitutional issue. It's a policy issue, and last time I checked, policy belongs to ministers. So this debate is ongoing. Mr. Speaker, I've sought legal advice on this matter numerous times and lately, and the advice that I have received is that the proper placement for disaster management under our current 2007 Constitution is under the administration of the territorial government, and we just have to amend the Act to follow suit. I didn't get this from one attorney. I get this from several. But for this to occur, in terms of get it under the administration of the territorial government, the disaster management legislation needs to be changed, amended. And the current disaster management legislation was passed in 2003 and should have already been updated. Hence, we are considering this bill that is before us. There are arguments that have been put forward about the subjects that constitutionally sit with the governor. But the Virgin Islands constitutional order is very clear in its limiting of the powers of the governor to those subjects listed in Section 60. And I ask anyone who wants to debate this to turn to Section 60 of their constitution. These are external affairs, subject to subsection 4. This is in terms of the powers of the governor, the entity, not the person. These are external affairs subject to subsection 4. Defense, including the armed forces, internal security, including the police force, without prejudice to section 57. The terms and conditions of service of persons holding or acting in public office, without prejudice to section 92. Let's take a pin there a minute. The terms and conditions of service of persons holding or acting in public office. Mr. Speaker, that is one that could be challenged in the courts also, because it doesn't say that they are fully the head of the public service. The terms and conditions, the well-being, and we interpret it to mean that the governor, and he turns it over to the deputy governor, not the person who runs the public service, when it says that the minister is in charge of the administration of his ministry. That's in the Constitution. But we have been going after the 1977 Constitution and just give him that and say that ministers are there handicapped. Everybody could go to courthouse nowadays and they're carrying you. And it looks like this is the only place you can get some of these things sorted out. So, the terms and condition of service of persons holding or acting in public office without prejudice to section 92. And Mr. Speaker, might I add, in the same Constitution, Mr. Speaker, I used to teach and do engineering and all kind of things. I like to research. I don't get tempted stars, but people keep telling me things that ain't written, and who like why would agree with them and who don't like me don't agree with that. I don't worry about that. Once you speak the truth, they're going to float, they're going to stand the test of times. When you look, Mr. Speaker, even in the public service, when they tell you these things, they turn the post, forget the individual. I'm not against the individual. As a matter of fact, the person, the deputy governor now, office is somebody I really admire and I'm really proud of. But the Constitution now, we get emotional with people. Forget the person. In the Constitution it says, functions of deputy governor. So we saying that the running of the public service now is in the governor's hands. The Constitution is saying that it is dealing with the terms and conditions of the service of persons holding and acting in public office without prejudice to section 92. What section 92 talks about? How do you go to the Public Service Commission to make sure that persons are hired? And the Public Service Commission has the authority to make a recommendation. if the governor rejects it and send it back to them, they do not need to reverse the decision when the governor sends it back to them. They can stand their ground and say, this is what we have decided, and send it back to the governor. When it reaches to the governor, the second time is up to him now to either adhere to what the PSC has said for the person that needs to go in the position, or he can say, due to it being prejudiced to Her Majesty's service, he's going to make another decision. Now you see this word prejudice Her Majesty's service, it has been used very loosely in the last couple of years. But the way that it has been used legally, it is wrong. And nobody has challenged a governor yet to tell him the way that you're using this prejudice Her Majesty's service is wrong. We just, whenever I come to the governor, we just sing Hakuna Matata. And respectfully, I'm not disrespecting the post, because there's someone whenever you speak about the governor, oh, don't ever touch that. But they could tell the premier with a kiss. No, we want to be respectful, we want to be respectful across the board. But there's a lot governing all of us. Our people have to wake up, stop holding one section to the law and holding the other one to high law. So section 92 is clear. In my voice, in my head, honorable member for the vote, I just heard some of them say he misleading the people. Well then, go take up the Constitution and read it for yourself. And go look for one of your law friends who want to be objective and ask them to interpret it for you. So the governor cannot do any appointment to the public service, because the law says just like that it has to go through the PSC, which is section 92. And when it goes through the PSC, if he doesn't like the advice, he sends it back. He can send it back and say, well, all right, reconsider. But they have the authority to stick their grounds and send it back. And then he will make the decision. Or he would take the recommendation or decide that he's not going to make the recommendation because it prejudices Her Majesty's service. And that, in the constitutional review, is something we're going to get properly defined. Because it's being used loosely as of late and wrongfully according to law. And some other powers under the governor and the administration of the courts. I want to make this clear. The administration of the courts means to make sure that there's a chief registrar, make sure that they have good quarters to walk in, make sure certain things are functioning well in terms of the office, in terms of the word would be the day-to-day running of the office, that they have what they need. But not to interfere in the courts. No governor should be calling no DPP to discuss no case, or calling any AG to discuss certain matters. That's not the governor's preview or purview. And when these things happen and you go and you tell them that the Constitution is being violated, pause, what's the matter with the premier? But wait. Nobody studied the weight of the elephant until he gets on their foot. And if you don't nip some of these things in the bud, we're going to end up with a police state, and all of us will be subject to the hierarchy doing what they want. So all other subjects and those delegated under section 64 are constitutionally the remit of the local elected government. I want to read it again. We just named only the areas that the governor has under the Constitution, section 61. And it ends by saying, after it names a couple areas, all other subjects and those delegated under section 64 are constitutionally the remit of the local elected government. Well, if that is the local government, and it is clearly stated that the premier in charge of recovery, in terms of not Andrew Foy, the premier seat now, recovery, development, and even disaster. Well, how come DDM cannot be under the local government? Under what part of the Constitution? The answer to that, there's no section of it that supports it. It's a policy matter. So I'm not going to argue or discuss emotions with anyone. I was given a letter here someday when we were going towards this, tell me, I have told you it is under me and it is final. I say, well, look here for me. You better let me know when I should tremble. She must be speaking to one of you children. Kind of letters I've been getting on the backlight, and then they come out smiling, doing better PR than me, and think that I'm afraid I was by. I could come out here and me alone, take on the wall once I know I was sticking on a principle, rudeness and forwardness of them. I'm doing something for the generations unborn, and they're doing it so that they could keep power and keep us from advancing as a people, no matter who in the seat. Today's government is tomorrow opposition, today's government. You never know. I don't have no intentions, Mr. Speaker, of ever keeping this seat. That'd be ludicrous, because it can't happen. But, Mr. Speaker, let's say you end up in opposition the next time, which I'm not praying for. But, and you look over here and know that the local government has DDM in their hand and the structures to run it, I would feel proud. Dr. the Honorable Orlando Smith and I were in politics together for a long time, former immediate past premier. We had different political methodologies and philosophies, but I always would respect him and he would respect me. And even up to now we talk every now and again, because I have a respect for all those who serve, no matter what side they were on the aisle. But look at what the constitutional advancement did in 2007. When we fought to make sure that whenever you're looking about filling the spot of the Attorney General, not the person in the seat, but in terms of the person who, in terms of the institution, the Constitution says that it must be a Virgin Islander, belong, with at least 10 years experience to hold the seat of Attorney General. Just paraphrasing it for you. It didn't say it should be. It didn't say it may be. It didn't say it could be. It said it must be. And by God, you still have to fight. You still had to fight the entity to do what the Constitution says. Now, when Dr. Smith and the constitutional team put it in, you know why they put it in? Because I was in politics all then. All of us, all 13 was saying it is time for a local to get in the seat of Attorney General. So the crafters, the framers of the Constitution did it to ensure that. And then years later, I'm going to come to fight an entity that they're trying to sidestep what the Constitution says. The only reason that the current AG is in the seat now is because they couldn't get past the Constitution in the end when we challenge it. We ain't taking credit for her. She has to do her work. She inside the job now and again. She done knock me down with certain things. That's her job. But I didn't get it just for Dawn. I get it for future dawns and future dawns of morning. And Dr. Smith, when he put it in, look now in the future. That was done in 2007. And 13 years later is when it finally kicked in. Because somebody stood up and said, that's enough. It isn't nothing against the former AG at all. Because then they put us against each other. That's one of my African brothers, and I love him to death. But the Constitution was clear. I would hire him in any day. If you were a belanger, he'd have stayed there. But he wasn't. But when you get to read and you understand what the Constitution says, no matter what memo you were getting, telling you all kind of matter of things, you just hold on because the truth will always float and the lie will sink. Nelson Mandela went in jail for years, and when he went, some of them thought he had do what he did and come out. the truth prevailed and he ended up to be the president of South Africa. The truth will float and the lie will sink. That's why I'm telling our young brothers, go to school. Don't just be on the side smoking. That's a plot. That's a plan. They want you don't study your lesson because the more of us don't take on what we're supposed to be doing and don't sit down and go to school and learn to read, learn to write and do what we have to do, the more they keep us in ignorance, the more they will keep us from ever reaching the self-determination. And rather than being self-determined, there's also a reverse that will happen. We will be invaded. We're talking about the Caribbean people and whether they're from Long Island or why they're here. You just keep up this fight. How we going? We won't even know when we get hit. But thank God I ain't going to sleep anytime soon. A little body tell me they ain't have nothing for with you, but oh man, they're planning. I said, man, they could plan till Jesus come. If it ain't God will, they can't get through. Disaster management is not listed. And I repeat, disaster management as a subject is not listed as a subject reserved for the governor under Section 60. I stand corrected for anybody who wants to get up and tell me they read it under Section 60. I'm not fighting this one for Andrew Fire or for our sitting government. This one is for generations to come, and we have many more of those fights in there. And the new thing now is, once they don't see fit with where you're going, they just tell me, They're telling me in my face now, I will not assent to it. That's a new thing you're hearing now. I will not assent to it. So we move from beating us with a physical whip, and the colonial whip now, to using, as the Deputy Premier rightfully said, a whip now of not assenting to anything that they feel would advance the economy and advance the people of the Virgin Islands. And we must sit and don't speak about these because we are afraid that they destroy us, and they're destroying us anyhow. So we have to put a stop to it, and it is now. Look at the medicinal marijuana. It's the first time in my life I ever heard, after the House assent to something, and they decide not only they assent to it after months, but now telling us we have to write to the Foreign Secretary and give a speech making it sound like you were assented to. The first time I've ever heard a bill have to go to the Foreign Secretary, then going to write to tell me these are the names of the people they get in contact with. Well, I had never heard more. If they have something with our bill, contact me, tell me what it is so I could know what to do. Why? Because once you have economic power, that's why they want to bring bills, and they don't start telling me they have bills coming to show how we get our wealth, because they feel all of us are criminals and thieves, and that we only get our wealth through thieving and drug running. They don't feel the people of the Virgin Islands are honest people. Wake up, people, and see. Yes, they have some bad apples between us here and there, but that's everywhere. Show me where they don't have it. And all of a sudden now, their legal team want to be setting down legislation because the only intention is to try to see how many of us they could destroy and say, well, the country can't handle itself, so come, let's take it over. Wake up and see. We have cases where I know that there's no need to go check anything else, but they don't want to touch them because of who involved. It's not in their interest. Persons from away to, But let one of our persons have to be extradited and do it quickly. Not condoning wrong. I'm telling you that this is a plot, and the more I sit down over the holidays, it vexes my spirit. And I sit down and I say, people tell me when you go to the house, don't talk these things for, you're going to make life harder for you. Man, COVID-19 make life harder for all of us. And as they come after me, I'm going to talk it. I realize the only way to get out of them is keep talking. They told me here someday that I signed the confidentiality, and some of what I'm saying is not confidential. It should not be out. I said, but what are you doing? It shouldn't be out too. And then some people make it a fight between me and the governor. I don't have no fight with the governor and I have a fight to get to the destiny of the people of the Virgin Islands. And anyone who put in measures in place to stop us from going where we need to go will have to know that just how you come to fight for your entity to get what they want, I have to fight for my people to get what they need. So Section 47(3) of the Constitution charges Cabinet with the responsibility for the formulation of policy, inclusive of the responsibility to direct the implementation of the policy as it relates to every aspect of government except the areas that fall under the special responsibility of the governor under Section 60. The deputy governor is not a member of the executive and not a member of cabinet. Therefore, the deputy governor's ability to properly exercise direction and control, inclusive of the implementation of government policy as it relates to such critical subject and department, is severely limited, and that's by law. And let me add, the function of the deputy governor as stated already under Section 38 of the Constitution, C. And if anyone has a constitution, as we say in church, please turn to Section 38, 1C. Well, before we reach the C, 38.1. Subject to subsection 2, the deputy governor shall, forget the name of the person, just look at this as the entity. A, assist the governor in the exercise of his or her functions relating to matters for which the governor is responsible under Section 60. We already covered what functions and duties are responsible for the governor under Section 60. So the deputy governor has a responsibility to help those. B, assist the governor in the exercise of his or her other functions, being functions in the exercise of which the governor is not obliged to act in accordance with the advice of any person or authority, as the governor, acting in his or her discretion, may direct. Well, we already discussed those in terms of if he decides to go along with the Secretary of State interpretation of a state of emergency, well, the deputy governor have to help him. But see, it's important to read, because if you go to church and you just rely on the pastor and he tell you turn to Psalm 151 and he starts reading, you saying amen, you know you're in trouble. Because you only have up to Psalm 150. So Section 38, 1C. Perform such other functions, this is the deputy governor, perform such other functions not of a ministerial nature, as subject to the Constitution and any other law, may be assigned to the deputy governor as the request of the premier by the governor acting in his or her discretion. So at no time should the deputy governor's position be dealing with any subject matter that is of a ministerial nature. What is a ministerial nature? Anything dealing with policy. Anything dealing with policy is a minister. Because the minister has the answer for the policy. I'll put it a step further. If the DDM, which was under the governor, and the Constitution is not saying what it's saying, how come the governor, the deputy governor, ain't here today presenting the bill? Hello? Because the only person could bring it with anything under them, even with the Constitution, to the House, is the premier. And if he can't, it also states what the deputy premier can do. Because it's a matter of policy, and they can't come to the House. I study, when I was in the opposition, I didn't know where I was going. I pick up law school for a little while, and I had some courses in it. I really like it. But then things had changed for me in the opposition. I didn't finish up. So, Mr. Speaker, when we look at these areas, we realize what it is the deputy governor, the post, can do, because he's not a member of the executive and not a member of cabinet. Therefore, the deputy governor's ability to properly exercise direction and control, and I read it again, inclusive of the implementation of government policy as it relates to this critical subject and department, is severely limited. That is why the premier's office, no matter who is in the seat, has to dictate policy. because the head offices of the ministries. It's nothing for me. I'll just go and research these. So the Minister of Health could tell you I could go all the way up to the UK and sit down when someone was saying that you're gone up to the UK, you don't know what you're saying. When we went up there, we present our case and got some success in some couple of crucial areas too. In addition, the levers of government which support the work of DDM as it relates to readying the territory for a disaster or cleaning up after a disaster are all reposed with other ministers of government over which the Deputy Governor has no control. Bear in mind that recovery is already established as a responsibility of the Premier's office. So if they want to clean up, which entity they are calling Public Works? So how you could put Public Works with a disaster, not a state of emergency, in a bill under the governor? We're contradicting the very Constitution. Mr. Speaker, Section 56(4) of the Constitution, you could turn to it, of the Constitution, makes clear that subject to only to subsections 2 and 3, any matter may be assigned to a minister under subsection 1. That's Section 56(4) of the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, some people think because you don't have a law degree that unless you're a lawyer, you're in Brighton. I have some people think that, but everybody in here have their own intelligence and understanding. And none of us in here eat our school fee. I might be a little big, but I eat mine. You know how much time I had to hire a lawyer and had to put a lawyer in a direction where I want to go in the case because where they were going, they tell me the law said this and the law said that. I said, no, this is what I want. I hire you. You go check the law with this, and we win the case. We want the case. What people say common sense without book sense is nonsense. So further subsection 5 conforms that, and I quote from the Constitution again, where a minister has been assigned responsibility under this section for the administration of any development of government, the minister shall, subject to this Constitution and any other law, exercise direction and control over that department, including directing the implementation of government policy as it relates to that department, and subject to such direction and control, the department shall, unless otherwise agreed between the governor and the premier, be under the supervision of a permanent secretary, who shall be a public officer, but 2 or more departments of government may be placed under the supervision of 1 permanent secretary. End of quote. So the deputy governor is not a minister under the Constitution and is not held accountable to the public for his actions as a minister is. Additionally, the deputy governor is not party to the collective responsibility to which members of cabinet are duty bound to ascribe. That is why whenever the deputy governor becomes acting governor as a person, forget the person as an entity, forget the person, they have to swear in. And technically, they have to swear out. Section 38 of the Constitution, which sets out the function of the deputy governor, stipulates that the deputy governor is to assist the governor in the exercise of his or her functions relating to matters for which the governor is responsible under Section 60. And I went through all of those in terms of what the governor's responsibility is. And again, the Constitution states that such subject to Section 2 of the deputy governor shall, and I read them for you already, assist the governor in exercise of his or her duty relating to the matters of which the governor is responsible under Section 60, which really shall be in 38 of the Constitution, and I read those already, B and C. So the Constitution is clear that the role of deputy governor is to assist the governor in his or her functions. Not to be given functions what is of a ministerial nature. But because we're not reading the Constitution, we're letting these things go all the time, and then when you look, right now I've come back into government and met the deputy governor as a functioning ministry, and that is not under the Constitution. So DDM can't stay there because of the Constitution and because of policy. So we see the governor cannot assign functions to the deputy governor outside the governor's constitutional assigned responsibility. Even further still, Section 38(1)(c) of the Constitution, as stated above, is clear that the functions assigned to the deputy governor, as we continue to say, cannot be of a ministerial nature. And what is a ministerial nature? Policy. Section 38(2) is clear, as we went through what that is saying. Mr. Speaker, it must be noted that disaster management is not listed, I say this again, as one of the governor's special responsibilities under Section 60. And this is important to note when it comes to understanding the scope of disaster preparedness, mitigation, response, management, and recovery. Now, there are those who tell me we have certain accreditation we lose if we go under the governor, if we come from another governor. Well, my. That's the best shot that you have? So you're telling me that the only way I could be accredited with DDM if I stay under you, and you're going to go to the UN in 2023 and explain to them that that was helping me fulfill what the mandate of the United Nations was stating? I noticed something. The United Nations highlighted from a study a couple of years ago that they just released certain concerns about the territory that they want done dealing with making sure certain, how to put it, concerns when it comes along the law and conduct of the law with certain areas be addressed. And I'm seeing the speed that they're telling the legal people to bring it forward. But Section 73 there for years, and they're saying, bring that forward. The same UN, you know. I don't have no problem with anything bringing forward that needs to work on, but you're not going to work on one and leave the other. So, Mr. Speaker, just understanding the scope of disaster management a little bit before I close. So, as we put the scope into context, because every text have a context, and my good brother in the 2nd District, Mitch, would notice you have been a pastor. A lot of time we read the Bible, and we read that little section. They say, oh, that's what the Lord had mean. But that's the text. But you got to get the context. A lot of people read Jonah gets spit up on the bed. He went to Nineveh and he coming through a whale. And they say, well, the Lord furnished a whale for Jonah because he was running away and he thought when he went to the sea that was the end. But he sent a whale and spit him out. That's the text. But if you read about Nineveh, you would recognize that they had believed in the sea God. If you study it, I have so much books about the Bible, I study the different versions. So when the whale spit out Jonah, I concluded had to have a man somewhere there stand up saying, where the sea God come? And he run with and tell the village. So they were listening to him in my interpretation because they believe in the sea God. Because the Lord knows to get attention. But as he get going, they realize the man preaching a solid word, so let them listen. But he got their ear through them thinking that he was coming out through a sea God. There's a lot of interpretation there to support that. I can't say that there'll be 100% support. But there's a context for every text. So when you read the Constitution, and those who are reading it and telling us to abide by this for them for years, forgetting that in 2007 the framers had a context for every text that was agreed upon in the Constitution. And through our lens, it is interpreted different than through theirs. Mr. Speaker, take for example, who can chair cabinet? The member for the third and the member for the fourth will agree with me. It was clear that we put it so that anytime the governor is absent, it would be the premier. That's 2007. But in 2019 and 2020, since I become premier, and I understand even before, it's been interpreted that no, that's not what it means. And the way they interpreted it, the premier will never chair cabinet. And that was not the context in which that text was put inside the Constitution. I was here, Mark, you were here, Fraser, you were here. You all knew at that time what it is we were putting in, and all of us agree. But here now they come and telling the framers of it. I'm still young, but I happen to be one of the framers of that. Who helped frame it? All 13 of us that agreed who were elected at the time. Now you're hearing that's not so. So now I got to go court for a judicial review. Because what I know that we put in there being interpreted for their own purposes. Why? Because again, they don't want no premier to chair the cabinet, because what they want to let the people know is whoever is premier or any government, they only could be corrupt human beings. I ain't afraid to say the word. Because I have some people that tell me, oh, I don't want to say so, but that's what they think about us. So they want to forever put language out there that makes us look corrupt. Because that's the only way you could bring down a politician. Make it into corrupt language, lack of good governance. No matter what you have on them, you can't use it because there's no system to deal with them. But they're going to keep bringing these. I mean it respectfully, but I'm not hiding anything for them. Because dead is dead. They have their plots on foot. And I have to start telling people at the Virgin Islands to wake up. Even if you don't like fire, wake up. Whether you're black, white, green, or blue, once you're a Virgin Islander, wake up. Understand what's happening here. And let us put things in place so that we could continue to move towards the self-determination. As an eminent people fighting, I don't feel we're ready for independence. You feel? That's like when the time had come to go to church, and I tell my mother I didn't feel like I was going to church. And she would start to get ready and tell me by the time I reach there, make sure I meet you in the pew. I didn't have no choice in the matter. When you read Article 73 of the United Nations Charter, you don't have a choice. It's coming. The only thing that they're trying to do is delay it a little longer so they could squeeze any financial thing they could get out of us to keep them going before they squeeze us. And you know what happens with clothes when you hang it out long enough in the water, ring out, them old ringer, and they don't ring out, and you put it on the line. You could pick it up when it's dry. That's what it's about. So we have to understand the scope of disaster management. That's why we have to put this into context. Mr. Speaker, climate change is recognized globally as the most significant threat to the safety, security, and well-being of humanity in our lifetime. And climate change is something we cannot ignore. This even is going to turn into helping us by getting certain funding in certain areas. And climate change automatically going to be attached on to disasters. And if we don't have the whole of disasters, then when these funding pass, we won't get them to help our territory. Doing some linkage for us. Because when I read Brexit, I read what the OTs got out of Brexit. And a fellow asked me, what do you see that the OTs got out of Brexit? I said, I saw something that only could be described, in my opinion, this way. He said, what? I said, close your eyes, shut them real tight, and tell me what you see. He said, nothing. I said, well, you answer yourself. Because when you look and see what all been taken away from the OTs, don't look at BVI alone, you know, OTs. You wonder, well, wait, how some of them who were depending heavily on some of that EU funding, how they're going to make it? And I was in meetings when they were asking them early, what about this funding that we were getting from DFID and the rest of them? Will you replace that funding with the same amount? And they couldn't answer. No, we know. Nada. And even those that are going to get are going to be significantly lower. And they would have done do their budgets on it. Then check the areas that I've seen that the UK have those who decide that they're going to strengthen the economy. Check the areas. The blue economy. Well, that's why we're in. indirectly climate change, but that's what we're trying to get. Cannabis, well, that's where we're trying to go. When I finished reading it, I realized, well, no wonder we can't get these things assented to and move, because every area we're trying to go is areas they have selected, so now it becomes a matter of controlling. I thought any parent would be glad to see a child progress as long as they stay within the rules and conduct themselves accordingly. I didn't know that these kind of things exist in the 24th century. These are things I read in Roots. I didn't think I'd ever live through some of them in a mud on their farm. So in this regard, it is expected that more powerful storms and catastrophic events are likely to take place given what's happening with climate change. So small island nations have been identified as being among the most vulnerable to the impacts of climate change. As such, planning and preparedness for disaster needs to be an integral part of the national planning and policy framework of each ministry, department, business, and indeed each citizen across the territory. Because of the far-reaching implications of potential disasters at this time, it is critically important that planning for disasters in various areas such as tsunamis, hurricane, earthquake, or sea level rise needs to permeate the policy framework and work plan of all government ministries and agencies. You can't do without it. So decision makers, which are the government, heads of the department, permanent secretaries, and ministers of government, all need to be sufficiently educated and equipped with the relevant information to ensure that while policy is being developed and directed, disaster management safeguards are being built into the policies with a more focused and integrated approach. Disaster management is not just about the security functions. It is much broader than that. And prevention, mitigation, response, and recovery are recognized to be ingrained in the daily function and work programs of most ministries and departments. The disasters of 2017 have taught us that disaster management is not an exercise for a department, but an exercise for every member of society. And that should be a lesson. Because when the hurricanes hit in 2017, I can speak for the 4th District. We were cut off. The member for the 2nd would speak for his section. They were cut off. And every member could speak for their section. Well, Mr. Speaker, while we're glad for some of the help, we ended up doing what I always say in my speech, using what was in our hand, like our foreparents did, to rescue us in time of need. And our people band together, and we went out, we fished with what boat were left, what provisions could have been found, and persons came from Puerto Rico and St. Thomas, and they brought over some food supply for us all, and we distributed them. I used to meet West End every day for one meeting, and then go over and join them in Capoons, and then go to Caribbean for another meeting, keep them informed, keep the food going, until when the roads open up. But when I came to town and I saw what was happening, the state of emergency was declared. And yes, the one thing that I give full credit for is the help with the looting. But at the same time, too, next time, in the year of 2020, should have been from inception, the security of the country have to be addressed much better than that. We keep leaving that part out. Yes, most persons were victims, but we have to think ahead. And it's not 2020. I was asking that even before the storms had come, because I was keep telling everyone this thing gonna be big. So I'm glad that the soldiers give some help towards that area. But how did this territory rebound? Whether we want to head or not, it has been us as a people. When you look at the BVI right now compared to where it was in 2017, the economist has done say it was 20 years before, 10 or 20 years or even more before we recover. Yes, we still have a lot to do, but thank God for what we have done as a people from then to now. It shows that we have the resilience to do whatever needs to be done in this territory. We must therefore pursue efforts to mainstream actions to mitigate the impacts of climate change. by building the resilience and capacity for disaster preparedness and response into the action of every arm of government. The function of disaster management can no longer be sidelined as a responsibility of one department because the scope of work is wider than the work of the DDM. Similarly to the way we currently view the management of finance as being central to our individual and collective survival, the management of one's home, business, or office for a potential disaster must become a part of our individual and collective responsibility. I've already mentioned above that Section 47(3) of the Constitution gives Cabinet responsibility for the formulation of policy. Thus, I made the point above the levers of government that support the work of DDM as it relates to readying the territory for a disaster or clearing up after a disaster, all reposed with other ministers of government. So, Mr. Speaker, while it is recognized under Section 27(1) of the Constitution that the governor is responsible to make a declaration of a period of public emergency if the well-being of security of the Virgin Islands is threatened by war, invasion, general insurrection, public disorder, natural disaster, or other public emergency, this should not be confused with a consistent state of preparedness necessary to mitigate the risk of any form of disaster which may befall the territory. I've made the point already that disaster preparedness and management is not just about security. The prospective management during a period of public emergency is much different from the extensive planning which the Cabinet must be positioned to undertake and manage the longer-term considerations of and preparation for future disasters. This must be differentiated from short-term emergency response management for which the governor is responsible under Section 27 of the Constitution. There's a clear distinction. Disaster management can be defined as the organization and management of resources and responsibilities for dealing with all humanitarian aspects of emergencies, in particular preparedness, response, and recovery, in order to lessen the impact of disasters. Disaster management, therefore, entails long-term preparation to establish necessary systems, structures, programs, resources, capabilities, and guiding principles for reducing disaster risk. And this preparation has to run through the length and breadth of the government's overall policy making and project planning. Even the constitutional powers and responsibilities of the governor with respect to external and internal security and external affairs are not affected by disaster preparedness and management being administered by the territorial government, because the governor still retains the power to declare a state of emergency if this becomes necessary. Mr. Speaker, during the disasters of 2017, members of the public were calling on their elected representatives to assist them. Not being adequately informed and familiar with the disaster management procedures, many citizens were not properly served by the response effort which followed. Elected representatives are in tune with the weaknesses of the community at large and specifically their constituencies. They are particularly aware of the vulnerable families and the structural deficiencies to the physical infrastructure of their districts. We saw this with COVID-19, which I will come to in a few, but we also saw it with Oma, where representatives had enough of that state of emergency, and it wasn't reaching the people, and the representatives had to step in and just do their jobs, although the state of emergency was called in. Because if we had to wait for the drop of food that was dropping from the sky, we'd have done drop down. Not that you're not thankful for it, but the truth be told, and dropping it once every week for whole villages that were starving. So, positioning the Cabinet to take full responsibility to make policies in an integrated way to address the various deficiencies before, during, and after a disaster is a critical step for the territory to be sufficiently prepared to respond to a disaster, since disaster response begins with preparedness. From a financial standpoint, the territory learned the importance of investing in financial instruments, which pay dividends in the face of a disaster the hard way. So we've learned some hard lessons, but learned we have. And the decision to sign up to CRIF which the last administration signed up with CRIF, the Caribbean Catastrophe Risk Insurance Facility, was only taken after being hit by Irma and Maria. Though this facility was available to decision makers long before the disaster. But because we did not have a disaster like that before, we didn't sign up. And that agency would have afforded us a couple millions of dollars. I have to say it in the memo of thought. Millions of dollars to our disposal right after the disaster. But I must state that since then, being signed up, when this government took office, we did go to Nicaragua and finish signing up with a couple of things with CDEMA and other areas officially. And we have increased the amount of CRIF in a few areas, and also included areas such as earthquakes in terms of increasing, not include, but increase the amount for earthquakes. That was an automatic 5 million. We increased it to 15 million with the CRIF insurance, and lately we have got an unprecedented increase of over $53 million in coverage in case of earthquakes, and about even the same for hurricanes. And that day I thank the Ministry of Finance, because those were negotiations going on for months. But one of these days I'll tell the territory more about that. So this was a significant area where we were exposed to relevant information about the threat of disasters could have propelled the policy decision to ensure better financial preparedness was implemented. And the metric system used for CRIF is mutually aligned to us here in the BVI. It are working well with us getting the money. Because, Irma, we wouldn't have to be doing what we're doing here now, where the complex only get $11 million, this only got that. We would have had a couple $1 million well had we signed up before. This is also an area where the Deputy Governor would be powerless to implement policy to ensure enhanced financial preparedness, because you still have to come back to the Minister of Finance. CDEMA, the Caribbean Disaster Emergency Management Agency, we thank them so much, regularly reports to the Conference of CARICOM Heads of Government, attended by the Premier, providing updates and seeking support for regional policy directives. And also, we have ECLAC that help us. And that is also a section of the United Nations, of which right now, as Premier, we are the deputy serving deputy to St. Vincent and the Grenadines, but we're also deputy with Cuba and I think it's Dominica. So that's the level that the BVI attains as we speak right now. The regional agency has proven to be a vital artery of the regions and the territory's response and recovery following the storms of 2017, which is CDEMA. It is critical that the decision-making arm of government be better informed, developing a more intimate understanding of the threats to the survival and well-being of the people of the territory, but this territory, particularly as the impacts of climate change, evidenced with increased frequency of catastrophic events, continue to show up in our daily reality. As a matter of fact, I will tell this territory that we could have gotten more aid from before. But given that the powers to be wanted to come in as a knight in shining armor, those aid that we could have gotten from our Caribbean brothers and sisters and within the region, even coming as far down as Venezuela, because it was coming from those areas. Some hiccups were found along the way, but you'll never get it proven, except to know that we never were able to receive them. But Mr. Speaker, that's another story. But being now, Mr. Speaker, that we have strengthened now and recommitted our support to regional institutions and international institutions, we have been able to forge some very, very credible, valid, reliable, and crucial relationships, especially in terms of disasters, through the Premier seat. another reason that disaster management will be able to function even better under the local government. The disaster of COVID-19, Mr. Speaker, is an ongoing disaster that has been managed by the elected BVI government, especially the Minister of Health and his team, and has been managed by the territorial government today. Since the inception of the pandemic in March 11th, when it was declared 2020, the powers of the governor to declare a period of public emergency have not been invoked. This tells us that we could run our own affairs. The reason it was not invoked is because they were not allowed to go down the road of calling level 1 HEOC, level 3, and then they were going to ratchet it up to level 5, which meant that there was a national emergency, which means that COVID-19, had we not fought back for the people of these Virgin Islands, would have been in a state of emergency all now, based on letters, based on one man's analysis of it, is what we were fighting off. HEOC level 1 was already called. I attended the meeting. I mean, NEOC. Thank you, NEOC. But when we realized that once we reached a certain level, the state of emergency on call, and then they were trying to use the same act, and then we would have been there with our hands on the side, couldn't decide what measures would have been put in for COVID. We don't know how this territory will be right now, because we would not have been nowhere making any decisions. We have proven that we can govern our territory. Yes, we have areas to improve, but I know we have flaws still working on to strengthen it, COVID-19, but we have done well, and I commend all the health officials, all the same entities that have been in the NEOC is who we are using for the HEOC, the health one. And had that state of emergency been allowed to be called, and those powers remain allowed to come forward, it would be a different story than what people say right now. So, we have to understand that those powers for the governor still remain intact. In the event that circumstances arise for them to be exercised, albeit that there are no signs that such circumstances are foreseeable at this time. Praise be to God. Without God, we couldn't do it. Your elected government is managing this disaster under the very same Virgin Islands Constitution Order 2007, with the Public Health Act, the Infectious Disease Act 2013, the Quarantine Act 2014. These supporting legislations enable the Minister of Health, Honorable Kevin Malone, and his Chief Medical Officer, Dr. Irad Potter, and now acting in terms of our CMO, Dr. Georges, to implement the strategies necessary for mitigating the spread of the coronavirus and COVID-19 with the help of the Permanent Secretary and other members of the HEOC, for implementing orders and regulations to address the public health threats, and even to introduce measures that impact on the movement of persons. Therefore, if you are looking for an example of a disaster situation that is managed from preparedness and mitigation to response by the territorial government, and which does not invoke the role of the governor to declare a state of emergency, COVID-19 is that example. And this goes to show that not every disaster requires us to reach for those state of emergency provisions. Case in point, what I like about the Lord is that I just say he's a poet. Just in case we are arguing we can't handle a disaster. So the onus is on us to build our resilience. Mr. Speaker, the several disasters that we in the BVI have faced have invoked reminders that our resilience is in our hands. We cannot expect anyone else to do it for us. We are constantly reminded that this is our responsibility. When the time comes to spend the money, we're told, especially with COVID-19, use what you have. But when the time comes that the money is found, well, then we will be in charge. It can't be both ways. You can't be in the river and still on the bank. When we reflect on Hurricane Irma in 2017, we saw that it took some time for UK to help to arrive. And as I said, there was some other help that would have been here before. And with time, I would develop that because I would be able to prove to the people of the Virgin Islands there were help that was here, could have been here before. And yes, admittedly, the UK did provide assistance, and we thank them immensely, especially maintaining law and order, which goes hand in hand with the declaration of a state of emergency by the governor. The UK also provided assistance with restoring electricity and water supplies and a few other areas. There were help. So don't ever leave this house saying that I said the UK wasn't a help. There were help. But tell me, that's part of the responsibility under the state of emergency? But we thank them. But and I remember this, the member for the 4th District told us on a prior occasion, request to the UK for financial assistance to support those whose homes were without roofs and for social support were declined. We were instead presented with an offer for a loan guarantee, not loans, loan guarantee, with conditions that still are not conducive to the people of the Virgin Islands, and we're still negotiating them, although they're saying that they don't see nothing wrong with it. Well, of course you can't see anything wrong with it. You're the one who wrote it and said that we wrote it. But you got some of the operatives that you had inside of us to write it and say it was, were really you. But the loan guarantee was linked to the very onerous conditions of the high-level framework for BVI hurricane relief and the protocols for effective financial management. And they're selling this to the people that we don't want to sign it because they're called for us to be accountable. No. There's a lot of other variables inside there. We're not going to compromise the accountability, integrity of being accountable for monies, especially taxpayers' monies. And there's no money you're getting from them. I don't know if people are understanding this. All they're saying is that, look, we give you a loan guarantee. These are the conditions. You have to come through us so that we could try to help you get a loan for about 3%. But you're going to pay for it. You're going to do any kind of financing dealing with it. You're going to pay for it. We want to negotiate it. You're going to pay for it. And while you're at it, we're going to control the money. And while you're at it, don't worry about anything. It'll be like you don't exist as a government. And when you see these things happening, always bear in mind that you're going to have a lot of foreign persons coming in and do those projects. That's why when the Premier fought very hard with his government members, and I thank them in cabinet and otherwise, to have them to increase those ceilings, the CDB and other places, and to have our local contractors to be given a chance now. So we cannot dictate who's going to get a contract with the RDA in some of these areas. We cannot, as a government, say who's going to get them. They're out for tender. And there are persons who have more than one of them. And persons tell me, oh, we're giving persons that don't support your government contracts. I tell them, listen to me. You have a loan that is out there, and the condition was one not favorable for our local people to get it. Stop polarizing everything as politics and just say, thank God that somebody in the country was able to win the bid so that the money could circulate. Because we cannot dictate who's going to get them, but we can fight, which we did, the policies to make sure somebody in the territory gets them. And when the fair process is done, whoever gets it, so be it. But now the monies can circulate in our economy, and we as a government are proud that we fought so that our people here in this territory can be the ones bidding and winning those contracts. So, Mr. Speaker, another condition was the Recovery and Development Act, which we went through already with the RDA. These conditions we continue to point out place limitation on what we could borrow to accelerate the pace of our recovery. As a matter of fact, we filed a petition already with the UK about this protocols and asking about certain areas of it to be relaxed, knowing that we have to borrow eventually. You have to relax those areas. And they said they want a plan to show how long we want to relax it. No, relax it. Relax it, because no matter what time we show them, wouldn't have been enough. Certain things in that document has to be relaxed in this COVID-19 era. They themselves can't abide by it. It is very difficult for me to be out in the middle of the ocean where I can't see any land or sea and up you come with a boat and a life raft in one hand and an anchor in the next, and tell me you come to save me, but throw me the anchor and tell me, float, my brother, and get on in. We've been throwing an anchor while they have the life raft in the other hand. So we negotiating not to get a life raft, we negotiating to get on a boat. So the conditions we continue to point place limitation on what we could borrow to accelerate the pace of our recovery. And the question is, should we really be borrowing to do recovery, or borrowing to create a new industry that would bring in revenue to help us do the recovery? This is another area that we put to the table. Borrowing money to continually to fix everything that doesn't bring in revenue sounds good, but what money are you bringing in? Help us now to get real money, or at least lose us, because we are doing it all the time, because without the protocols, the territory could have borrowed money. The UK always had to sanction it. So putting in the protocols because you could get a special rate, but adding some conditions in it, you're doing is tightening the loose. Of course, the guarantee has not yet materialized more than 1 year after your government submitted a revised recovery and development plan to the UK. As a matter of fact, during the budget, we learned that not only that they didn't agree with the revised, but they're pulling out their funding from the RDA come, I think, in March or April. So the recovery projects undertaken so far have basically been with funding from BVI taxpayers and some donations. So the technicality we learned in the budget process is that the reason that they pulled out their funding, and this is what was told to us, if not so they'll come forward and say, is that they did the recovery development plan was one that was done from them to the RDA. And with the government, not the government, you know, but the RDA, but it's well understood to be the government. But the revised development plan was not what they agreed with initially. So the funding for RDA, they're pulling out, because that wasn't part of the agreement. So they could read their agreement and pull out as they see fit. But when we asked to look at the protocols for effective financial management and have force majeure applied, they're telling us, bring a plan, they're telling us that this can't happen. How can you claim freedom from Brexit, but we can't claim freedom from certain documents with you? Mr. Speaker, the recovery projects undertaken so far have basically been with funding from BVI taxpayers, as I said, and some donation. And the UK are putting some funding lately dealing with the police station. Come forward to COVID-19, your government reaches out to the UK for financial support to provide relief to Virgin Islanders who were displaced from their jobs and businesses that were hit hard by the pandemic. The response was the UK funds are for UK taxpayers, and Virgin Islanders must use their own money, even the rainy day savings, to handle their COVID-19 relief. That's what we were told. So we had to move some things around, and we got a grant from the BVI Social Security Board to fund our economic relief and stimulus for BVI people and businesses. Brexit is now in effect. The UK has negotiated a deal for itself with the EU. Many of the terms of the deal do not apply to us in the overseas territories, as I said earlier, and certain EU funding for development projects will no longer be available to us, as I stated earlier. The UK is saying that we have to find a balance between BVI funding and UK funding to bridge those losses. How and where the BVI will find those funds is our problem. We saw where the UK has taken policy decisions that are a danger to our financial services industry. And I saw an article where the governor released over the holidays, which I was dismayed, saying that we agreed to the publicly accessible registers and did not put in under certain conditions. You see the misleading statements? And these are the areas that I can't understand why the current acting governor was disrespected. There's an acting governor in position, but yet a governor who is aware releasing a statement as the governor. And I am saying, how could you have two governors in place at the same time? If you're going to release a statement, release it through the acting governor, and not you releasing one from up there as governor, and then have one down here as governor. And nobody sees a problem with these things once it's that entity. and then release things in it that when I read them are not what this government stated and doing, but this is what they want the people to believe. This is why, Mr. Speaker, I said that some of the agendas, or most of the agendas, if not all, are not mutually aligned. Again, how we cope with those losses to our economic driver is our problem to deal with. How we cope with the losses with the cannabis is our problem, but they're going ahead, projecting $1.4 billion within 2025 or 20, somewhere up there, from their cannabis. But down here, they're telling us, go speak with the foreign secretary for the bill. And since then, the United Nations has released their new findings, so to speak, and it has concluded, not they concluded, but their finding has clearly showed that the BVI was proactive with what they have done because they were within boundaries of what the United Nations is doing. And still, they didn't assent to it, trying to lynch us economically. That's what it is, and claiming helping. Yet still the protocols for effective financial management is dangling over our heads like an axe. But they're gone out of Brexit. And we, because we are a small island nation, need to shut our mouth and not worry about negotiating these protocols and getting out from some of the conditions under them, because it is not in our best interest as a territory financially if we're moving forward. It's not in our best interest. It has nothing to do with lack of transparency, it has nothing to do with accountability. The terms and conditions are not in our best interest. Mr. Speaker, when I read these things, I usually come in the house and I just say them sometimes and leave them. Yet still, Mr. Speaker, the UK is dictating areas that we must prioritize money for, areas retained under the governor. They demand that those areas and projects under their subjects must be funded. And this leaves us in a bind to finance the projects and subjects under the local territorial government. Then we are rebuked for not performing in our subjects. Lately, I've seen a thing come up, Mr. Speaker, that anything under the governor's office, they come through a back doorway and tell you this is what they're doing, find the funding. They don't care whether they have fund for the schools. They don't care whether they have the fund for the seniors. But this is what they want. A lot of things happening in the backlight when persons tell me what is my problem. I'm going to tell you some of them. And when I stand up in a respectful way, which I just write my letters, they say, well, the BVI is active in nefarious behaviors and all kind of throwing up tangents and things. But you continue to act outside of my rights as a territory in the Constitution. Maybe you got away with it for years, but the time has come where our eyes are open, and with God's help, all we're saying is that treat us justly, not even fairly, justly, because what is ours give to us. Because fairly would be that everybody in the house get 10 mangoes. Just is that I only have 2 children, give me my 3 mangoes for the 2 for the children of mine. I just want you to treat me justly. And it irks me, I have to say like Ms. P used to say, it irks me when people speak to me, and not bragging, as if they alone went to university and you went to Magna School. Wherever that is, because I heard old people with that Magna School. I guess it was school what used to happen when it were weekends. So they demand in the Brexit deal that those areas and projects, or they demand now that those areas and projects must be funded. We are even seeing where when we come up with solutions for generating revenue, these are being tied up in red tape like the cannabis. Sometimes we are even being led to question what authority we as legislators have in making the laws of our territory to support our economic survival and growth. I said to this point, Mr. Speaker, that we need to look after ourselves as a territory. We have been doing it for generations. But at present, we are seeing that we cannot depend on help from anyone else. We have to take charge of securing our BVI. We have taken charge of COVID. Yes, we have areas to improve, but we have done well, and we can take charge of DDM. So where we are exposed to the risk of disasters, where we are responsible for funding our preparedness, mitigation, and recovery, where we are aspiring to self-determination. It is up to us to make sure that our business is top priority, at least on the BVI's agenda. And let me be clear. Self-determination is not an overnight affair. It is a journey made up of many steps that have to be taken one at a time. And I need to make that clear, because there are those who are trying to frighten the people of the world. When Ford says self-determination, he wants to go independent because he don't want nobody to tell him what to do. Nonsense. And he wants to do it before the next election. Well, that would be a thing if we get through before then. That would be record time. This is a journey. It ain't impossible. But it's a journey. We have a lot of institutions to put in place, but we get in there. And for a small island state, we continue to do well. I have a lot of Caribbean brothers and sisters working different places tell me that it's check us to see what we're doing in the BVI with COVID, to know how to adjust themselves. But when you listen to the powers to be here, it sounds like you're never doing anything right, because they play with your minds. They play with your mind if you're not strong, to make you think that you're never good. It's an old colonialistic trick that is going on all now. And they're trying to do it with DDM, because we have some of our own telling you why it has to stay under the governor. Yet we funding every single thing. Yet we paying every single salary. Yet we passing every single law. But the only thing that we saying that since it is a policy decision and we're doing all these things, come home with the local government. And this self-determination is a journey made of many steps that have to be taken one at a time. DDM today is one of them. Archives and records keeping is another one of them. As we move on, there'll be other steps that we have to take. The integrity in public life, we will bring this as a government, that's another one of them. Strengthening our institutions, that's another one of them. We're going to be doing those things. And we don't need them to interfere when we're doing them. Give your input. But all of us could Google, research, check, and stop in the 21st century with some of the behaviors some of them are displaying that are over us, as if they think that this is a modern-day slavery, but the PR could make you feel that it isn't that. It's just that you're not doing what you're supposed to do. But that is the way it was in the past. That's why they were enslaved. So, Mr. Speaker, there's a lot of work to be done, but by doing the work and doing it well, the results will come. And it is a process whereby we have to prepare ourselves and be productive in driving the transition to bring our institutions one by one, as I said, under the administration of the people of this territory. Mr. Speaker, it is one of my mantras that we must always look and see what is in our hands, and we must use it to advance our cause, just as was the approach of our forefathers. Mr. Speaker, our current constitution and the other supporting laws place a lot in our hands. But in order for us to recognize these things, we have to take the time to educate ourselves on these subjects. That's why the Minister of Education has some programs coming up to help our young people, especially young males, so to make sure that they understand that, look, gentlemen, stop looking at excuses. We want to help you. We want you to get to that next level. If things are not being tailored accordingly, let's adjust it. I'm asking parents of this territory, stop keeping the girl children home, saying they might get pregnant. So you keep bagging them up home, and they're studying and they're coming to do great things, and then you leave the boy go out, and then the boy go out, he go all about. You don't ask him where he's going. You don't ask him how they're getting or what their possessions. And then when you look, they drop out of school, and we wondering how come so many women taking over positions. It is us as parents falling short with these things. And while we're doing that, those who are over us in those entities are recognizing the ignorance that some of us are doing some. And that is why the road towards self-determination continues to get delays, because we're not letting our people know enough as parents, not just as a government, as parents, that you have to move towards educating yourself at all times. Imagine that there are persons still in this day and age, if they meet a young man excelling, his other young peers want to tease him. In this day and age, And then when the time comes and we see other people come into our country becoming millionaires, and we here can't become any because we in the crab in the barrel mentality. Anyone else try to make it up, we pull the other one down, especially if they're in the same political party. And making up bones about it, Mr. Speaker, I plug this plug in. I don't victimize a soul. And I thank everyone for anything they do for the BVI. But at the same time, too, we have a younger generation coming up. And all of us, even to myself, when the time comes, have to do what we used to hear in the old-time story. Roll over, move over, so that the new could come in. And if you're wise, you will do it in such a way where they'll respect you and you'll be there to mentor them. We as a people have to wake up. We cannot continue in the mindset that some of us are in, living lucky, happy, pretending like we're not in the middle of a war. Today in the Attorney General office, there's one attorney. That's a male. All the rest is female. No problem with that. I want women to continue to excel. But we're going to make a target on our males, because they have to understand there's more to life than just getting money to buy a bike. There's more to life, not going negative on it, hear me well, because some of them now don't fly off. There's more to life. I didn't say that's not life. There's more to life than just fighting a foul. And while I don't get into whether I like or dislike for foul fight, all I'm telling them, there's more to life. Because while you are doing these things, and while you're not making sure that we push our children towards education, there are those who invade in us and forcing laws on us so that by the time they get through, if we don't wake up, we will never get the BVI to move forward. I know what I'm telling you. I'm in the seat. I'm seeing it all the time. I understand what some of them are up to. I don't know more than anybody else, but I understand. And I'm pleading on all people to read the Constitution, read more. I sure if we do a survey and ask persons with young children, I used to read to my daughters when they were young, how many people read to their children and get them into reading? As a matter of fact, we're so lazy now, most of us, that we don't even read. We put on the audio for the Bible and they read to us. Because we ain't got time to read it. Nothing wrong with the audio, because sometimes you need to hear it. But they got those who don't read it at all. They just need the audio, continue to speak to them. And they don't even play it back to find out if they had understand what they said to. They just let it play out. Now it has its role, don't get me wrong. But we cannot reach to the point that we're not reading and educating ourselves and making sure who we hang out with, that we could come out forward thinking. It's important. This is nothing but VIP and NDP. This is something I plead on our territory. Because it starts with parents. And don't tell me, parents, you didn't get a good education, you can't read or write as an excuse. Once you want to find a help for your child, you will find it. Don't blame the government. I don't care what government it is in place. Once you really want the help for your child, don't get me wrong, government has certain things they have to do. Don't misunderstand what I'm saying. But you will find it. Because if not, the fights that we are in, years from now, 20, 30 years, rather than us having to solve them now, we'll still be battling them down there, which are delays to get to our destiny. If you don't understand what I'm saying, what delays does? Moses was delayed 40 years, a generation. Because those who went out didn't read the right signs. Only 2 didn't. Let's not miss the promised land here. So the Constitution, our laws, and our institutions are vehicles for advancing the BVI self-determination. But if they are the vehicles, we have to learn how to drive them. And when you're doing a vehicle, you get the manual, read the manual. We have the capable and talented human resources to govern ourselves, but we have to step up to the plate with confidence in ourselves. Have our boys aspiring to do what our young ladies are doing, and I give them credit to get their bachelors, their masters, their PhDs. Come on, parents, we could do it. And to those mayors that are doing it, I congratulate you. And I'm not saying that if they don't get their doctorates, they're not somebody. But aspire them now to go to technical school, become a mason, a contractor. Whatever their talent is, push. Don't just sit down there and say, well, he ain't going nowhere. The BVI is a place. If your last name ain't this, you can't get nowhere. Who would ever think a man with a last name named Foy would have been in politics? Whoever think a fellow with a last name of Tom would be in politics? Whoever think a fellow with a last name of Roymer would ever be in politics? Whoever think Smith would have been in politics? Huh? It's because of the education the people invested in, or people, or parents, and know where we are. Even if we have difference of opinion, we're fighting ahead for what's best for the future. We need you. This country needs you. And that's why you have to wake up and see what is happening. We have to wake up and see the modern form of colonialism and slavery that is trying to creep under the carpet, and undercover racism that is trying to creep into the carpet. And I know that I've lost some fans here today, Mr. Speaker. But one thing I have not lost is my principle. Because where we wrong, we wrong. I came in here, we wrong with the bikes, I taxed the silence, everybody glad with that, but with some. But I'm sure when I done here today, the other side, I'm saying, well, what is he saying? Why is he promoting these things? I'm not promoting them, they're happening. And nobody wants to tackle them because they're afraid. When I went to tackle this DDM bill to bring it under the local authority, the number of persons that come to us in the street, the amount of people were telling me, put this thing down because you're going to get the UK vexed at you. You're going to get this, they're going to do this to you, Foy, and by the time they're done, nobody will be on your side, on my side. When you're fighting for what is right for present and future generations, the Lord will make sure that He have people on your side. I want these things for all people. And no one could show me any credible legal evidence why it is under the governor. It is not a constitutional matter that has been cleared by lawyers. It is a policy matter that has been cleared by lawyers. And if you don't want to assent to it, again, that will tell me that once the country doesn't run how one man wants it, then it is not going to run. In the 21st century, so disaster management is important for securing our economy, and our economy secures our future. We cannot entrust our future to anyone else because our future is a top priority only to us. Only us as Virgin Islanders will put Virgin Islanders first. The disaster management bill before us gives the people of the Virgin Islands hands-on control over this aspect of our resilience. We see this through the lens of the Virgin Islander. You know the beauty of seeing through the lens of a parent? That when the child is wrong, because you're a caring parent, godparent, or anybody adopted parent, once you're a parent and a child goes wrong and does something that you don't like, you feel like you'll hold them by the neck and choke them to death. But you know what stops you? Your love for the same child. If the UK loves us, like they're saying, even when we go wrong, they won't hold us by the neck and choke us. They will say, yes, but on your road towards self-determination, let me help you some more to guide you. Not put measures in place and fight us when we're trying to put policies in place to govern our own affairs, and put them in place to slow us down or stop us. That's not love from a parent. And we pray that that kind of love is not there when this bill is going to be assented to. So disaster management bill before us today gives the people of the Virgin Islands a hands-on control over this aspect of our resilience. It complements the principles that are contained in the Constitution, as I said, and framed in the preamble. This transition today, this bill, as we make the amendments to the bill, to put it under local government, this transition in the administration of disaster management in the BVI is long overdue. So are many other things, like the archives and many other areas that we're going to be tackling while helping the economy. Many things long overdue. And even tackling this assent into bills that have not violated any legal aspect or any convention, but because they don't want us in that area, but don't want to say that. Those must be tackled too. Because the longer you stop our economy from moving forward, you're hoping that the people turn on the local government saying that the economy is not moving, when everything we pass to get the economy going is either immensely delayed or not assented to. That's tantamount to moving towards trying to unseat a sitting government. And that has to be looked into. So today, on this issue of the Department of Disaster Management moving over through the act by the legislation to the local government, is one task that must be completed, one of many tasks. And anyone who passes this bill today, or when the committee stage is finished, and say yeah to the amendments that will be made to put it under local government with all the checks and balances in place, and say yeah to it, will be saying, yes, I am one standing up for what is right for future generations. Mr. Speaker, I thank you.
I thank you. Is there a second? I recognize the representative for the 3rd District and senior member of the House, the Honorable Julian Fraser. Okay, I don't think we're hearing. Senior member, if you could start from the beginning.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion. Mr. Speaker, I ended 2020 talking about these mics, and I come here first thing 2021, and the mic stick it to me. Mr. Speaker, I like to preface my contribution with something that I think is of importance. Mr. Speaker, some time ago I came in this House recently, and I said that according to the Premier, his government is 22 months old. I said that I have gotten more successes out of this government as a district representative over those 22 months than I had gotten from the past government of 8 years. And Mr. Speaker, it's funny because shortly thereafter I got a message from someone asking me to give them a list of the things that the district has gotten from this government in the last 2 years. So I started out by saying, Mr. Speaker, I started out by saying, that in no uncertain terms, am I in any way promoting the Virgin Islands Party, the VIP government, or is in any way supporting the government? I have nothing to gain by doing that. I'm just being honest about what I'm talking about. So I started, and I told them, I said, listen, you know the Secaucus-Chalwell Road? That first section that everyone could see, that concrete trucks were dumping concrete on for years. And no matter how I tried to get that fixed, I couldn't get it fixed. The words were good, the promises were good, we made site visits, we did all kinds of things, but it never happened. I don't know if it's because my good friends from the VIP who ran at large clean up in the 3rd District, and because the Premier passed there every day to go home and come back, he noticed it. I know it had nothing to do with me, but it happened that people of the 3rd District benefits, and all the territory was able to benefit by being able to drive on that section of road. And then I said, that same Secaucus-Chalwell Road, a huge section of it was compromised after Cable and Wireless decided to bury cables in it. And the road starts shifting towards the cliff. It's been in a dangerous, perilous section of road for quite some time, and that was fixed. I said that the third was the Hannah Hill Road that has been in a state of disrepair for quite some time. When we tried to asphalt it because it was the most convenient way to do it for the residents, you could asphalt the road and drive on it the same day, same time. But if you try to concrete it, it takes days. And in my case, it recently took over a month to get it concrete. But we got it done in concrete, Mr. Speaker. Then there's a wall being built right now in Palestina. I could say this because, you know, if they choose to pull the plug on me, they can go ahead and do it. As they can see, I'm still standing. It ain't me you're hurting the people. But I will say it because it's so. They're building a wall in Palestina right now that has been, you know, like being asked for quite some time. We're getting it now. Up in Albion, Mr. Speaker, the gut in Albion, this same DDM that we're talking about, under their contact with the CDB, they got funding to put in silt traps in 2 sections of the gut. And the Secaucus Community Center, a drainage issue has just been addressed with the same DDM. These are projects that we've been able to get done within the last 2 years. Mr. Speaker, not to mention, there's some major works to commence in short order on the community center, Mr. Speaker. And it's not a small project, it's a major project. But Mr. Speaker, more could have been done. And this is something that we need to seriously consider as a legislature, Mr. Speaker. Funding has been placed in the budget year upon year and not spent. As a matter of fact, I was just having a conversation with the Attorney General, who has been talking about her office before budget, what she wanted to do and what she wanted to accomplish. So I just asked her if she was successful in getting budgetary provision made for her office. She told me yes. And I said to her, how do we guard against you coming back here next budgetary period with all that money sitting in the budget and nothing was done? She assured me that she is working assiduously to make sure that this doesn't happen. I said that to say this, Mr. Speaker. All too often, this is the case. It's not a lack of funding. It's a lack of the ability to execute. And I think it is time that we add a new committee in the House of Assembly, a PAAC, Public Accounting Appropriations Committee. Unlike the PAC, the PAC, Mr. Speaker, the PAC which looks at things posthumously, the PAAC will act recurrently as the budget is being spent, as the monies are being spent, to make sure that government departments are working with the budget and making sure that they're doing what they said they're going to do, and they're doing what the government budget them for to do. And that is something that we need to have in our arsenal yesterday. I would hate for us to come back in 2021 with our budget exercise and the monies that are in the budget are not executed. We had the Minister for Works convey me out on this, because he know that we had projects that were supposed to be executed before the end of 2020, and because of short staff or something to that effect, it didn't happen. With the PAAC in place, Mr. Speaker, that would be so highlighted. The fire would be so close to the person's feet that they wouldn't want it to happen, so they'll get the projects out. So we need to do more in order to make these things happen. And while I was on the case with the Attorney General, Mr. Premier, he said there's only one young man in the Attorney General's office. And there's nothing against the ladies, as you said. But the ladies doesn't have to advance at the expense of the male, because she would tell you she only has 7 lawyers with 23 posts. So you go figure how many posts are vacant. We got room for those men. She got room for those men if they would come forward. We have an issue. And I notice every time you talk about the behavior of our male, you're apologizing. But I guess you know why you're doing that. You don't need to apologize, Mr. Premier. It's something that is bothering all of us. It's a problem. We have to get it fixed. And when you say it, it's a whole lot different from when I or anyone else say it, because you're the Premier. You need to say it. If they're being distracted with these bikes, let them know what you just said about the parents keeping the girls at home and letting the boys go out. Yeah, I used to be a boy at one time. It's funny because if your parents won't let you out, you'll sneak out. But look where it gets you. It gets you nowhere. You know, I might be an exception. That really, I mean, look around, look for your colleagues. Where are the kids that you went to school with? Where are they? We've got a situation in this territory, Mr. Speaker, that scares the living daylight out of me. Where are we going? Where are the generations, I wouldn't say my generations, but the generation after myself and those thereafter, where are they going? What's the future for them? What's it going to be? Those are problems. If I had 2 acres of land, Mr. Speaker, I would try to build a house on one. I don't know if my child is going to build a house on the other acre. Forget about my child. You're not going to live here. You're not going to build a house on the other acre. I see Social Security is building some homes, and they say that families need to be with $150,000 income in order to get one unit. But you know what's going to happen, Mr. Speaker? I know you know, but I'll tell you anyway. What's going to happen with those homes is the people with money is going to buy them. They're going to find a way to get them. You're going to tell me whatever you want, or you can't get them based on who you are, but I know that they know how they're going to get them. They've got ways to get them, Mr. Speaker. Or, if the people who buy them legitimately, with the intent to live in them, the first time they go there to live, and they hear a motorbike pull up and park under the stair in the apartment next to theirs. Or they hear a rooster crowing on the terrace next to them. They're gone, and they're going to rent it out. They become landlords. I know what I'm saying, Mr. Speaker. I know what I'm saying. If you invest millions of dollars to build your residence, and the next thing you do, you see smoke rising out of the air. You don't want to live there anymore. Or you hear a truck drooting. You don't want to live there anymore, Mr. Speaker. And if you have options, you're going to move. So much less a person who spend $150,000 for a unit and got millions at their disposal. They're not going to stay there. So what do you think is going to happen? We got our work cut out for us. Burying our heads in the sand is not going to make this country any better. We need to talk about these things. We do. I was talking to my wife the other day, or she was talking to me. I don't know if I was listening, I was hearing. And she was telling me about who has moved to the States. And I'm like, really? They gone to the States? But I said, that person's in their 70s. How they gone to the States? Well, this one is there, that one is there. Daughter, the son, the other one is there. So where is the person going to be here? They're all gone. These are people who you don't expect to be moving at this time. And I'm going to talk about this, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to talk about this. This all has to do with disaster.
Okay, I'm just wondering.
The whole thing has to do with disaster. What am I talking about, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, do you know that this territory, when the Premier was giving out disaster relief, stimulus, 90.9% of the people who got the stimulus were our people, local people. Well, 90%. You want to say 80? Give me a percentage. Whatever it is, it's high. It was the highest percentage among the recipients, 80%. As soon as the work start up, there's some work start up, 100% of the people on the job site were people from outside the territory. So, Mr. Speaker, what does it tell you? Where are our people? We don't have a single person out there doing anything in terms of building. Tradesmen. Back in the day, Mr. Speaker, when I was coming up, the people who were tradesmen were all local people. They went to trade school, not school, but they went to Mr. Roach, or they went on Roosevelt Smith construction and they learned a trade. So when you start building your little house, you could call one of your neighbors or friends to come build it. We don't have any tradespeople now, Mr. Speaker. So this is where the Premier comes into the picture. And don't say you're going to start telling them to go to the technical school in Bargos Bay. Don't tell me that's what you're going to do, because they're not going. If you look at people who go into the technical school, it's people who came into the territory. They came with a plan that's to advance, better themselves. And they will go to the technical school. Our people are not going. We have to find a way to get our people interested in these things. And it's a national security matter. It is a national security matter. Mr. Speaker, the disaster management bill, which was passed in 2003. Mr. Speaker, I'm almost certain, Mr. Speaker, of the time that it was passed. And if it is the time that it was passed, I am one of 2 people that are alive from the 4-member executive council that passed that bill, or that generated it through the executive council, passed it through the executive council, and moved it on to the House of Assembly, or at the time Legislative Council. So I know, Mr. Speaker, about it. I know when this disaster preparedness agency was formed. Mr. Speaker, at the time that that agency was formed, it was basically an idea. It was basically an idea and nothing more than an idea. It produced nothing. It was all philosophy in the head. I can remember the deputy governor at the time, Elton Georges, coming to the executive council with the reports from SEDEMA. And as the premier later on became a member of the executive council, he would have seen the same thing too. That's when the executive council became a five-member group. It was nothing but an idea. And Elton would come there from time to time with his reports. And we're like, you know, we are ministers with portfolios of departments that are actually producing things, doing things, with staff doing things. And you coming with these reports, reading us, telling us about SEDEMA. SEDEMA to me at the time was just, it was, you know, like when you were a kid and you look at the Sears catalog. That's all it was. I'm not interested in what's in the catalog, but yeah, I'm going to look at it anyway. So I've been preaching for quite some time. If you play the tapes, Mr. Speaker, you would notice what my position was on disaster preparedness over the last few years. I've advocated it, that it should be under a minister. I've advocated that in the last several years. So if you come and you see someone doing something that you believe should happen, you should have no compunction about supporting it, Mr. Speaker. Because it's something that came to fruition, and you're happy to see it happen. Disaster management to me, Mr. Speaker, I'll tell you what it's like to me, since I was there when it was formed. And I'm here now as it's going through that transformation. It's like the girl, Mr. Speaker, that you didn't pay attention to when she was in primary school. She had a bull plait in. She was natural. You paid no attention to her. She came to high school, now she's wearing face powder and hair, makeup, and all that, and there she is. That's what this came to me like. I had no interest in it back then in 2013, but now it has gotten to that point where it should be in its rightful place under a minister. Mr. Speaker, one of the most disturbing feeling I got within the last 5 years, 2017 to be exact. It was one of the most disturbing feelings that I got in this territory as a leader. After Hurricane Irma, they established the National Emergency Operation Center. And at the fulcrum was disaster management. And every day, I think it was, Minister, member for the Fourth, you could tell me, every day you were there every day, they would meet down at the hospital in EOC. So they probably had met about, how long was it, Mitch? 2 weeks before we got there? For about 2 weeks. And I stumbled upon the meeting one day. I got in there late and everything. So when I finally found where it was down in the hospital, downstairs, wherever it was, and somebody pointed me out to it, and I opened the door and I looked, there was this big, long table in this little room. And down at the very head of the table, in that little room, sat the governor. He sat at the head of the table, and next to him was the premier. The premier wasn't at the head of the table, he was next to him, the next person up. And all the ministers and a bunch of people around the table. So they invite me in, and I sat down and all the rest of it. And I got what was really a shock. The governor had gotten to the territory maybe how long before this happened? Huh? 3 weeks? 13 days? 13. 1-3. So he definitely didn't know where Stubu Rock is. Stubu Rock, the place in Sikal, but down Stubu. He don't know where Cherry Gut is, he don't know where Payson is or anything like that. But yet my premier and all the ministers would allow him to be calling the shots as to where going, who going, what, and all that stuff in our territory. And they were all right with it. It seemed like they were all right with it. So I'm sitting there because, I got there late. I didn't know what's going on the days before, and something came up, and I asked a question. And he, the governor said, we're not going over anything that we've done before. Who tell him said that? I was going for him because I had nothing to lose, Mr. Speaker. I was going for him, but Ronnie Skelton was sitting next to me. He like Ronnie big. And if he gave you an elbow, I had to respect his elbow because he's saying to me, without saying it, hey, listen, we've been putting up with this. You just come. We got a plan for it or something to that effect. That's what that said to me. And I didn't want to make things bad for everybody else, so I just sat there. But I haven't forgotten it, Mr. Speaker. I haven't forgotten that picture that I saw with my eyes. And one of the things that I really don't want to see happen is that disaster management under our ministry becomes politicized. I remember, I'm going to call her name, Charlene Dabrio, phenomenally good at what she did as the director for disaster management. Phenomenally good. She would give the reports and all the rest of it. And it came to the point where they were talking about assistance. Assistance is coming and it has to get to the different people, the people in the various districts and the territory. So I asked a question as to, how do you suppose you're going to get this assistance out to the people? And she said, she's the one who said, the plan is to get it out through the district representatives, get them involved. She said that. I don't know if that was the government's plan or what, but that's what she said. And I saw that as pure. I saw that as coming from the lips of a person who are apolitical. Has no affiliation whatsoever, side for what it's supposed to be, and as the Premier said earlier, had they not gotten the district representatives involved, it wouldn't have happened. And as time went on, Mr. Speaker, the responsibilities for managing and getting the stuff out to the people went back to the Premier's office, the Ministry of Finance. all the trucking and the cleanup and all that stuff, we started reporting to the Ministry of Finance. So as the Premier said, yes, it comes back down to the funding of these things. It's still going to come back to the Ministry of Finance, the funding. But I believe strongly, Mr. Speaker, if we have a government that is a failure and can't manage its affairs or the affairs of the territory properly, don't blame it on the system. Call it what it is. It's the government. Because one premier and his administration can't execute according to the plan, don't blame the plan, Mr. Speaker. So that is absolutely no reason for anyone to object or claim that this shouldn't happen. Mr. Speaker, the Premier he touched on certain areas in the Constitution, the pertinent areas regarding the whole, not the philosophy, but the appropriateness of this move, and how this particular agency never belonged where it was in the first place. It never belonged there. I want to go back to some of that, Mr. Speaker. Section 35 of the Constitution, the 2007 Constitution of the Virgin Islands, which is what we are being guided by right now, Mr. Speaker. And we have to do this, and you can never do it too much. You can't do it too much because you still have those people out there who has this notion. I mean, everybody's entitled to an opinion. Everyone is entitled to an opinion. But when it comes to facts, there's nothing you could do about facts, Mr. Speaker. A fact is a fact. There's no opinion there. It's not open to debate or anything to that fact, to that measure. Section 35 of the Constitution is about a governor. It said there shall be a governor of the Virgin Islands who shall be appointed by Her Majesty by commission under her signed manual and signet, and shall hold office during Her Majesty's pleasure. The governor shall have the powers, or such powers and duties as are conferred or imposed on him or her by his constitution, by this constitution, or any other law, and such other powers as Her Majesty may, from time to time, be pleased to assign to him or her. He shall have such powers and duties as are conferred or imposed on him or her by this Constitution or any other law. Evidently, the law that govern the Disaster Management Agency, which is the Disaster Management Act, as it is right now, Mr. Speaker, is laced with the word governor in it. So I presume that that's the law they're talking about, which conferred upon the governor this duty as disaster management. Rightfully, the Premier has brought the law back to this House of Assembly. I don't think it's being repealed. I think it's just being amended. It's being amended now, Mr. Speaker, to have the word governor removed wherever it is, and probably replace with minister. Is it minister? With minister. minister responsible for the subject. So, Her Majesty, Mr. Speaker, Her Majesty only makes one law for us. That's the Constitution, or any other imperial legislation that we may be guided by or governed by. This particular piece of legislation is not imperial, so it didn't come from Her Majesty, except for the fact that it was assented to by her. She is, of course, the head of the legislature, so she is the one who assented to it. But that's not what I'm talking about. That's not what this is talking about when it says the Constitution and any other law. That law that they're talking about is the law that we are now about to amend. Mr. Speaker, Section 40 of the Constitution exercise of the governor's functions under Section 40. 1. Subject to this section, the governor shall consult with the cabinet in exercise of all functions conferred on him or her by this Constitution or any other law for the time being in force in the Virgin Islands, except A, when acting under instructions given to him or her by Her Majesty through a Secretary of State. B, when exercising any function conferred on him or her by this Constitution or any such other law which is expressed to be exercisable by the governor in his or her discretion or in accordance with the advice of or after consultation with any person or authority other than the cabinet. Or C, in any case which in his or her opinion involves a matter for which he or she is responsible under Section 60, but in exercising his or her powers in relation to matters to which paragraph C applies, the governor shall consult with the premier. Mr. Speaker, the special responsibilities of the governor can be found under Section 60. And let's see if, as the Premier already pointed out, what we're talking about right now, we're not infringing upon any of his special responsibilities because this does not fall within his special responsibilities. Governor's special responsibility. The governor shall be responsible for the conduct subject to this Constitution and any other law of any business of the government of the Virgin Islands, including the administration of any department of government with respect to the following matters. A, external affairs subject to subsection 4. B, defense, including the armed forces. C, internal security, including the police, without prejudice to Section 57. D, the terms and conditions of services of persons holding or acting in public office, without prejudice to Section 92. And E, the administration of the courts. Nowhere there, Mr. Speaker, does this particular subject that we're talking about, is this particular subject being mentioned. But here, Mr. Speaker, under the same Section 60, subsection paragraph 3, it says, the governor acting in his or her discretion may, by direction in writing, delegate with the prior approval of a Secretary of State to the Premier or any other minister designated by the governor, or on the advice of the Premier, such responsibilities for matters of external affairs or internal security as the governor may think fit, upon such terms and conditions as he or she may impose. Mr. Speaker, I just want to read that again. Paragraph 3, the governor acting in his or her discretion may, by directions in writing, delegate with the prior approval of a Secretary of State to the Premier or any other minister designated by the governor and the advice of the Premier, such responsibilities for matters of external affairs or internal security as the governor may think fit upon such terms and conditions as he or she may impose. Mr. Speaker, what are we seeing happening right here today? What we're witnessing here today, Mr. Speaker, is a constitutional right that has been given to the government of the Virgin Islands to exercise. That constitutional right, Mr. Speaker, is to manage the affairs of the territory. And by any means necessary, this government, or any government, should do whatever it takes to see this happen. Legally, of course. The very Constitution, Mr. Speaker, gives the power to the governor to delegate those special subjects that I just read, which is external affairs and internal affairs, to a minister. You know why that is done so, Mr. Speaker? You know, people talk about the Constitution as if it's a monster that just fell out of the sky. But as the Premier stated, 2007, he was here. I was here. The member for the Fort was here. I even served as a member of the negotiating team that went to the UK when the Constitution was finalized. I think the Attorney General was there too, right? In another capacity, which I wouldn't mention, but she was there. So these things, Mr. Speaker, will be held against us if we don't act on them. How is the Premier going to approach the British government in the next few months or years about advancing the Constitution when there are things that he hasn't done? He didn't even ask the governor. Not that he didn't ask the governor to delegate some of his own, the governor's special duties responsibility to a local government, which could be the police, it could be public service, or even some external affairs matters. We didn't go and ask for the governor to delegate some of those to us, which is in the Constitution, which I think, Mr. Speaker, I shouldn't say I think, that's what the intent of the Constitution was, that forward-thinking governors would act to help us advance by delegating some of these responsibilities to us. That's what it's all about. Forward-thinking governors that they would send to the territory to help us grow. And here we are talking about the disaster management division, which doesn't even fall under his special responsibilities. And we are here apologizing for putting it where it's supposed to be. Like I said, the only reason it was there is because nobody wanted it. So you send it there. The governor's office was the place where you send all the things that were considered, you know, low priority. So I think that the Premier owes it to this territory to get on with this thing that he's talking about. I think he has explained himself away, even to the point where it came across to me at certain points that he was apologizing. He could fix that when he get up to speak to wrap up. But explanations are necessary, yes. Explanations are necessary. But all people, Mr. Speaker, needs to understand that they need to understand the critical position that this territory is in. Even without COVID, the critical position that this country is in, that smart people need to open their mouth and speak wisely. The Premier talked about how you know, the Constitution does, in fact, empower the powers that be to insist that the position of Attorney General be held by a Virgin Islander. But did we? This is important to nation building, Mr. Speaker. It is important, it is critical. Having Ms. Smith sit there, it sends a powerful message. When this picture goes out to the rest of the world, the question goes, who is he, who is she, who is he? And for the first time in how many, this second go round, we had an Attorney General that was local before. That was 2003. This is 17 years now since we have had a local Attorney General. We had them from all over. And right under our very nose, they're sitting here. There's only two things that could stop someone from being Attorney General in this territory that is local. It's either too little pay or some commitment that the individual has somewhere else that they can't come here. And I don't think it was some commitment that was somewhere else. I think that we could have enticed someone to come to work for us, work in the House of Assembly. It's a powerful message. And the message that the Premier is sending today is that I am going around and I'm looking for things that are not rightfully placed and try to make sure that they're properly placed. I don't agree though, Mr. Speaker. Even though it might be the most appropriate place for disaster management to be. At this particular time, I don't agree that it goes with the Premier's office. I'll tell you why. Even though it might be the most appropriate place under normal circumstances for it to be, at this particular point in time, I don't think it's the best place for it to go, and I don't agree that it should go here. Don't ask me where it should go. And my reason for saying that, Mr. Speaker, is that I think that the Premier is stretching himself too thin. Well, not physically, but you know what I mean. I think he's stretching himself too thin. Can't take on so much. But the decision is his to make. And like I said, I do not want to see the position or the post, the department in any way, shape, or form become a political tool. It must maintain that neutrality across political parties and political entities. And in so doing, Mr. Speaker, I think we'll be just fine. We'll be just fine. The connection between disasters and state of emergencies, I think that issue has been resolved. I think that issue has been resolved, Mr. Speaker. Before, you couldn't have a curfew unless you had a state of emergency. During the time of Hurricane Irma, you must have a state of emergency in order to put a curfew in place. The last government saw to that being changed, passed legislation in 2017 to make it possible for the governor to impose a curfew without having a state of emergency. So there's no direct correlation between the disaster management and a curfew and a state of emergency. There's no correlation between them. You can function independently. So I'm beginning to feel a little bad myself here, Mr. Speaker, talking about this. This shouldn't even have a conversation, much less a debate. But like I said before, I prefaced my debate by saying, I'm not here to support defending the government. I'm not here supporting the government either. For Christ's sake, I mean, that's Virgin Islands Party. This is Progressives United. What are you, my friend? Progressive Virgin Islands Movement, that's NDP. But what's right is right, what's fair is fair. This is what I want to see for my country. It's what I want to see for the country. And I think that you'll be hard pressed, Mr. Speaker, to find a logical debate against what is taking place here today. You'll be hard pressed to find a logical debate. Now there might be those who, on other grounds, start talking. The Premier talk about self-determination. There is a road to self-determination. And if you don't walk that road and you become self-determined, you're going to fail. You have to walk that road. That road requires preparation. It means preparation, walking that road. As you walk down that road, you're being prepared. I know the Premier always like to talk about the United Nations and its charter. But that United Nations charter, to me, is philosophical when it comes to the UK. Because it seems to me as if there are laws for some countries and there are laws for others. There are 5 countries in the world that no international law applies to at all. Except for when the United States decided to use its muscle and do something to one of the 5 countries, the other 4. Usually only one they jump on. That's Russia. But when it comes to Britain, France, China, Russia, and the United States, international laws don't impact them. They have the veto power for anything that you bring up in the United Nations. Any one of the 5 of them could veto it. So that's why you see this United Nations Charter. It sounds bad. It comes up all the time. I sat in one of those meetings with the United Kingdom representative sitting there, and I'm wondering, don't you feel embarrassed to listen to all this stuff? Because the independent Caribbean countries, when they sit in those meetings, they would speak. And they don't have anything kind to say when it comes to colonization. But it's just like water falling on a duck back to the UK people when they hear us talking about colonization and all the rest of it, decolonization. But you're onto something good. You're onto something good, Premier. This brings me to reparations. We have to look at these things. All people will continue to ask the question, why am I poor? But if you don't look out for yourself, you'll continue to be poor in the generations after you'll be poor as well. Reparations are necessary. We're entitled to them. We need to speak for them. And just like how I feel that we must, in the next constitutional review, establish the indigenous Virgin Islander. And all we have to do that, Mr. Speaker, is trace them back to Dovis. That's all we have to do. Once we establish Dovis, Mr. Speaker, it's easy to determine who's an indigenous Virgin Islander. And it all ties into reparation. We got to find a foundation for these things. And I don't think, Mr. Speaker, you're a younger person. Generation after you, your son isn't going to know anything about reparation. He ain't going to know anything about Dovis, and he ain't going to care about these things. So you got to do it. Can't just sit there looking pretty and think that you've done your job. You're here for a reason. All of us are here for a reason. My good friend, Honorable Smith, thinks that he's just going to sit there and make his millions and that's it. Yeah, you owe an obligation to the society. Remember for the second, wear his Gucci shoes and all the rest of it and things like that's it? No. No. I'm going to call you guys out. I don't have to talk about the Minister of Education. He's au fait with this stuff. You got to make sure you keep it up. You know the streets of London, you say you march and all the rest of it. You gotta keep it up. Yes, and I know that the minister from Virgin Gorda, Wheatley, doesn't want the bridge. He don't want us to build a bridge to Virgin Gorda. So you can stay down here till 11 o'clock and just drive home. He'd have no more excuses. He'd just drive home. But he don't want that bridge. Mr. Speaker, we've just, at 11 p.m., British time, December 31st, witnessed something remarkable. Since 1973, I think it was, the British had joined the European Union, and they are now free of the Union. I am one of those people who are 100% behind it, 100%. There are two kinds of people in the world, Mr. Speaker. They're nationalists and they're globalists. Take a page from their book and just read it back to them when it comes to you talking about self-determination, Mr. Premier. Just read it back to them. They break from the European Union to gain their independence. Yes? They break from the European Union to gain their independence. It was important to them, so important, that despite all the global chatter, they still went ahead with it. Even division within themselves, they still went ahead with it. Why is it so important for them to be independent? Why is it so right for them to be independent? And it's not right for us to speak for all self-determination. Why? No self-respecting individual will leave the United Kingdom, come here to the Virgin Islands, be the governor, and not understand that from back in the 60s, countries after country after country were trading the Union Jack for their own Jack, for a man Jack. There was a reason for it. Liberation, being yourself. There's no better feeling than being yourself, Mr. Speaker. There's no better feeling. These same people who criticize the Premier and others for talking about self-determination, the same people, just ask him a few questions. Why you left your mother's house? How come you don't live with your mother anymore, in your mother's house? How come you got your own car? How come you got your own family? That's all we're talking about. That's all they're talking about. Leaving your mother's house. No one is saying that if you get hungry, you can't go back there and get a meal. No one is stopping you. What has the UK done to all those Caribbean countries that have been independent? Only 2 or 3 has gone republic. Still, the monarch is still their queen. Canada, Australia, New Zealand, the queen is still their monarch. If you love to be under the monarchy so much, you could still be. But you listen, I don't know how many of you listen to the UK news. Excuse me, how many of you follow this? I don't know how many of you follow it, what's going on. They're so proud that they've gotten their independence back. I mean, something that you don't even think about is what they're talking about. They've eliminated the tax on tampons. Like really? Why? I mean, they had a tax on those things. Yeah, they say those luxury items. That's European. That's the weird thinking. And they got that. They got their borders back. We got our borders back. So you didn't have them before? No. Our borders were open. Anybody could come in. We no longer honor the European Court of Justice, ECJ. You mean you were under the European Court of Justice, a big United Kingdom, and you're shooting orders around on us, but somebody's shooting orders around on you? Have you ever attended one of those meetings with the United Kingdom for overseas territories? Or one of those meetings on those international treaties? Mr. Speaker, you were there in Murcia, Spain, when we did the fishing. When we did fishing, you know, you want to ask a question, and the UK representative asks you, what is it you want to say? And I'm like, you're a civil servant, I'm a minister, I have to tell you what I'm going to say in order for me to ask a question. Yeah, that's the way it is. And if the premier goes there, he got to do the same thing too. He attend one of those meetings. Yeah, you can't speak. Got to tell that the young lady or the young man who's there from the FCO, what is it you want to say? Let me see it. Okay, you can say it. OCTA, Organization of Overseas Countries and Overseas Territories and Countries and Territories. When you go to one of those meetings, Mr. Speaker, it's the European Union who conducts the meetings, not the UK. Of course, they would have decided what leverage they want to give to the different overseas territories, but it's not the UK. Now that has changed. It goes back to the UK doing what they have to do with these overseas territories. And this is something that it's 4 years, since 2016 they voted the referendum, they voted on the referendum to move from the United Kingdom, the European Union. But it's only now they were able to get out. They fought. They didn't give up. They came out. It's going to be interesting. From what I've seen so far of what the Premier is doing regarding the Virgin Islands status, from what I've seen so far, I think he's on the right track. Like I said before, I've never had a real conversation with the Premier regarding his views on the territory, where it should have gone and where it should go. But from what I've seen so far, there are views towards the maturity of the Virgin Islands. And that's a good thing. It's a good thing. What he needs to do and continue to do, is give the people of the Virgin Islands the assurance. Give the people of the Virgin Islands the assurance that it's for their benefit. It's for the benefit of the territory, the betterment of the territory. Because there are apprehensions. People are apprehensive about certain things. They got into this comfort zone. You know, we've gotten the UK passport. Some people don't realize that we didn't have it all the time. We didn't always have it. That is something we also got that in 2003. So now you can pick up and go to Europe. You can go to the UK. And then you were able to go throughout Europe on this European passport. And I'm sure there's so many people who are frustrated and upset because they can no longer go to Belgium using it. You probably could do it for the next 6 months or so. But now that UK is out of the European Union, you will no longer be able to use this passport to go to France and all those other places. And they're probably upset about that. I think if you're a casual visitor, you can continue to use a UK passport to go throughout Europe. indefinitely. But there are things that you have to look at the things that are more important, that have long-term value, that are more important than these short-term fixes. Having a good time. Having a good time is not important, Mr. Speaker, because it gets you nowhere. When that good time is finished, look at yourself and you realize that you didn't get anywhere. Doing something good is what you need to be doing. Doing something good with your time. That's usually building yourself and building your territory, building your people. That's what we have to commit ourselves to do, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I have absolutely no reservations about the direction in which this debate is heading, the direction in which this particular bill is taking us. I have no reservations about it. I see absolutely no self-interest to be gained by doing it. No self-interest. Territorial interest, yes. The Premier isn't doing it for any self-interest. It's not going to make him any more important than he is. It's not going to give him any more power than he has. Or his government. I'm sure it's probably going to be more of a headache than it's going to be of anything else to the government. It's more work. So whatever ministry it goes in, it's going to be more work than the ministry had. It's not going to create a new ministry to run this particular agency. I hope that they will consult, or they will be able to access Ms. Dabrio, at least for a period, to help them out, because heaven knows you're going to need contact. You're going to need contact. Don't just sit there and be a wise guy and believe that I could do it myself. Capitalize on the contacts that have already been made. Hit the ground running. How is it that, there's still a disaster down in the Sea-Coast Bay Harbor? Those yachts that are still there. I mean, if you look at that place, it's been totally abandoned. That's supposed to be a responsibility of disaster management. If we continue to sit there and start waiting for, say we're waiting for RDA to get those yachts out of the harbor. Mr. Speaker, I think you want to bring tears to your eye when you see what happened. Sea-Coast Bay Harbor had in it one of the most unique ecosystems, except maybe for Paraquita Bay. The mangroves that were in Sea-Coast Bay Harbor defined Sea-Coast Bay Harbor. It limited what could take place in that harbor. Those mangroves, it was a natural barrier to destruction and disaster. Unfortunately, Hurricane Irma came, and it has been exposed to human tragedy, a human-imposed tragedy. And it's like there's absolutely like what do you do? They said the hurricane was a natural disaster, meaning it was the works of the master. If the master did it, he must know what he has in store for the place. But I think we can do a lot better. We can start by getting those yachts out of the harbor. We could start on slamming the brakes on the destruction that's taken place in the harbor. So put DDM to work, turn them loose, give them the authority to do these things. Now that you're taking them, show us that you're taking them for a reason, a good reason, to manage disasters. That's a disaster needs management. I'm sure there are other places in the territory. Sikorsby has been designated as one of 3 most vulnerable places in the territory. 3, one of 3. Jos van Dyke is one, and some place up in East End. It's funny that the 3 members they're represented by 3 members in the opposition. It wasn't our fault, but that's how it is. So I'm hoping that we get to see very soon in this new year the results of our actions here today. And please, Mr. Speaker and the chairman of the Standing Orders Committee, and we need to make a recommendation to the body, the whole body of legislators, to add this committee, the PAAC, Public Accounting and Appropriation Committee, to insist on all budgetary provisions being executed as intended, because it limits the growth of the territory. It stifles development. You can't have money sitting there and having it roll back. As a matter of fact, what am I talking about roll back? I'm hearing that there are no revolts. Premier, is that true? Huh? Because, Premier, if you and I got elected at the same time, 21 years ago. We came into this business, there used to be in red, revolts, all the revolts. You don't use the money in the capital, it's revolted and revolted. You're telling me that I got X amount of dollars in the Ministry for Works, and because they couldn't execute the projects, I lose that money? It's a tragedy. Not a disaster. Huh? Oh, that doesn't fall under disaster management. Okay. Okay, you got it under control. Good, good. So, yeah, so that's what I would like to see happen. We get that department, that committee as part of the House of Assembly. So, Mr. Speaker, I think that I've said enough regarding my contribution towards this bill, and I pledge my support to it. Thank you.
I thank the senior member for his contribution. Honourable members, at this time we'll take a recess for lunch. It's now about 3:15. We'll return at 4:15 promptly and continue with the debate. This Honourable House stands in recess. Please be seated. This Honorable House now resumes its sitting. Honorable members, the floor remains open on the debate on the Disaster Management Act 2019. At this time, I recognize the Honorable Mark H. Vanterpool, member for the 4th District.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's certain bills and laws and regulations that you always, haven't been in the House for a little while, you always plead that you're here at certain times for certain important milestones in the territory's growth and development. So I am happy that I am here today to support this bill that I think is of extreme importance, both symbolically and substantially, to our growth and development. I had a lot of notes, but I haven't listened to the Premier, and it's very informative and exhaustive presentation. I will just endorse. I don't want to say all of what he said because I didn't catch all together. In case he said something I wouldn't support, but in general, his presentation, including his supportive documentation from the Constitution and other aspects in presenting. So I wouldn't necessarily, I might comment on a few of those, but I wouldn't necessarily go into great detail about them. But suffice it to say, Mr. Speaker, that this Disaster Management Act bill has been floating around for quite some time. And in terms of its amendment, and I am pleased to see that we as a House have matured sufficiently to now bring it forward and make the amendments that are necessary in the advancement of the people of the Virgin Islands. And that's a very important statement, Mr. Speaker. It may sound repetitive or cliche-ish, but it is a very important statement because if we as a House of Assembly, a group of members of the House of Assembly elected to this office to help to upgrade and improve the livelihoods, the standard of living, and even, Mr. Speaker, the philosophical advancement of the people of the territory, if we don't help to see to that as we come here each 4 years, those of us who may come and go, if we don't do that, we are doing disservice to the people of the territory. We spoke recently about the 70 years advancement since we were able to come back here and be in the House of Assembly to govern our own affairs in the House of Assembly. And we can't stop at that. We speak of when we were able to move the Constitution in any substantial way from 1977 to 2007. And now 13 years later, we are trying to make some more advancement. If we don't do those things, Mr. Speaker, we would be doing a disservice to humanity, but especially to the citizens of the territory of the Virgin Islands. So I'm glad to be at this place at this time to give my support to what we are engaging in today, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I continuously, especially over the last few years, and especially the last year or so, since the last election, I have mentally moved to a place, and a place in my heart also, Mr. Speaker, where I am trying to understand myself, but I'm also trying to educate as much as possible myself and others. Mr. Speaker, educate us as to trying to understand why a people, whether it's a people in the Virgin Islands, a people in other parts of the world, or a people anywhere, both pluralistically and singularly, or individually and holistically as a people, to understand why we believe or have been educated to believe or have been misled to, I don't want to use the word brainwashed, because we are too intelligent nowadays, having gone to school and learned, to think that we are being brainwashed. But why don't we as a people, even here in the Virgin Islands, can't come to a place where we can understand that we are sensibly enough. I won't use the word intelligent because it sounds a bit braggadocious. But while we are not sensibly enough to believe that we can manage certain things that others can manage and we believe that we can't manage them, I'm going through a stage in my life, not just politically, but even in business and in other spheres, where we as a people, we as individuals, whether we are young, younger, old, older, or whatever stage in life we are, why we can't come to that position to understand that we have the same mental capacity, the same understanding as others anywhere in the world have, to be able to manage ourselves, manage our affairs, both privately, business-wise, and publicly, why we believe we don't have that ability. And we are underestimating ourselves and undergrading ourselves, and from a philosophical point, undernourishing ourselves. Mr. Speaker, to believe, and I hate to be using metaphoric words and so on, but why we believe that we are not sufficiently nourished in our own minds and in our own hearts and in our own thinking. We are not sufficiently nourished. Why we believe we are not sufficiently nourished to manage our affairs. And if we don't believe, Mr. Speaker, that we are not sufficiently nourished, or that we are not at that place where we believe in our own selves, Mr. Speaker, how can others believe in us? How can others give us the opportunity to do so? How can others discontinue underrating us and suggesting, and not just suggesting, but legislating that we have to depend on someone else to manage our affairs. Mr. Speaker, in my lifetime, individually, learning from my mother, learning from others, when a disaster strikes, when something goes wrong in the family, when something goes wrong in your neighborhood, when something goes wrong with, whether it's a hurricane or a flood or whatever, we all whip into action, Mr. Speaker, and try to manage the disaster, try to manage the situation. But somehow, when it comes to managing our own country affairs, we believe that we can't elevate ourselves or put into action the same learning, the same instincts, the same knowledge that we use to manage our own affairs and our community affairs and our family affairs, that we can't put that same knowledge into managing the country affairs. That somebody else from somewhere else has to come and manage our country affairs when it comes to such things as disasters. In other words, somehow we suddenly become foolish, that we are not sensible enough to manage our affairs at a time. I come from managing, Mr. Speaker, 150 employees every day in my business. Many of us in here come from managing several situations, several business developments, several things. But all of a sudden, when we have situations like these, we have to ask somebody else to help us to manage them. I have a lot of thinking recently about that. But my thinking isn't whether we are capable, Mr. Speaker, because I know we are. But my thinking, Mr. Speaker, is more from the point of view that we are being led to think, and our people are not believing in us. And when I speak of us, Mr. Speaker, I'm not speaking of just us in this room here. I'm speaking of our people don't believe in us as a people on the whole to be able to manage our affairs. So we go into long discourses, long discussions. Mr. Speaker, as to whether we can manage our own affairs. I sat in the cabinet for 8 years, 7.5. As a minister, and tried to understand what needed to be done and so on to move things forward. Not always easy. May not have accomplished all that one would like to accomplish for various reasons. But, Mr. Speaker, there are lessons learned when you sit in those positions. Lessons learned. One of the greatest lessons that that sits indelibly in my mind and in my it's right in my frontal lobe that I can never forget, Mr. Speaker, is the disaster of 2017 when Irma struck. And I can speak about Maria, but it was terrible, but it was nothing compared to what Irma caused us. I can speak of the flood of August 30th, but it was nothing compared to what happened when Irma struck. Mr. Speaker, I went to speak at the SEDEMA conference in Nassau, Bahamas, in December of that same year to try to explain to them what had happened. And those who were there, including Ms. Dabio, who was part of the organizational structure at the time of SEDIMA there, will recall tears that came to my eyes as I tried to recall to the people who were there what I saw, felt during Irma and after Irma, especially what I saw after Irma, after I stepped out of my house and looked down over the town, walked down, cut my way through the bushes and the trees and the poles to get to the hospital, which was normally 3 minutes away, but took you 15 or 20 minutes to chop your way through to get there, and then to struggle to get up through the rest of the town that afternoon at 5 o'clock. That was not something that you can forget ever in your life, Mr. Speaker. But some things bothered me before I even got down there, Mr. Speaker. I don't know what it was and why it was. But, Mr. Speaker, our premier, who lived just below me, lost his roof. But what I saw was the fire truck coming down the town, pushing away, literally driving through the cars that were on the road, that were washed up and turned over in the road, trying to get to the governor's house to make sure he was safe. The premier spent the night at my house, but I don't remember anybody coming to look for him. Maybe I'm mistaken. These are things that I have indelibly in my mind, Mr. Speaker. The fire truck went down straight up to the governor's to check on what was happening there, but I don't recall anyone coming to look for the premier of the Virgin Islands. He and I went down to the hospital right after to see what was happening. He went up to the town, looked up some people, went to look for his brother, but nobody looked for him, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, maybe that is the protocol. And I don't always understand the protocols, but maybe that was the protocol. But what ensued after, for the next several days, concerned me. The natural thing to do was to go and look for your constituents, see how they were. Obviously, many persons were in distress. But a day or two later, the premier called me. In fact, there was no phones to call at the time. But he was with me, so he asked me to join him on a trip to Anegada on a helicopter. We went to Anegada to make sure the people were safe because we had heard certain rumors. We were happy that they were, and came back. Flew over just Sunday, flew over Virgin Gorda, stopped into some certain parts in Virgin Gorda, and then came back over. This was the premier and myself. A couple of days later, I thought I was minister responsible for helping to recover the disaster that had happened, only to realize that I was powerless, Mr. Speaker. I was actually calling meetings, instructing my PS, not realizing that my PS he was being courteous to me and listening, but he was not following my instructions. He was not to follow my instructions. He was being directed at the time because ministers were effectively not ministers at the time. He had to follow the instructions of the governor. It was only, I was so caught up in the disaster trying to help to make things better, both from a business standpoint the recovery and what had happened in Road Town, where you couldn't move from A to B, and my constituents up in the village. I was so concerned about that. I didn't even realize that my instructions I was given every morning when I got up, and we met at the Pear Park with the electricity, with the public works and the various people, that I was just full of form opposition leader. No substance. Mr. Speaker, I speak of that because I'm speaking to this bill. The people who are elected to run this country at a time when they were most needed were useless. Were useless. I heard members say that as representatives, as elected, as representatives for their various districts, that they felt useless, but it was worse as ministers were useless, Mr. Speaker. And then, Mr. Speaker, and I'm not blaming any individual or any person, but the law that was entrenched, where once a national emergency like that was declared, that we were rendered useless as elected officials, that the premier of this country, Mr. Speaker, during that period of time, was useless. Mr. Speaker, this bill could not have come any earlier. It should have been here a long time ago, because we cannot allow us, in this day and age, when at least we have common sense to manage a disaster, that all elected officials are rendered useless during a time when they should be most useful to their constituents and to the people. Mr. Speaker, that cannot be right. I sat in, you heard Honorable Fraser speak of meetings down at the hospital. Mr. Speaker, I was running to and fro. I went to all those meetings in some old dirty t-shirts. I kept 2 or 3 in my Jeep. Whenever we finished cleaning up at the roundabout, Longbush or wherever it is, with the galvanized and everything that was in the streets, I would remember that there's a cabinet, a meeting of the emergency group down the hospital. I would run down, probably change a shirt quickly so that I wouldn't turn away all the people. And then I will go into the meeting, Mr. Speaker. These are facts. You run into the meeting quickly, and there at the meeting, Mr. Speaker, you were there just to get information. As a minister, you were useless. You were informed. A, B, C, D, F, G. Mr. Speaker, you weren't consulted. You were informed as to what are the next steps, what is to happen. Mr. Speaker, the civil servants were being directed not by the Premier of the country, not by the Minister of Finance, not by the Minister of Works. Mr. Speaker, it took me about 2 or 3 weeks to realize that I wasn't even responsible for waste management and cleaning up. I was just cleaning up. When the present Prime Minister of the United Kingdom came in a bus or something, I didn't even see the bus show up on the roundabout with the BBC cameras and all kinds of things. I was there in my old jeans and my dirty t-shirt. Mr. Speaker, the governor jumped out and took Mr. Johnson to me, as he was Foreign Secretary at the time, and said, "This is Minister Vanderpool." Minister Vanderpool, in an old dirty t-shirt and the jeans, cleaned up. But what Mr. Johnson didn't realize, that I was not a minister, I was useless in this disaster. Mr. Speaker, I wasn't anything, I was a regular poor boy there helping to clean up. One man had the power. Mr. Speaker, that cannot be. That cannot be. Mr. Speaker, I'm not talking a story that I heard Honorable Wheatley. I'm not talking a story that I heard. I'm talking about what I experienced, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when I asked my premier, well, what is next, my premier had to ask the governor what is next. That's not how I operated for the time I was elected. I was surprised. To tell the truth, Mr. Speaker, I had heard and I knew that there was a bill, a disaster management bill, act, but I think a couple of days before the disaster struck, a cabinet meeting was held where something was passed to allow, in the event that there's a major disaster, the governor takes control. But I didn't really understand it. I signed off my name to something I didn't know about. When the reality struck me, that the premier of the country who was elected to be premier was powerless, useless in that first week or two of the disaster, Mr. Speaker. Is that a testament to the fact that we are not capable? Is that a testament to the fact that we are not familiar with our territory? That we don't know what is happening? And Honorable Fraser put it right this morning when he said that somebody was running the affairs of the country in a disaster who didn't know where Seacow Bay was, from where Long Look was, from where North Song and all them places were. I didn't know. When Dr. Smith asked the helicopter captain to take him down low into Bitter End, he knew what he was looking for. Went into North Song, fly over North Song low. Fly over a yacht that needed rescuing, and one of the winchmen, or what do they call them, help me, I don't know. Those are you in the army. Winchman went down with a helicopter standing in the air. I was so frightened. Never been in a helicopter in my life. But Dr. Smith, who was the premier, knew where to tell him that he wanted to look for. When he was leaving from Virgin Gorda, he said, I want you to take me over around the back of Tortola. I want you to fly low, and I want you to go to Just Van Dyke and come into West End. And we were on a roundabout to see what was happening. And he had a good appreciation after that flight to get a little idea, at least from the air, 2 days after the disaster, to understand what was happening. But he came back and he was no use in directing the disaster recovery, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this bill should have been here a long time. The elected officials of this country need to manage our affairs, and not just in this way, but need to manage our affairs, Mr. Speaker. We need to manage our affairs. We know our people. We know their hearts. We know our people's sufferings. When the Minister for Overseas Territories came, a lady, she didn't know where to find Dr. Pickering. Dr. Pickering was up in his village, through and through the place, and they're looking for him up and down. They don't know where to find him. I don't know if the person who's in charge at the time knew where to direct them. But our people, we know our people. We go into the houses. We go into the streets inside of the villages. We knew where the suffering will be. So how come we should not be in charge of recovering? Mr. Speaker, I hope that's the last time. I hope that we can look up to a leader or a minister, whoever is in charge, to direct us and guide us through these disasters that are inevitable, will come. But let us be prepared to manage them when they come. And I have all confidence that we can. Doesn't matter who's in office. All people in the Virgin Islands have matured, have grown, have been educated, have developed, have traveled, have been out throughout everywhere. Mr. Speaker, yes, in the United States, under their regime, the elected governor may declare a state of emergency to get federal funding to help to recover from what they call FEMA. But he doesn't give up the leadership. He doesn't give up coordinating what has to happen in his state. He's in charge. The elected official of the BVI or officials need to be in charge of disaster recoveries, Mr. Speaker. And I won't even go into the whole constitutional thing that the Premier spoke of today of whose responsibilities and so on. But the other aspect of it that I want to emphasize, Mr. Speaker, is the recovery. Because we had to make certain moves to take back the power to get the Premier and the Cabinet to be in charge of the country. And even that takes some doing, if you don't understand how it works. Having done so, Mr. Speaker, we need to be able, Mr. Speaker, to immediately begin the recovery process without interference. Advice, yes. One always is open to advice. But to be directed, that is the job of the elected officials to direct the country during a recovery. And so, Mr. Speaker, I want to encourage us not to sit still. It's been 4 years or so, 3 years at least, 4 years since Hurricane Irma, but let's keep at it for the recovery and learn the lessons that we learned from that disaster so that the next disaster we are better prepared. We don't want to talk about being able to be in charge and to run our own affairs and don't run them right, Mr. Speaker. We need to do the right thing. As I said earlier, and I keep saying before, there were a number of things that happened after that disaster that we need to start putting certain things in place that the next disaster don't catch us off guard. Yes, I went down to Carrot Bay. I don't know how long it was, Mr. Premier, to take some licks from the Carrot Bay people at a meeting. But they were right. I think it could have been 2 months after the disaster, 3, maybe 4, when Carrot Bay still had no electricity and no running water. Several places didn't have. The economy, Mr. Speaker, could have been flat on its face if the Electricity Corporation, thanks to the leadership on the first week or 2 after the disaster under Mr. Henry Criqui, and then Mr. Abrams came back from overseas. He took charge, and they worked tirelessly as a corporation to help us get power back, because without power, the economy was dead. And we all know the despair we were in. The despair we were in when we were in our homes without electricity. So the recommendation was put forward to bury the electrical cables underground, the main cables. Of course, the Electricity Corporation hurriedly put them back together overground. But there is need to implement the plan that was put forward to bury the main electrical cables to all of the villages and the districts and everywhere in the territory, so that when there's another disaster like that, the cables are underground, at least the main ones, and those lines that probably run to houses can be quickly reinstated. That is why the city, the town was able to, the main activity on Wickham Ski was able to get back in action a few days after, including the hospital, because we had agreed and we had invested a couple $1 million to bury the cables underground in the town area where people were able to get the banks reopened quickly, get the hospital back on track, and any business that wasn't totally damaged was able to at least start back as quickly as possible. We need to do that in all of the villages, all of the areas. The line that runs, Mr. Speaker, from Longbush to Long Swamp, and along the road, even on the coast road, the lines that run to Carrot Bay, that goes across and then joins in the water to get across to Just Van Dyke, all those lines need to be buried underground. It's a heavy undertaking, expensive undertaking, but there's something called in economics, what's the wording? Opportunity cost? That can be more expensive than the real cost. And that is the case that I'm speaking about, when we need to take a look at our electricity and invest into helping to bury those cables underground. Other things like those. Mr. Speaker, the roads need a major, yes, the minister keep patching up and fixing up and doing best he can. Somebody asked me if you're glad you're not minister anymore to be getting blamed for the roads. I said yes. I can call up a minister now and tell him I'm dropping some potholes. And he's doing his best, but like I learned, you patch a pothole here today and tomorrow it's there again. But we need, I'm not criticizing him, I'm saying we need a major road program to rebuild all of the roads in the territory with the right engineering and the right persons, the experts, to implement that road program in terms of what needs to be done to build back our roads. We need that, not to build back, to build roads that were never built in the right way that they should, and we need to make sure that happens. It's a heavy investment, yes, I know. Where are we going to get all this money from? I know it's a good question, but we need to be thinking about it and planning towards it so that in the future, when we have major disasters, that we can recover quickly and get back on track from an economic standpoint. So, Mr. Speaker, I can speak of all those things and get into them as best we can. And I have ideas that we can use to try to boost our economy, to raise money, to do these things, but those are things that we'll talk about at a different time. But we need to keep working towards rebuilding our infrastructure and rebuilding our economy. But from a point of view of disaster management, I am glad, and I 100%, 110% support the government in this bill today to take the management of disasters into our own hands, and I know we can do a very good job of it, as we know the territory, we know our people, we know the situations. We don't have to wait for persons who may have just come to take charge of it, but we ourselves can do so. So, Mr. Speaker, I would not take a lot more time, but I just wanted to make those points to support this bill today and look forward to us correcting what needs to be corrected in committee stage. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the member for the 4th District for his contribution. At this time, I recognize the member for the 2nd District, the Honorable Melvin M. Turnbull.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I stand today in this new year, first and foremost, to say to the people of the Virgin Islands, to the people of the 2nd District, Happy New Year. It is the 5th day of the month, Mr. Speaker, in 2021. And while we are continuing with the business of the people, I think it is important that I address them. Mr. Speaker, the bill before this honorable House, for which the Premier took the time to go over the objects and reasons, and then expound upon, in his debate, in his contributions to the debate, why he views things the way he sees it, and why he has and holds a position that he holds. The member for the third who seconded the bill, Mr. Speaker, also gave his position, and then we just heard from the member for the fourth. Mr. Speaker, it is always interesting when you hear the different perspectives of the honorable men and women who now sit in this house, but who have sat in this house prior to me being here, because you get to understand and appreciate a lot of the history and a lot of some of the occurrences that in your mind you may have questioned, but you weren't sure how that came to be it. So you have a lot of aha moments when you listen to these honorable men and women speak. Mr. Speaker, I want to state categorically that I am in support of this bill, and I am in support of this bill based on where I believe we have been dancing around. I believe we have been talking about more recently now than before, and which goes in line, Mr. Speaker, with the merits of the mission of the Constitution of 2007, which states that we are to be continuously putting the Virgin Islands and the people of the Virgin Islands in a place, in a position where we are responsible for the governance, for the operations, and the administration of this great little territory that we call the Virgin Islands. Mr. Speaker, my position does not differ from where it was from the time I was elected in 2015 to now. I still believe that there are a number of steps to be taken, but Mr. Speaker, this is a step nonetheless in the right direction. And I don't speak, Mr. Speaker, from a position of the people. I speak from a position, the people in the position. I speak from a position of the principle of what is to be achieved, because it has nothing to do with Andrew Foy, the man. It has nothing to do with Mitch Turnbull, the man, and nor any other member of this House. What it has to do with, Mr. Speaker, it has to do with the principle of what the A for his middle initial is important to him, like mine is, the M is important to me. Mr. Speaker, it is important that we focus on the principle of where this 70 years that we took the time to recognize and recount in some form or fashion the history of this legislative council, where we recounted and recalled what we all felt individually, that our forefathers and foremothers and those warriors who stood before us and who paved the way for us to be here, for me to be here, Mr. Speaker, what they fought for, what they set in place. And every time the Constitution of the Virgin Islands is advanced, we have been able to rise as a people and raise the standards of living, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, it is all connected. And before you choose to give the speech after my contribution on standing orders, Mr. Speaker, I want to ensure that it is all connected. So, Mr. Speaker, I have no problem with the governor present, the governor coming, the governor pass, nor the premier present, one pass and the one coming. The principle of this matter, Mr. Speaker, is in order to get to where we are going, Mr. Speaker, we must continue to keep moving. And I might sound like a broken record, Mr. Speaker, but I can only speak what I believe. And on this road, moving, we must ensure that we are taking the right steps, Mr. Speaker. There's a saying that says, dreams without goals are just dreams. And if you don't write it, it ain't real. So while this step is as important as it is, I think the one thing that is missing along this line, we're talking about it, Mr. Speaker, but we haven't had a clear conversation as yet as to where we're headed. Where are we going as a Virgin Islands? And I don't mean, Mr. Speaker, I'm not talking about issues between entities. I'm not talking about differences of opinions and positions between the sitting government or the sitting premier and the sitting governor, or the position of the House of Assembly versus the sitting government versus the opposition. I'm speaking about the position of where we are going as a country. If we're going to talk towards what we all hope for, then let us have that conversation, Mr. Speaker. It was in around October, I think it was, I could be mistaken, that we had the debate where the constitutional review came up, Mr. Speaker, and we all shared passionately our thoughts and our ideas, Mr. Speaker, but that is one thing. But I think what we're missing, Mr. Speaker, is a comprehensive, collective collaboration of the minds of the leaders of this territory, of the stakeholders and persons within this territory as to what and where we want to go. And it has to be led, Mr. Speaker, bar none, it has to be led by the Honorable Premier. But it can't be done, Mr. Speaker, on one hand in isolation to all the other things that are happening. It has to be done where we set the course and this is what we want to achieve. Putting the politics aside. It might be hard to do. Might be even impossible to do. But all things are possible. For the common good, Mr. Speaker. To put this country on a path that we work towards what we hope to accomplish. Because the fights will continue. The back and forth will continue. The goalposts will keep moving. But unless we have a plan that we have identified and agreed upon, then this conversation is going to keep going and going. Just like after the Constitution of 2007, 2008 happened, and 9 and 10 and 2011, and it kept going down the road. And we're now at 2021. Mr. Speaker, a clear plan needs to be developed. So Honorable Premier Andrew Afoy, while I am in support of this bill, you know I can't help but challenge you to let us come up with a plan, a comprehensive plan as where we are destined to go as a territory. We all may have our views or our opinions, but at the end of the day, I still believe, in some shape, form, or fashion, that we all have in our hearts and in our minds what is best for this territory and its people at the forefront. Mr. Speaker, the department, the DDM team, again, listening to the speakers before me, I have to give my recount. After 2017, Irma and Maria, Mr. Speaker. Matter of fact, the day after Irma was the 7th of September. I remember walking from Mayors to King Garden Bay, and then on to Bruce Bay, and then back up the hill. And then the next day I had to find my way to town because I was trying to find out what was going on. All phones, all communication was down. And I was trying to find out as an elected leader, first is if everybody was all right, and then what our position would be to understand now that we see the destruction and we have our lives, what are the plans? What is going to happen? Mr. Speaker, I remember about 2 weeks before meeting the governor in Just Van Dyke, the present sitting governor, His Excellency Jasper, in Just Van Dyke when he first arrived with his family. And then, having been told when I was going up by the complex and over by the Pear Park, I think they're trying to set up something by the hospital. Mr. Speaker, I think it was that same afternoon, I was told, you know, Mitch, come by the hospital. And I remember, I think I was a part of the afternoon meeting when they were trying, everybody was trying to get together. We were happy to see each other. And I remember walking into the hospital, Mr. Speaker, and I saw Charlene Dabio, whom I've known before being elected. And the look on her face was the same look that she had when she was giving us an update on what we should expect. And then we came back to the hospital on the 9th, on the 10th. And I said to Charlene Dabio and her team at the time, Alex, specifically Cecile Jeffrey, I think that's his real name. Alex, you go, yeah. You'll deal with me after that. I think that's his real name. I said, boss, we ready to deal with what's out there? Because in those meetings that we were having, just as the Honorable Fraser recorded, the governor was at the helm. And it is based on the understanding that I got that under the state of emergency, the governor assumes responsibility, which is, I think as was recorded by the Premier and the member for the third, in the Constitution, what I didn't quite understand was how was it that the then Premier seemed, and his ministers, seemed to be taking orders. And things just went. The ministers went from being ministers. Honorable Vanterpool will appreciate this one. This is something you used to hear a lot. They went from being ministers to being minuscule. They went from subject to objects. Mr. Speaker, and I became frustrated in those meetings because the morning meeting we were talking about what we're going to do. The afternoon meeting we talk about what we're going to do in the morning. The next morning we talk about what happened in the afternoon. The next afternoon we talk about what happened in the morning. And I tell them I ain't come back to no more meeting. And Mr. Speaker, I have to recall and recount as I remember it, I remember looking to my good friend and my mentor, Randy Skelton. I said, boss, I can't do this craziness. The people I'm out there suffering, and I ain't come back to no more meeting. And as I walked out the door, Mr. Speaker, I remember bumping into Honorable Andrew Foy. And he said, what happened to you? I said, boss, I ain't talking about the same thing no more. I'm going to find a way to help the people. And he said to me, come, let me introduce you to somebody. Again, to you how I recall it, Mr. Speaker, because it's the truth. The now Premier introduced me to Kurt Richardson, and I in the house, I have immunity, I call his name. And he pledged that he was going to do what he could to help both Honorable Foy in the 1st District and me in the 2nd District. Doubling back now, Mr. Speaker, when I left from Honorable Foy, he told me he's going to give me a game plan. I think they were trying to ascertain and give us all the satellite phones and everything. And Ms. Dabio came to me and she said, it seems like you're frustrated. Because, Mr. Speaker, I want the backbench, but I was not one to be quiet. And when it don't make sense, Mr. Speaker, if it don't make sense to me, it just don't make sense. I'm not the smartest person in the world. When it don't make sense, it don't make sense. I remember Honorable Vanterpool saying, not just saying, I remember seeing him by the roundabout gas station. When he wasn't clearing debris, he was regulating traffic, clearing place for the rescue services to go. And Ms. Dabrio said to me, you seem frustrated. I said, yes, because we're talking about the same thing over and over. And she said to me, it's been 4 days. I said, yeah, it's been 4 days, and I have not heard as to what is going on with the people on Just Van Dyke. I walked through King Garden Bay, I walked to Bruce Bay, I walked back up country, and I went over New Bush and Chalwell. And I'm not sure what's happening on Just Van Dyke. Mr. Speaker, it is no light feat and task that the team of DDM had to endure. It is no light task of the work, the logistics, and everything else that they had to do to try to bring us assistance. Yes, Mr. Speaker, we receive assistance from the UK military, we receive assistance from SEDEMA, we receive assistance from the Caribbean Defense Force and Puerto Rico. I was coming to them, and even some of the persons from the United States who found a way to get assistance to us. But Mr. Speaker, Charlene Dabrio and her team at DDM, I'm gonna shame in saying it. I remember that was 2017, so 2 standing finances before then coming and asking, begging for equipment, for the proper equipment and for proper housing, for them to be able to be prepared. For any emergency situation. Not Irma and Maria. I don't think nobody was preparing for that. But for them to be prepared. And while Mr. Speaker, in the midst of being in a meeting, one of those meetings at the hospital, having to endure criticism. This was day 5. Have she endured criticism, Mr. Speaker, about not doing enough? And not doing this and not doing that. And Mr. Speaker, not a Mensa award. And the tears well up in a lady's eyes, Mr. Speaker. And I said, Governor or Premier, whoever in charge, I will not sit down here and let Ms. Dabio be disrespected like that. Because what she had told me before we went into the meeting is that she had not seen her child for 4 days. But people in the meeting complaining about window and thing broke out and broke down. And telling this lady and her team what she's not doing when I was there, Mr. Speaker, in the government at the time when we didn't do what we were supposed to do. And I spoke on her behalf, Mr. Speaker, because her team are the ones, even with all the assistance that we were getting from all the portions that was his, her team, logistically, is who did the work. I actually, Mr. Speaker, me, Melvin Mitch Turnbull, were East End by the airport. I was East End and Child Clyde, them that lifting our 14 pallet of water by hand. From one big batch to the small bag and truck. Our West End with Honorable Fire. Our Seacoast Bay, I was in one mat through the accelerated access door that was created there. Most people didn't know about that. You had to go in behind the trucks where the vans were parked. I was in the 5th district, Mr. Speaker. I was all over the place. And all we were trying to do, Mr. Speaker, all I was trying to do is help people. I remember being down West End early morning, Mr. Speaker. And Brian's boat, same boat now running now. That's the same boat, right, Premier? Same boat that running now. That came in loaded. And when we got the supplies, it was between the 1st and the 2nd, as I said, Mr. Speaker, and we decided to branch it out and add on 2 districts. And then Convoy of Hope came in with the big badge and all the logistics, Mr. Speaker, between Convoy of Hope, the department, the DDM team, Mr. Speaker, were intricately involved, and I want to applaud each and every one of them. When you look at what we want to and what we need to achieve, while I understand and respect the United Kingdom's position, Mr. Speaker, of us still being a dependent territory, I have a problem and will continue to have a problem with the fact that after not one but 2 devastated hurricanes, the support that was given from the military. Mr. Speaker, I met and had meetings on Just Van Dyke with the then Minister Priti Patel. She came also to King Gardner Bay. The governor, through the helicopter, took me with I can't remember the captain's name, who was responsible for the military. But we went to Just Van Dyke on more than one occasion. On speedboat, on my brother boat. But Mr. Speaker, the assistance that were given, it was welcome, it was and is appreciated. But the problem I have, and I continue to have, and I've said it even when we got to the debate on the RDA, Mr. Speaker, why is it that you're quantifying the assistance you're giving me when I'm supposed to belong to you? Mr. Speaker, Lauryn Hill wrote a song, Mr. Intentional. The road to hell is paved with good intentions. See how you have to tell how you did me any favors. Mr. Speaker, as a territory, we have a role to play. And it's a role we cannot dance around with. It's a role that we have to take seriously. But I keep saying, Mr. Speaker, it is one that we must ensure that we are setting our house in order while on the move. Because the quantification of the assistance that was given, turning around on us and saying, well, you're still a wealthy nation. And then coming back to us with the help and assistance of our own, with this high-level framework to tell us, take this loan. Which, Mr. Speaker, for the record, I will make sure for as long as I hear the record is repeated, that I voted against this whole RDA and why it was set up. Because if you're going to help me, help me. If you're going to help me, leave me alone. And Mr. Speaker, we rose. We got back up. We're still on the way back up, Mr. Speaker. But the role that the Virgin Islands people, the role that this territory and the role that we are playing through preparation, Mr. Speaker, is one that we have been educating our people. Is one that even through the recovery from the floods and the storms of 2017, it is one that we are the ones, Mr. Speaker. Our people are the ones rebuilding this territory. Because that's how it was built 50 to 60 plus years ago. With our people, Mr. Speaker. And it's a reminder that everything we need, we have. The law don't call the equipped. He equips those he calls. But the introspection, Mr. Speaker, comes. What are we doing? So this move, Mr. Speaker, for DDM is a move to further advance our cause, where we are given autonomy to ourselves, which again, as I recounted in my contribution for the resolution on the constitutional review, from each of the constitutions going forward, Mr. Speaker, it spoke about advancement. It spoke about the enhancement of our people. It spoke about our leaders who are elected by the people, Mr. Speaker, being given the opportunity to look after ourselves. And I caution, Mr. Speaker, that while we are striving for that, let us be our hardest critic. Let us be the ones that is not afraid to look at the other one or even look at ourselves first in the mirror and say, you know you could be doing better. You know you should be doing better, and not take offense to it. Mr. Speaker, I keep saying we are the ones doing it to ourselves because there is no way in this 2021 that we should be continuing having people to say to us, to come to us, to write to us, to share on their own media platforms of what they think we should be doing when we know we should be doing it. So, Mr. Speaker, on this move that we are taking, we must ensure that while we are taking these steps, a fundamental goal is set in place as to what we hope to achieve. And let us all move in that direction to ensure it, because it is not about us. Mr. Speaker, when I got elected, I pledged to try to leave the district that I am responsible for better than when I left it. And every waking day, Mr. Speaker, that God gives me opportunity, that's been my purpose. I've said to the Premier on many occasions, I have never sat in the seat that he sat in, but he has sat where I've sat. So I know perspectives would change based on different occurrences, but let us not forget where we came from. Let us not forget what our first mission is. And let us ensure, Mr. Speaker, that on this fight that we are on this journey that we are taking, don't just speak about it, Mr. Speaker. Let the actions speak. If we're going to build this territory, the last government and the government before that and government before that, they would have had some good strides. They also would have had some good mistakes. But we have to keep building. And in order to keep building, we have to build with all the people, Mr. Speaker. So DDM, Mr. Speaker, I don't believe there will be an issue or is an issue on whether the department would function or not function if it is moved wherever the Premier would decide whether it's under his responsibility or one of the other ministers. But the fact that, Mr. Speaker, that we are taking this step to move it so that we are going to be responsible and we are going to have a say in terms of what happens and who the reporting is going to. For the future of any occurrences relating to disaster management, Mr. Speaker, I believe it is important and it should not be looked upon, Mr. Speaker, because as I said before, while I agree with some of what was said before me, Mr. Speaker, I would speak for myself. I'm not going to get entangled in some of the fights or the back and forths that will happen, Mr. Speaker, or have happened. My fight is always purpose-driven and is always people-driven. I said it to the then Premier, I said it to this sitting Premier, I said it to the Governor. And I said privately as well as publicly, I don't have a fight but for the people of this territory. And anything or anyone gets in the way of the progress of the people and the advancement of this territory, Mr. Speaker, is a problem for me. So with this move to move DDM, Mr. Speaker, and the amendments that are itemized in this bill, Mr. Speaker, which we will trash out more in the committee stage. And Mr. Speaker, I believe, well, I can only ask that when we come out as committee, Mr. Speaker, the changes that would have been made are highlighted by the Premier as he wraps up, so that people understand the importance of what has been achieved. So, Mr. Speaker, I will say no more except to say again and reiterate that, Premier, this bill has my support. And I look forward to the further discussions and detailed conversation that we would not have in the public space, in the committee stage, because what this bill I know is connected to other pieces of legislation and other bodies that we would need to address, and other things that are encompassed in the overall move that we are making, Mr. Speaker. I am for the advancement of the Virgin Islands as a territory. I'm for the advancement of our leaders to rule our own destiny, Mr. Speaker. And more importantly, I'm for the advancement of the people of this territory to realize that they belong. First, that they belong to this territory, and they can always believe that there is a future here for them. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the member for the 2nd District. We have a list of 3 members wishing to speak. The Deputy Speaker, a member for the 9th, and a member for the 8th. So we'll go in that order. At this time, I recognize the Deputy Speaker and Territorial Member, the Honorable Neville A. Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I always like to speak after the member of the 4th. kind of give me inspiration when he speaks sometime. But today is not one of those days. But Mr. Speaker, the Premier said it well. The Premier made a very, very good presentation. There's not much that I could say to what he said, but to say I endorsed it. But Mr. Speaker, I also want to say thank God. I'm saying thank God because of 2017, Mr. Speaker, Winters had a hurricane. Some people even pronounced me dead. I mean, I heard rumor that I was dead because I was buried in the rubbish of my house. But God is good, Mr. Speaker. God is good. Mr. Speaker, what I'd like to say also is thanks to the people of the Virgin Islands. The people who came out and built back these beautiful Virgin Islands. With all that we are talking now, Mr. Speaker, is the people. The people came together and built back these Virgin Islands. That's what the people of the Virgin Islands are about. That's what we're about, togetherness. That's what we're really about, Mr. Speaker. So I personally would like to say thank you to the people of the Virgin Islands who live here, who's been here, who's around here, who helped build back the Virgin Islands from 2017. It's 5 years now since the hurricane. 5 years. I'm saying this for a reason, Mr. Speaker, because I want to say that we have very strong people here in the Virgin Islands. 4 years. We have very strong people here in the Virgin Islands, Mr. Speaker. We are the type of people who just band together when we need to. We might fight, but when it comes to building back these Virgin Islands, we together. Don't get in between us. Okay? Don't get in between us at all. You don't get work on. Now, I've been called this 3.5 years. I guess my math's off. Oh. But, Mr. Speaker, but what I want to talk about today, Mr. Speaker, is that we also need to sit down and think about what we went through in 2017. We were not prepared, Mr. Speaker. Are we prepared now? My answer is no, Mr. Speaker. We have to start putting things in place, Mr. Speaker, not just wait till when it happens. We have to start putting things in place from now, Mr. Speaker. When I looked and we heard a hurricane was coming during the hurricane season this year, I started looking around and I realized we don't really have no shelters here. The 1 or 2 shelters that remain, we patch it up, and we call it a shelter. So we have to get serious about what we really want to do when it comes in terms of a disaster, what we're going to put in place. Because when you look at some of the shelters that we have, they're below flooded zones, but they are shelters. So we have to start looking at these things and putting these things in place. That's what we have to start doing now. And now is the time, because we have a lot that we could say. And we have the manpower behind to do it as well, Mr. Speaker. You see, Mr. Speaker, when you look at the way that we prepare for a hurricane, we need to change that. We're supposed to have plans ahead, a time that every 3 months or so we have meetings and start tweaking every little thing that we can, Mr. Speaker. We have to change the plan and change the game, how we deal with things. Now we realize the weather ain't changing, the weather changing. Things are changing, so we have to make that adjustment as well, Mr. Speaker. I heard a lot of my colleagues talking about what they did and what happened, what they went through. Mr. Speaker, in times of disaster, the people are supposed to come together. No political games, no political nothing in place. We have to come together. So when it comes to protecting this beautiful Virgin Island of ours, we have to come together. And that's why I keep saying is togetherness is what's going to make us work here. Yes, we're going to come in here, we might have a different ideas and stuff, but we have to respect each other. And when we start to respect each other in here, the people on the outside are going to respect us more. Because that's one of the problems that we have. I don't want to go off of disaster, and I think I'm still talking about disaster because when I'm saying it, you have to look at, if we do not work together, it's every time you see one person try to go up forward, you pull him down. We're supposed to start pulling each other up. Mr. Speaker, it's up, we have to pull each other up, not push them down. If a man have a good idea, he have a good idea, no matter who it is. So we have to continue working together at all times, Mr. Speaker, not just in a disaster time. At all times, we have to work together. When I listen to member the fourth talk, he also mentioned about advancement of people. And putting disaster under the government, it means a lot, and it does a lot, because the members of this House of Assembly have a say. And who knows the district and the people more than who are elected? That's who know every little crack and little creek in the place. You can't tell somebody go tell me where Parent Young is or where James Young is. Some of the people don't know that. We know these places. I guarantee the member of the 8th, if you're going to tell him, look, let's go up Jennings Hill. Some people you know what Jennings Hill is. Let's go to the song. No, you know what the song is. It's we who know where these places are. Winters, you have a disaster, there's security that is involved. That security will come as part of national security. That's a must. That is a must. But when it comes to dealing with the people of the Virgin Islands, that is the government. That's who it is, the government. That's what the electors are for, to go and support them and take care of them and make sure that they're okay. So I support this move very strongly. But I also want to say we have to start planning, Mr. Speaker. We have to plan. We cannot just say we're going to do things and then not. We have to plan. We have to make a national plan for disaster. And that national plan should be public. People should know every single thing in a national plan in terms of surviving. Mr. Speaker, generators should be in every single building that's supposed to be a shelter. As well, that shelter should be built in a way that it could be used for different things. But when hurricane season strikes, you know that's a shelter with partitions where you could keep females on one side, male on the other side. These are the things that we have to start looking at, that we can make sure that we are prepared and ready for disaster. Mr. Speaker, I always say I will not speak long, so I'm going to stop there today, because my colleagues are there laughing at me saying, he's going to be short. But I really think that we need to sit down and look at stuff like that, because we have a lot of shelters, like I say, on flood zones. It has certain disasters that we could prepare for, and certain ones we cannot. But the ones that we could prepare for, let us prepare them. Let us start putting different food together, different canned stuff together. When there's hurricane season, oh, let's wait till when it reach to do it. Let's plan ahead. Mr. Speaker, with that, I'll rest. Thank you.
I thank the Deputy Speaker for his contribution to the debate. At this time, I recognize the Minister for Natural Resources, Labor and Immigration, and member for the 9th District, the Honorable Vincent O. Whitley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to say a few words on this very, very important bill, Disaster Management Act 2019, a bill that I've heard is pretty much long and coming. Mr. Speaker, this bill, like many other pieces of legislation, is very, very timely. Since we've been here for the last 22 months, you've seen a plethora of legislation being brought into this House, critical pieces of legislation. In this area, plethora, yes. And this area is one of those critical ones, Mr. Speaker, that's going to take this country forward. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to go to the objects and reason and just read the very first paragraph that kind of sets out what it is we are trying to achieve with this bill. The bill seeks to provide a comprehensive mechanism for disaster management in the Virgin Islands, the rights and obligations of the Virgin Islands under the agreement establishing the Caribbean Disaster Management Agency, and also seeks to repeal the current legal framework related to disaster management in the Virgin Islands. Mr. Speaker, why is this so important? And why am I saying it is a groundbreaking piece of legislation? Mr. Speaker, a lot has been said today, but I want to refer to the member for the Fourth, some things he said. Mr. Speaker, like the member for the Fourth, I think all of us who are here now, went through Hurricanes Irma and Maria in 2017. Mr. Speaker, I was no different, except at that time I wasn't elected, and I was on a sister island, Virgin Islands. The member for the Fourth went through great detail of what he saw, but my experience was rather similar to the member for the Fourth, because Virgin Islands at that time, or the 9th District, was totally cut off from Tortola. I happened to have at that time the only functioning satellite phone on the island, but there was no one to call. I had no numbers for anyone. The one number I happened to have in my phone at that time was the BVI London office. And I don't know if the phone actually worked, and I could call the BVI London office to Mr. Benito Wheatley. And that's how I could find out what was happening on Tortola. There was no telephone, no cell phone, nothing, no ferries, nothing. Everything just totally flattened. But I could call the London office, who was in contact not with the Premier's office, but with the Governor's office. And he could have told me, well, expect a ship, expect a helicopter, they're having this meeting down there, they're deciding this. And this went on for about a week. I think after about a week, I think the Governor and the Premier, the then Premier, showed up on Virgin Islands. By then I kind of had an idea what was happening around the BVI. But at that time we had gotten together and we had started to organize ourselves, and persons from the outside, I remember for the second said we had the Puerto Rican Navy and various entities at that time had begun to bring supplies into the island. So when the Governor and Premier arrived together, I met them at the dock and they asked a few questions about how things were going, how were you organized, and these basic questions. If I did anything. I told them I didn't really need anything, but I had two very special requests. Say, what was that? I told them I would like any supplies coming into the BVI for Virgin Islands to not have to stay on Tortola. Please allow it to come directly to Virgin Islands. The Governor said, well, I don't see a problem with that. The Premier agreed. The second request I had is any aid agency coming into the BVI to work on Virgin Islands must work within the structure that they met on Virgin Islands. And they also agreed to that. I said, okay, I don't think I saw them much since then. I told them if you could grant me just those two things there, I think we could manage our affairs here on Virgin Islands. And Mr. Speaker, and we did. The containers and the various persons were sending supplies. We organized ourselves. We had the support from the various persons. But Mr. Speaker, one day while we were at the center, a gentleman came to the center and he said, I didn't know who he was. He just showed up at the center. And he said he would like to see the Governor and the Premier together. I said, well, I don't know about that, but I can try. So I called the Governor's office. And they said, well, that wouldn't be a problem. So I told the gentleman he had to go to Tortola to meet the Governor and the Premier. So he came, picked me up in a boat, and we came over. And we went to the hospital. Well, I didn't go to the meeting. He went in, he met with the Governor and the Premier. I don't know what to discuss. Because at the same time, there's somebody who needs some medication on Virgin Islands. There are some medication that they needed desperately. So I was trying to find a medication at the time. So I spent the whole time trying to find a medication to take back. So after I came back, I waited outside the door. The gentleman came out. And what he said, I would never forget. He said, your government at this point in time is no use to none of you all in Virgin Islands. That's what he said to me. I don't know why he came to that conclusion, but he said, I am going to help you all the best I can. Remember the fourth I looked at a while ago. He said the government was basically ineffective at a time when the country needed them most. But it wasn't the government's fault. It was the structure we had in place that we're trying to fix right now, Mr. Speaker, with this bill here. The structures made the government ineffective, useless. They were just figureheads, so to speak. The shots were coming from someplace else. And I could imagine how the members felt to be elected. You give instructions to your staff, but the staff ain't studying you. Because they understood at this point in time, your elected members, person you send there to look out for your benefit and for your well-being, have been totally sidelined. Totally sidelined. Mr. Speaker, we know between the UK and the BVI is a constitutional relationship. But it was never meant to be static. It was meant to be dynamic. As we grow and mature as individuals, as we grow and mature as a country, that relationship too must mature and move forward. This here today is another step forward in that relationship. Some people call it a march towards independence. I call it greater autonomy and self-reliance. I hate to use the analogies like parent to child, because it's a very dangerous one when you go to the UK and the BVI. Because in a parent and child, you know UK and the BVI. There's some very small similarities, because like a child in your home, you'd expect someday the child to grow up and leave your home. Okay, most of them don't leave home no more, but yeah, that's what you expect. You expect a child to grow up, get a job, get an education, and eventually leave home. So too, in this relationship here, we have to be weaned slowly but surely away from the UK. We only can do that by building institutions and taking on more responsibility as a people for our own affairs. I would have thought, like the Premier alluded to, Article 73, that the UK would have been our cheerleaders trying to take on more responsibility. But what we have seen, Mr. Speaker, is that you have to fight to get you a little bit of freedom from the UK. I thought they would have willingly said, well, I see you want to take on, because the more we take on, the less they have to provide for us. At one time, we were in granting aid. They were happy to see us leave granting aid and start taking care of our own affairs. Then we have our own Minister of Finance and so forth. So it's a maturing relationship. But it seems, Mr. Speaker, that somewhere along the line, maybe 2017, I don't know, the UK figure maybe you're going too far, too fast, or something. Maybe power's a bit intoxicating, I don't know. But Mr. Speaker, we cannot stop because people don't like where we're going. We as a people have to decide where we want to go. Just like DDM, Department of Disaster Management, wasn't always called Disaster Management. At one time, it was Office of Disaster Preparedness, which was then simply a coordinated entity under the Deputy Governor's Office. Over time, as the reality and the ground changed, Mr. Speaker, they too had to change what they were doing to reflect what the reality was. So we went from disaster preparedness, in other words, you wait to see what's going to happen, to disaster management. We took the planning to a different level. We took what we were doing to a different level. But nobody could really plan for Maria and Irma and Maria. And when it happened and the place was totally devastated, all of a sudden, don't do nothing. Mr. Speaker, as time went on during 2017, strangely enough, the man for the second told me that, said earlier, that he was allowed to get a helicopter ride to go to George Van Dyke and so forth. Well, I too was given that privilege. I didn't understand why until later on. because there was Virgin Islands, can't get to Anegada because there's no boat or anything. Then one day I got a call, well, we have a helicopter available. Do you need to go anywhere? I said, yes, I need to go somewhere. I need to see what's happening over in Anegada because we had so many supplies on Virgin Islands, there were enough to take stuff to Anegada. So I went to Anegada. Instead of one helicopter, they sent two. I only asked, they offered one, I accepted one, but they sent two. So, yeah, I was his talent coordinator. Yes, at the time. Thank you for reminding me. So I went to Anegada and I took over a bunch of supplies to Anegada. They were very happy. And after I came back to Virgin Islands, I said, well, don't you want to go anyplace else? I said, well, yes. I need to go see Jas Van Dyke. They said, no problem. So I got a bunch of medical supplies for Jas Van Dyke because they had none at the time. The rest had gotten to the place at 8 hours medicine, so they had none. So I took a whole bunch of medication to Jas Van Dyke, some batteries for the generator, and all sorts of different things, food supplies and so forth. I was on a military helicopter. I think it was probably my first time on a helicopter ever. They had created almost a dependence on them at that time. And you went to Jas Van Dyke and Anegada, and they would tell you, well, I didn't see my government. I'm not seeing my government. They said it a lot. I am not seeing my government. You know what the people told me in those two islands? I am not seeing my government. How are you going to see your government? What are you coming to do? You're going to pause to do nothing? Yeah. So, Mr. Speaker, and that is not bad, it's not good for an elected person. This act here will make sure that the responsibility during disaster and recovery goes with the elected persons who is sent to look after you. You elected us. You ain't elected anybody. You've elected us to look after your affairs no matter what. We have to make sure that when the people or people who elected us need us most, that we're able to respond and take care of them. Mr. Speaker, it's a progressive piece of legislation. It's a bold move. And I commend the Premier for taking on this task. It's not a new thing, but the Premier had a tenacity, so to speak, to take it on and say, my people are ready for the next step. My people want to take on more of their own responsibility for themselves. The member for the Third said he hoped it doesn't go under the Premier. Well, my suggestion would be, to me, it better belongs with the Minister for Telecommunications who works in utilities. Because during disasters, who do they expect to be out there working? Public Works, clearing roads, clearing guts, restoring power, and all these things. It's what you'd expect to happen. So give the ministry the resources, give them that responsibility to do what they would normally do anyway. And I'm glad that they decided fit to separate the curfew from a state of emergency. That's a very brilliant move. Because again, it's another way of entrapping you, making you feel that your allegiance should be someplace else. Just because a lot of times it seems to me like we don't trust our own selves, we don't trust our own people. We are afraid to empower our own people. And that's why, Mr. Speaker, it is so important that we build institutions that would give us proper checks and balances with all that we do. So you're following set systems with known outcomes for fairness and justice. It shouldn't be about a person. It should not be about a person. I saw a matter came to me, I think 2 days ago, was forwarded to me from the governor's office. And I'm like, why would you send a matter from me to the governor's office? The person said, well, I didn't know. I thought it was the governor dealing with this matter. I said, it was very alarming to me. Where would you live in this country and think sort and don't know the governor's responsibility? And everything is laid out clearly in the Constitution. It was a regular, normal matter. I can't remember what it was now, sir. Something I found amazing that somebody would have thought that that subject, which clearly belongs in the hands of a minister, an elected person, you would write to the governor's office. But the governor's office knew it wasn't their business. They sent it to my ministry, the one responsible for handling that matter. Mr. Speaker, we have to make sure people understand this. The Premier said it. This march towards greater autonomy, it's not choice in it. It's going to happen. Whether you're ready or whether you ain't ready, Mr. Speaker, the future is going to be here upon us. We have to learn our lessons from the past and make sure we don't repeat them and put things in place to safeguard us. The next time there's a disaster, luckily, our forefathers had the wisdom for a pandemic to have the act in there so that elected persons could handle us during a pandemic. Mr. Speaker, the BVI is open for business. I saw yesterday, could be wrong, where the mighty UK is closed down, and they say until February. That's a whole month and a half during the winter season, the coldest time. But the BVI is open for business. So why do we not trust our own persons to manage our own affairs? I remember, Mr. Speaker, during the beginning of the pandemic, I can't tell you how many phone calls and texts, oh, go study Barbados, oh, go study Antigua, oh, go study St. Lucia, see what they're doing in Cayman, see what they're doing in Bermuda. And every single one has since changed their position that they had back then. Our position, Mr. Speaker, has not changed a whole lot. Because we've learned some lessons of the past. We've learned we have to put our trust in God and God alone in prayer. We've learned to trust each other. We sit down, we have discussions. It's not always easy, but we discuss, and then we come to a consensus, and Mr. Speaker, we move forward. Mr. Speaker, if these things were easy, most of them would have been done a long, long time ago. It takes courage, Mr. Speaker, to take on something like this and decide, you know what, it's time to come to an elected member. Mr. Speaker, we still have the archives there. We figure out we're going to the archives again. To me, the archives is the history of the country. Should be with the leadership of the country. As for all the institutional knowledge, the historical facts, everything, it should be with the country, not with somebody else. Because if it's not with us, but again, we have to learn to take it properly. Because again, history has taught us that when you give all information to somebody else, they're going to send it back to you when you need it most. Mr. Speaker, right now there are many documents and books about BVI history. If you want them, you have to pay for them. And in most instances, you're paying a lot of money also to get that information back that belongs to you. So we have to learn to value information and then learn how to preserve it. So, Mr. Speaker, I commend the Premier, as I wrap up, for bringing this bill to the House. Mr. Speaker, a lot of persons who speak to me always talk to me about the next election. Everything about the next election. Mr. Speaker, I want them to know I'm more interested in the next generation than the next election. This here is a generational thing. This is what I'm here fighting for. These kinds of things. The election will take care of itself. Mr. Speaker, we have to make sure we are setting a good, solid foundation for the next generation. I think sometimes we get too preoccupied with the next election. And then the next generation have to suffer because we didn't do the things we should have done when we had the opportunity to do it. Remember, the second said it best a while ago. He said he had promised the folks in his district that when he leaves office, the second should be a little better than the way he met it. Mr. Speaker, we are all here on the same mission. I hope when I leave this position here too, the 9th district will be a whole lot better than the way I met it, because I met it in a mess. So, Speaker, we started on transformation in the 9th district, and we transformed from the east to the west and all over. It's transformation time for the entire BVI. And all of the work we've been doing clearly is showing that we're serious about it. We're not only talking about these things, Mr. Speaker, we're also walking the walk. So, Mr. Speaker, with those few words there, I fully support this act here, and I commend the Premier for bringing it. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the member for the 9th District for his contribution. At this time, I recognize the Leader of the Opposition and member for the 8th District, the Honorable Marlon A. Penn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to say a few words on the Disaster Management Act 2019. 2019. I'm sure it's going to be changed to 2020. Mr. Speaker, I want to first and foremost say that this act, I think, might have the record for the longest stint in a select committee of the House. I think it's been in and out and in again and back in and out and back again in select committees in this honorable House. Mr. Speaker, it was in and out for a reason, and I also want to commend the Premier, commend him publicly for his presentation he made earlier today. I think it was important for us to put the pieces together. I think he did a good job. I can't say I agree with everything that he said, but I think he did a good job in making the reference in terms of the framework that governs the relationship between the Virgin Islands and United Kingdom. And that is important because the rules shouldn't just apply for one person. When rules are set in a game, the rules should go across the board. And based on what I'm hearing, I'm hopeful that somehow some of these documents could find their way down the tunnel on a speed bump. That we have to ensure that we're consistent in the framework that governs our relationship and how we should move forward. And today, we're making a further step in the many steps that were made prior to today in terms of ensuring that our people rule their own destiny and have the level of autonomy to execute as they've been doing. And I'll make that point later in my presentation on behalf of this territory. Speaker, the Disaster Management Act is a very critical component as the BVAL lives, and we all live in a disaster-prone region. Every 6 months out of the year, we have to worry and hunker down in terms of the issues surrounding disasters. And for many years, we have guided, we have built back this country after disaster. And we heard about the Gales in the early 1900s and all disasters that prior to. The mother of all disasters as we know it in 2017. Hurricane Irma and Maria. Mr. Speaker, I want to spend a little time there and talk a little bit about, before I get to the substantial piece of legislation, and speak about the importance of empowering and believing in your people, particularly during those disasters that occurred in 2017. Speaker, you heard the stories. I mean, the members before me spoke about what the dynamic was in terms of the NOC and the construct on the ground in terms of managing the affairs. And that is true. And we saw where that level of relationship could be problematic for us moving forward. Mr. Speaker, but what I saw, and all those things are true, but what I saw first and foremost, and I think the member, a large member from the East, alluded to this, is the spirit of the people of this territory. And that level of determination, that level of stick-to-itiveness that we will overcome. as a people and as a territory. And it's in our DNA to overcome and determine our future and our destiny. And whenever I say our destiny I reflect on, I think it's Buju Banton who sing, I want to rule my destiny. And I reflect, remember for the second, on our good friend and colleague of blessed memory, with Dolores Christopher, when she was in that march in the city of Roetown, shortly after Hurricane Irma and Maria, with her poster saying, I want to rule my destiny. I think we have moved into a position of maturity as a country, and the constitutional advancements from 1977 to 2007, hopefully in 2020, the Premier is saying that we will get to that point. We continue a maturation process. Because, and it continues to be said in this house, all we have and all we need, and I think the member for the second continues to say this, resides within us and amongst us as a people. And I want to, before I go on, thank all the agencies, all the individuals, territories who assisted us during that period. There were many. And we'll be ungrateful in this. And they said no sin wasn't ungratefulness. To not recognize persons who assisted us, the UK and all those persons who gave us support during that time. But it was the spirit of our people. I got up, and all of us, the member, for that large member, Smith, I think he was the first person in his area I went to Hope Hill first, because that's right outside of my home. All of us in that area was devastated after the storm. And as I walked my way, because the days before the storm, we had a meeting, and we said to the heavy equipment operators, if we don't see each other, we're going to set a plan, just move, and get the place cleared up and cleaned up in the Eastern Long community. And it's important, Mr. Speaker, for me to recount this, because you have to sometimes reinforce and remind your people that you don't necessarily need someone to save you. Partnerships are important. Alliances are important. We need those. But sometimes you have to look within ourselves for the strength that we need to move forward. And we saw, when I got down into the community, you saw your people in action. The people had already mobilized. The same afternoon, the heavy equipment operators had mobilized, had gotten our streets passable. And then we started to go to work. Yes, we had the issues with the NEOC and all those issues, but it's the people and us as leaders who came together, despite all of those issues, and said, look, this is our country. Let us do what we have to do to get things moving without even authorization for funding, authorization on anything. People move with one sense of purpose. Let's help our fellow men and brothers and sisters around us. And it shows the strength of who we are, who we continue to be. In those early months after the storm, you were proud more than you've ever been to be a Virgin Islander. And the spirit that exudes all of us as Virgin Islanders, where we looked out for each other. We made sure that what support I had in the East, Amber Fraser had in the third, the member for the first had in the first, vice versa. I got water from the member for the second and the member for the first. In the eighth, Amber Fraser and I met in the distribution center in town. He said, look, I need a chainsaw. I said, I got 3 left, I could give you 2. And the next day he had 2. And I even throw in a weed cutter for good measure. But that is what leadership is about. Despite whatever the particular construct was at the time, we as leaders stepped up to the plate and did what was necessary to move our country forward, to protect and defend and put our people in a better position. And many of us had lost our homes. My house was devastated. The member for the 7th at the time, house was obliterated. But we got together and did what was in the best interest of the people. So he says that, and this is something Honorable Skelton continues to say and when he was in this house, and he continues to say it when we speak. Every time our country has advanced, has made steps, leaps and bounds as a territory, is when we've put more control in the hands of our people. And this step, as I say, the journey of 1,000,000 miles starts with a single step. There are many steps that have gotten us to this point. And I want to commend the Premier for the steps that he's taking now to take us to the next point. And the team that did the constitutional reviews from 1977 to 2007, and us who have the awesome and significant responsibility to go through this review that is about to take place in 2020. We have to ensure that we continue that process of advancement to ensure that our people are first and foremost at the center of us moving forward. And we have to educate. I think the missing element has always been our communication and ensuring that the people are on page and on board with what we're trying to achieve. And that's where, Mr. Honorable Premier, where the plan is so critical in terms of our particular vision for this country moving forward. And it cannot just be a plan by the 9 government members. It has to be a plan inclusive of all 13 of us sitting around the table and deciding a way forward for our country. Yes, I agree you have a responsibility as Premier, but all 13 of us have a leadership responsibility for this entire country. And I told you when you brought this bill and what I know you were intending to do, that you have no objections from me. Because anything that is in the best interest of the people of this country and empowering our people and putting them in the positions to rule their own destiny, we're on the same page. You might have a difference in approach, difference in philosophy, but you don't be here for 21 years because you look good. And people like to see you, they like to hear you. People continue to elect people because they look out for their interests and the interests of the country. That's why you're here that long. And I believe that your interest, particularly in this particular movement forward, is in the best interest of the people, and it's something that I want to associate myself with in terms of us moving forward to ensuring that we have a clear plan, not just for the Disaster Act, but a clear plan to ensure that we empower our people. We develop the institutions to ensure that the institutions are in place to support our people when they take up these awesome sets of responsibility of leadership in certain roles within these particular organizations and institutions. But I really want to ensure that, and it's going to be a very tedious process going through the actual bill. It's a huge bill. And I know with the adjustments that is being proposed, this doesn't reflect the proposed changes and adjustments. And Premier, I want to say this publicly, and one of the issues that I've always had with, not just with this government, but in general, how we approach the legislative process, Mr. Speaker. We need to do a better job of having more informal discussions on these bills before we go for second and third reading. I think we have to do a better job in ensuring that the changes are understood before we get here in committee, and then we seem to be in a rush sometimes to get through the process. And we don't do the process justice because of that prior discussion and discourse that would have been beneficial for the process. I think it's something that we have to do a better job at. Past administrations have, and it's no blame particularly on this administration, I've said it publicly in this House in our last administration. That is something that I have an issue with, because this is our first call of duty. The legislative process is the process that got us all elected to this honorable House. And we have a responsibility to take this process serious. We need to put the time in necessary to ensure that we flush these legislations out thoroughly and that we do them justice in the committee process. So, Mr. Speaker, I know that we intended to get out of here tonight, but I think it's impossible for us to go through this legislation based on the proposed changes that are being contemplated. Because this is important. This sets the frame in terms of the transition of power or the transition of responsibility from a lot of the departments that are now under another regime that doesn't fit within the relationship that is defined in our Constitution and the different agreements between us and the United Kingdom. So it's important for us to make this transition and do it the right way. Speaker, won't be much longer, but there's a few things I think is important for me to touch on. So, Speaker, I'd also like to acknowledge and I call it an institution. I think the disaster management is a unit of department, DDM, management department, is an institution in this territory, and in fact, in this region. So, Speaker, I had the privilege in 95, 96, in the early days of when we started to transition DDM, to work closely with Ms. Dabio, Charlene Dabio. So, Speaker, she started then. I think we had a period during 95 to 2000 when we had a series of hurricanes passing through this territory. We started then what was the Disaster Auxiliary Corps, or DAC. It was a group of us, about 15 Virgin Islanders, who donated our time to support the DDM at that time during disasters. I myself worked on many occasions as a project manager during hurricanes and during different disasters in this territory. I actually worked, I can recall, 3 hurricanes where I worked as a project manager in East Atlanta Community Center and in Seacoast Bay. I think at the time was a Methodist church as a project manager, a shelter manager during a few hurricanes that passed through. And Mr. Speaker, I saw the progression of that organization through the leadership of Ms. Dabio. I saw how she supported and ensured that the individuals who were under her care got the necessary personal development, training. I saw the relationships that were forged between the different organizations within the region, internationally, Puerto Rico, U.S. Virgin Islands, and America. I know when she went off to do her disaster management training and came back and took up the responsibility of leadership of the organization, you saw a lot of the structures that you see today going into place and the relationships cemented. So a lot of these relationships started a long time ago through a lot of work of herself and many persons that came before her. But you really saw the maturity of the organization under her stead and her leadership. And you saw that leadership go to the test during Hurricanes Irma and Maria, when none of us had seen anything like that in our lifetimes. We thought Hugo was bad. That made Hugo look like this little cold front that passed through the other day. And I want to publicly acknowledge her for her service and the work that she and her team has done to really put into that unit to develop the respected agency that we have now, not just in our immediate vicinity, but in the region, internationally. And we have some of the most foremost respected professionals in that organization, bar none, in the region. We have Mr. Alex Jeffrey, one of the most skilled logisticians is the word. Am I correct, Rameji? In the region, to the point where after Bahamas went through the disaster not too long ago, he was called upon to assist with the logistical needs in Bahamas. It shows the caliber of individuals that we have within our institutions. You have telecoms exports, and now in Mr. Jason Penn. Not because he's somehow a name that I know, I'm familiar with. You got to get Jackie jacket and jail her shirt. And jail her blouse, right? Because, again, one of the most respected telecom persons within the region who studied and under the tutelage of the late Mr. Swain, who did some really good work in this territory in the early days in setting up the telecom infrastructure that underpinned what we have today with DDM. Just recently, DDM, after totally losing the entire infrastructure, were able to rebuild several weather stations, the alarm systems that we're hearing, the early warning systems that we're hearing throughout the territory. They're now in all parts of the Virgin Islands, East End, Roatan, all over the place. In case of a tsunami, any kind of disaster, we have those early warning systems. It is our people. It is our people who led the charge, continue to lead the charge, and ensure that those infrastructural work are being done. I want to commend Mr. Penn, not because he's my brother, but he does his work, does good work, and he's now acting at DDM. And I hope he got some cousin over there. I hope they recognize his good work as well. Now, we have to empower our people, not just to put things in place for us to be in charge, but to empower people to rule their own destiny. We've invested in them. We invested the resources to train them. They're recognized regionally. The regional partners will call on them to say, look, I need your support in this area when we have a disaster. And this is not just now. I remember in 96 or 97 it was, when we were called upon by Dominica through SEDEMA, a relationship with SEDEMA, when Kickham Jenny, I think it was acting up in Dominica, to go and help offer support or a little small little disaster auxiliary corps. And again, it's because of the respect that person had for Ms. Dabrio and the work that she started and continued to do within the area of disaster management. So the members, be not afraid. There's no objection from me with this bill, because I believe that our people is our people. No matter what political affiliations or all the other P's, as it was said here earlier today. But we're building institutions for the future, not for politics. We're building institutions to ensure that when we're long gone, and we will be gone from here. I mean, we're not going to set up tent in here forever. There'll come a time with all of us who are here, who had the pleasure and the privilege to serve in these hallowed walls, these hallowed halls. We'll be asked the question, what have you done to advance the plight of your people with the years that you've served in our legislative house or assembly? Speaker, I support any advancement within the construct of a relationship. I believe that we need to sit down very carefully, very meticulously, to craft the way forward in our next set of engagements in terms of our Constitution. We have to ensure that once we start to speak on our way forward, we speak with one accord, an accord that's inclusive of the people of this territory, and ensure that the people of this territory understand the way forward for us as a territory. We have to clearly explain these things. We can't assume that people understand and people know. We can't make those assumptions. We have to ensure that we're very clear and it's void of emotion. Mr. Speaker, this transition, as it may, to ensuring that our people has more autonomy and really, as they've been doing for decades, and specifically in this space of disaster management. As I said, I was there in the early 90s, mid-90s, 95. Well, no, that's how much, 25 years removed. More than 2 decades. That our people, and in fact, Jason, my brother Jason, he's who brought me to Disaster Auxiliary Corps, where he got his first introduction there. And now he's the acting director. It shows what is possible when you invest and believe in your people. So I support this, I think, and the others to come, I think we'll have those conversations that need to have in terms of how we continue to slowly transition or accelerate a transition. What needs to be transitioned in terms of our control and autonomy. But I think we, as I said earlier, we have to also be meticulous. This piece of legislation, I haven't seen this, the one that is going to repeal this one as yet. This is I haven't seen that draft, that new draft. And I want us to be, let's take our time. Let's do the process justice. Let's have a proper conversation in terms of what we're trying to achieve to ensure that we, as much as we can, because you can never catch everything. There's always going to be revisions that will have to be done, because the reality is that we're human beings and we're not perfect. But we need to do the process justice. So I look forward to the in-depth discussion in the committee stage. And again, I want to say publicly, I support this move. I think it's a move that has been set up from successive administrations and the work that have been done on successive constitutional reviews, because the intent has always been for us to rule our own destiny. And I look forward to the conversation in our committee stages. Thank you.
I thank the member for the 8th District for his contribution. We will have one more speaker, then we'll take a 15-minute recess, and then we'll resume again. At this time, I recognize the Minister for Transportation, Works and Utilities, and member for the 5th District, the Honorable Kai M. Reimer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I stand here this evening and after hearing all the contributions from members in this honorable House, Mr. Speaker, it's clear that this bill is long awaited. This bill should have been here quite some time. After hearing a confirmation from the Leader of the Opposition as to how long it has been into committee stage, I must acknowledge the Honorable Premier for bringing this bill forward this evening. And I know this House sitting started last year. So, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to say Happy New Year to all those that are listening. And as we go into this new year, we ask for God's continued guidance and His blessings. And Mr. Speaker, I would like to begin by clearly stating that disaster management requires the whole of government and the whole of government's approach, and it should not be ignored. Mr. Speaker, this is to ensure the effective coordination across government in preparation for and in the event of a disaster of any kind. And Mr. Speaker, we have gone through all stages of disasters, and we know what these disasters have done to us as a people. And Mr. Speaker, as we have experienced the trilogy of events in 2017, we know that each and every part of government must play its part in the process. Mr. Speaker, I believe coordination should be a function of the local government. And Mr. Speaker, at this stage, in the Virgin Islands' growth and our development, we should assume full responsibility for disaster management. Mr. Speaker, as opposed to just recovery, the whole entire responsibility, Mr. Speaker. The central role of the Department of Disaster Management, DDM, the central role that they play in coordination of a disaster preparedness and emergency response is critical to maintaining our resilience as a territory and for future disasters. Mr. Speaker, I heard my Deputy Speaker speak about being prepared and taking our active roles in when some storms are named and when some are not. But, Mr. Speaker, yes, we must be prepared, because failing to prepare basically says you're preparing to fail. So we must prepare. Mr. Speaker, I am sure everybody remembers DDM's outstanding work during those hurricanes of Irma and Maria under the NEOC, that's the National Emergency Operation Center. And Mr. Speaker, with DDM now moving to government, I'm sure persons may be asking about their effectiveness and being under local government. Well, Mr. Speaker, let me just bring this into perspective, because over the last 9 months, and I want the public to be aware, because I myself was educated today about some of the things that took place during the hurricanes with the NEOC and the recovery. But, Mr. Speaker, we have faced COVID, and we are facing COVID. I think it started sometime in March where we activated or we deactivated or reactivated HEOC. And Mr. Speaker, we have successfully and we are continuing to manage COVID-19 by the local government. Mr. Speaker, today our borders are open and the virus is being kept under some sort of control. Mr. Speaker, the HEOC, the Health Emergency Operations Center, they have been our vehicle to ensure that the whole of government and utilizing the whole of government approach to containing this pandemic. Mr. Speaker, it is important to note that the representation from the HEOC is the same representation that made up, or actually makes up, the NEOC during Hurricane Irma. Mr. Speaker, the only difference now with HEOC and NEOC is who the chairman is. The HEOC is headed by the Minister of Health, and the NEOC is chaired by the governor. Well, Mr. Speaker, what I'm trying to say is that it's the same players involved, just the chairman is different. Mr. Speaker, this should give the public a little bit of confidence in the local government that we can oversee disaster management. We can oversee disaster preparedness. We can oversee emergency response. And as we have done with the recovery, and we continue to do with the recovery of the hurricanes. Mr. Speaker, we have been highly responsible in managing COVID-19, and we must acknowledge the team, the Premier, and everyone who is involved in managing this pandemic. And Mr. Speaker, we have proven ourselves capable. Mr. Speaker, we must keep in mind, as many others have mentioned today, the Constitution and the UN Charter and various things. This is not, disaster management is not a constitutional responsibility that falls under the governor. So it should not automatically be administered by him. We are at the stage, Mr. Speaker, where local government can perform this function, and that is what we are here today to do, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the people of this territory should be exercising as much control over our own affairs as possible, especially if we have demonstrated the ability to do so. And I think, Mr. Speaker, we have done that, and we have proven ourselves. Mr. Speaker, other contributions today they spoke about the Constitution and the preamble. And Mr. Speaker, one section of the Constitution that stands out is the affirming that the people of the Virgin Islands have generally expressed their desire to become a self-governing people and to exercise the highest degree of control over the affairs of their country at this stage of its development. And that is from the Constitution, Mr. Speaker. This is the spirit in which I think we are here, and the reason we are here today debating this Disaster Management Act 2019. And Mr. Speaker, I heard the Premier mention that letters were written in regards to this disaster management and where it falls. I mean, the Premier must know what he's speaking about, and spoke of in reference to the budget and assent into the budget and so forth. So, Speaker, I think that is wrong. This House is what makes the laws. We make the laws in here, Mr. Speaker, and if the threat is not to assent to a budget because where the idea for a specific subject should fall, I think that needs to be looked into, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me make it clear as well. I'm not saying that there is no role for the governor in disaster management. I'm not saying that at all. The governor has his role to play, as he is responsible for internal security and defense. And Mr. Speaker, I would fully expect the Royal Virgin Islands Police Force to be involved in this process, as well as the United Kingdom upon request and consent from the local government. Well, Mr. Speaker, the local government, based on the personnel, they're more than capable of coordinating disaster management and overseeing DDM. So, Speaker, the governor and the United Kingdom ought to be supportive, as the member for the 9th mentioned. I think they should be happy to see that we are making this headway as a government. Mr. Speaker, in going back to the Constitution, it says, noting that the United Kingdom, the administering power, for the time being, has articulated a desire to enter into a modern partnership with the Virgin Islands based on the principles of mutual respect and self-determination. That's a word that we have been hearing quite often, quite a lot. And we are preparing ourselves, Mr. Speaker, because again, I would say, failing to prepare basically says that you're preparing to fail. And Mr. Speaker, that is not in our DNA. Mr. Speaker, if the preamble to our Constitution is not convincing enough, or is not enough jurisdiction, then, Mr. Speaker, perhaps we should reference the United Kingdom's obligation to the Virgin Islands that is pending the United Nations Charter, as this, Mr. Speaker, will be helpful. I know the Premier spoke to it, and he continues to speak to it. Mr. Speaker, in Article 73 of the UN Charter, it calls on the United Kingdom to develop self-government, to take due account of the political aspiration of the peoples, and to assist them in the progressive development of their free political institutions according to the particular circumstances of each territory and its people and their varying stages of advancement. Mr. Speaker, this is the duty of the United Kingdom after signing the UN Charter some 75 years ago. And the UN came into force after World War II as countries then strive to build a world free of colonialism. Mr. Speaker, the United Kingdom is supposed to assist us in achieving our aspiration as a people, as stated in our Constitution and the Charter. Mr. Speaker, and we understand where the member for the third mentioned that, you know, our Constitution, as we are aware, was a document assented to by the Queen, representatives and so forth. And Mr. Speaker, as we are moving to a new Constitution, we expect that, you know, this partnership would continue to assist us in reaching our destiny as a people. So, Mr. Speaker, DDM, as we all have spoke about, should be administered by local government. And Mr. Speaker, we're not talking about it coming over to local government because it's not functioning. Where is that now? But Mr. Speaker, because we need to manage our own affairs, as I said, we are definitely capable of doing. Mr. Speaker, when you hear the stories coming out of what took place with the hurricanes and the representatives, as the member for the fourth said he had no ability to execute. Given directive to his permanent secretary, but the permanent secretary just listening but taking orders not from the minister. So, Speaker, I applaud the Premier for bringing this forward, because the people look to their representative for assistance during those times. But having representatives just sit there idly, not having the ability to do anything, that takes away from their responsibility as the people voted him in to do. Mr. Speaker, I'm in full support of this amendment. And it's finally here in this House. And I could understand now why we were here on the last day of the year, working. Because we're working for you, the people. And we're now here, New Year Day. Well, not New Year Day, but here working for you, the people. Mr. Speaker, the DDM is to protect lives and to maintain a resilient, sustainable economy. And, Mr. Speaker, it is supposed to foster comprehensive disaster management and even climate change adaptation as a way of life. And the Premier spoke about climate change and the importance of it. Mr. Speaker, the government's role is to ensure that its people's livelihoods are maintained and protected. Mr. Speaker, in 2015, the disaster management plan was evaluated. Mr. Speaker, this is some of the accolades of the DDM so far. In 2015, the disaster management plan was evaluated by the United States-based Emergency Management Accreditation Program, the EMAP, and was awarded full accreditation. Mr. Speaker, this means that it met all standards and it was placed and it's globally recognized for its program. Mr. Speaker, the BVI, the British Virgin Islands, also became the first territory outside of the United States and Canada to be granted international accreditation for its disaster management strategy. The ability to gain international accreditation, Mr. Speaker, was remarkable. This is a remarkable achievement. So, Speaker, the territory through the DDM is also recognized globally for its achievement in tsunami readiness by the National Weather Service through the Caribbean Tsunami Warning Center. DDM has been working, and it will continue to work. Mr. Speaker, the DDM has undergone many transitions over the years. As the member for the 9th mentioned, it was just the Office for Disaster Preparedness. It's now more disaster management. Mr. Speaker, when the DDM started out, their budget was $3,000, a mere $3,000. Now its budget is nearing $1 million. So we see the importance, and this government and previous governments have invested in DDM. It is important to also recognize the invaluable contributions made by Mr. Elton Georges. He worked at the helm of the department for several years. And Mr. Speaker, some of the former directors and the staff of the department who continue to ensure that the DDM would excel and become a model for the Caribbean. So, Speaker, we heard the name Charlene Dabrio and the work that she did during the trilogy of events that took place in 2017. She and the team need to be acknowledged. Mr. Speaker, continued emphasis must be placed on communities and individuals to ensure that they are educated and supported on pre-disaster planning and preparedness and be ready for any of the expected or unexpected impacts. Education is important. A lot of mechanisms are now in place, early warning systems. Mr. Speaker, we need to continue to let the public know what they mean. When you hear an alarm, what it references, what you should do. So education is important. Well, Mr. Speaker, the DDM will continue to play its role. Just like this COVID-19 pandemic, Mr. Speaker, we have a role to play, and we will continue to support the DDM. So, Speaker, I too, like the leader of the opposition mentioned, Mr. Penn, Mr. Jason Penn, who is now the acting director. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Penn, he has 22 years of experience in the field. He has been working, as mentioned by the leader of the opposition, and doing an amazing job, and now he is the acting director, another person in Hollywood. Hopefully he would get out of there quite soon. Mr. Speaker, he is known for his expertise regionally. And I know he will continue to get support from this government in maintaining the outstanding work that he has been doing and the rest of the team over the years, Mr. Speaker, to carry on this program. Mr. Speaker, I look forward to that. And Mr. Speaker, it is important to note the disaster management strategic plan for the territory is designed to address several cross-cutting themes, including providing affordable and clean energy, economic growth, good health and well-being, clean water and sanitation, just to name a few. And these are defined in the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. And Mr. Speaker, as well as other international instruments, including Regional Caribbean Disaster Management Strategy, which is based on the government's governance of structures and is used to embed and institutionalize Caribbean disaster management throughout all sectors and to reduce the impacts on such groups. Mr. Speaker, the global crisis and the calamities that we have faced over the past few years have resulted in major challenges for us as a territory. Mr. Speaker, but through God and through leadership, we are at the recovery stage. Mr. Speaker, when I look around the territory and see the buildings being rebuilt, more resilient, I look at the roadways, Mr. Speaker. Just there in the 5th District, we are doing some works there on a road that when you look over the side where you had some plywood, and you look down, you see about 100 feet down. You're a bit nervous, but our local contractors, Mr. Speaker, have and are continuing to do the work. And it's amazing to see how easy they have repaired that area. Just like other areas on a ridge road where they're doing works, Mr. Speaker. And this is all being done locally by local contractors, local businesses. And Mr. Speaker, we must say the BVI is on a move. But Mr. Speaker, we must continue to be prepared. And this is the reason we are here, Mr. Speaker, amending this legislation. It's a hefty document, but it's a necessary document. Just like in 1977 when our forefathers thought about the Public Health Act. And lately after the hurricanes, we done some amendment where the curfew is not tied to the state of emergency. Those are genius leaders, Mr. Speaker. And again, I acknowledge the Premier because I know the fight it took to get this document here. I mean, I can't go into all the details, but nothing happens before time, and I think now is the time. So, again, Mr. Speaker, I'm in full support of this amendment, and I look forward to going through clause by clause. It may take us a few days. As the leader says, he wants to go through it properly. But, Mr. Speaker, we are prepared. We came here to do the work for the people, and I look forward to understanding and getting this to the next stage. So, Mr. Speaker, again, I'm in full support, and I thank you for this opportunity to bring these remarks on this bill. I thank you.
I thank the member for the 5th District for his contribution. Honourable members, in the interest of the hands-on officer, we'll take a 15 minutes break, recess, and then we'll resume. And we're going up until we reach to the Premier's wrap-up, so we can start the committee tomorrow. So with that said, we will take a 15 minute recess. This Honourable House now is in recess. Please be seated. This Honorable House now resumes its sitting. Honorable members, the floor is still open as we debate the Disaster Management Act 2019. At this time, I recognize the Deputy Premier and Minister for Education, Culture, Youth Affairs, Fisheries, and Agriculture, and member for the 7th District, Dr. the Honorable Natalia D. Whitley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to speak on this historic piece of legislation. Mr. Speaker, a lot has been said already, and I don't intend to repeat what others have said, so I will be relatively brief. Mr. Speaker, I'm serious when I say that. I won't stay here too long. But of course, I rise in support, Mr. Speaker, of this Virgin Islands Disaster Management Bill. Just by way of background, Mr. Speaker, the 2003 Virgin Islands Disaster Management Act was based on model legislation created by SEDEMA in 1996. SEDEMA updated that legislation, that model legislation, in 2010. And we engaged a consultant here in the Virgin Islands, I believe she was from Anguilla, to update the legislation based on that 2010 SEDEMA model. That was before the hurricanes of 2017. And of course, with the events of 2017, the floods, Irma and Maria, certainly we would have learned some very important lessons that would have required some more legislative changes. So in 2018, I believe, there was an amendment to the legislation. And since then, we have made a review of that draft legislation that was worked on by this consultant, and came up with some other changes. The experience that we went through in 2017 was like no other. And I think we have a real window and a real view into what is really required on a legislative level in response to disasters. And let me just recognize those persons who have been working in disaster management. Their names have been called already, persons like current PS for the Deputy Governor, Mrs. Charlene Dabrio-Letsom. Persons have been leaving off the Letsom, Mr. Speaker, but just to let you know, she's been drafted into the 7th District. She married into the 7th District. So we're very proud of Mrs. Charlene Dabrio-Letsom. And she has worked within that department for many years, and of course, a family member of mine for many years, his name has been mentioned, the late Elton Georges. And may his soul rest in peace, my cousin's husband. And of course, we have Dr. Innes and current acting director Jason Penn, a cousin of mine, and the entire team there at the Department of Disaster Management, well qualified, well able, and accomplished persons. And you know, we owe them a debt of gratitude for the hard work they've been doing from before hurricanes Irma, Maria, and the floods there, and up until this point. This legislation, for persons at home who would like to know really what it's doing in terms of upgrade to the 2003 legislation, it deals with things like volunteers, how you deal with volunteers. The power to require the owner to raise, remove, or destroy vessels or other obstructions. Removal of vessels, consultation prior to evacuation, notice of evacuation, employees who assist in emergency situations, establishment of committees, protection of utilities and communication systems, administration of a fund, repeal and savings, etc. So I trust that under the leadership of Mrs. Charlene Dabrio-Letsom, that this consultant, working with the SEDEMA model and working with the experiences from 2017 and beyond, were able to legislate what needed to be legislated here. And certainly in committee stage, we'll go through carefully and to ensure that everything is where it needs to be. But we've had the experience with these, probably the worst disaster in our history, and one of the worst in the Atlantic and even in the world. So we have a lot to be able to draw on, Mr. Speaker. I'll just speak briefly. The Premier said a lot. He was very comprehensive in his views, but he did mention the fact that this subject is being transferred to local government from the governor. And I'll just say a few words about that. I won't stay too long on that topic. Mr. Speaker, just to say, I think the Premier did a good job of outlining this. This has nothing to do with personalities. This has to do with our general trajectory since 1950 with the restoration of the Legislative Council towards greater control of our own affairs. And I'm quite pleased that every single opposition member stood up in agreement that this subject should be with local government. I think it makes a very powerful statement when government and opposition agree on such measures. And of course, we would not be here if we were not on firm legal ground. I believe that the Honorable Attorney General has established it, that this is policy, and we are on firm legal footing. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, this transfer from governor to local government has not been met with jubilation by all parties. Unfortunately, this is an area that some persons would have preferred, not us here elected members, would have preferred not to be transferred to local government. And Mr. Speaker, I'm disappointed by that. I'm disappointed by that. The Premier stated, Mr. Speaker, and I think the Minister of Transportation really solidified the point that the United Nations Charter, Article 73, makes it abundantly clear that the administering power at this particular time, the United Kingdom, has to work to help the local government to to develop their free political institutions, to be able to attain a greater measure of self-government. Because as the Premier has said, the current status that we have, Mr. Speaker, is a status that the world has recognized is a relic of the past. Colonialism is a relic of the past, and it has no place in the world today. So you're not going to go to the United Kingdom and find anyone from any other nation who's holding any kind of subject or portfolio, some unelected person who's holding a subject or portfolio. You're not going to find that. You're only going to find that in places like the BVI small nations, which are still under the yoke of colonialism. And I'm disappointed that it still has to be a fight and a struggle. Mr. Speaker, it makes me tired. I get tired when we start speaking about these things. It's tiring. Things like this should not be a fight. We should be working together in partnership to make sure that a nation, I mean, this is 2021. St. Vincent and the Grenadines, they're celebrating being a member of the Security Council. And we are still here struggling about who's going to hold the subject for disaster management. It is time for us to advance and stop with these struggles and games. It should be a solid partnership that we're in. The United Kingdom must recognize its responsibility to help us grow, develop, and mature, rather than seeking to keep us in stagnation and in some ways even seeking to turn back the clock and to retard our development. So, we're marching forward regardless, because it's a matter for the elected government, it's a matter for the members of the House of Assembly to decide, and it's not a constitutional matter. And even with the constitutional matters, Mr. Speaker, we are coming for those subjects because there's a time when finance was not with the local government. That was the same 1977. And the late, great Dr. Willard Wheatley became the first Minister of Finance. But when persons say you're not ready for this, you're not ready for that, you have to take steps. The leader of the opposition said it. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a step. And you have to continue to take steps, which means we have to continue to identify areas for us to assume to grow in maturity and responsibility. There are other subjects that we have to take a look at, Mr. Speaker. This is just one. We have to take a look at these other things. When you're growing, developing, and maturing, and the United Kingdom has a responsibility to take us there, to help us to develop these institutions and to develop our sense of autonomy. Mr. Speaker, the events of 2017 taught us a lot. We thought, Mr. Speaker, many of us, that we need the United Kingdom. We need them because if we get in a disaster and we don't have the United Kingdom with us, boy, we'll be in trouble. That's what we thought before 2017. And we thought to ourselves, boy, if we don't have the United Kingdom, boy, our financial services will really suffer. You come to find out the United Kingdom is your biggest opponent when it comes to financial services, trying to destroy financial services with all kind of nonsense about open registers, open to the entire public. When we have the bar system that law enforcement agencies, credible agencies can have access to information in 24 hours, or probably even less maybe. United Kingdom trying to force draconian legislation down on you in an effort to destroy your financial services. Well, there goes that argument that we need to build the United Kingdom to protect our financial services. And then after Orman Maria, we really expected the United Kingdom to do more. And there goes that argument. They said, even though we had about, how many billions of dollars, was it $2 or $3 billion of damage here, they're saying, well, you're too wealthy. I mean, everybody's roof is gone. You're too wealthy to get assistance. Yes, they did some things here and there, but by and large, Mr. Speaker, we are left to ourselves. And when you talk about disaster management, preparation and mitigation and all of those type of things, it's really all about us. It's about the Public Works Department, God bless their souls, cleaning the guts and cutting the branches. It's about the Electricity Corporation. I mean, after we had the impact, the wonderful job they did, and brothers and sisters throughout the region who traveled to come here to help us to erect those poles and to get electricity going in record time. It's about our own humanitarian efforts. Persons, doctors, persons in the community, nurses, who came out to the churches with all of those persons who had to flee from their homes, so those persons who had to run to the schools, and they're there bandaging up people's heads, and they're there tending to people's cuts, and they're going to rescue people, the fire department, trying to get people out of their homes. God bless our people who rose to the occasion, and our heavy equipment operators who they clear out the roads in record time. It's really all about us. There is no logical reason why the governor should have the portfolio of disaster management. There's no logical reason for it whatsoever. You could tell me. I mean, I was amazed to hear member for the 3rd District and member for the 4th District, God bless their souls, for bringing those type of things to the public. I mean, I was amazed to hear that you have somebody who's here for less than 2 weeks and assumes control of a process such as that, just by virtue of the fact of being the governor. He don't know where Miss Ione live, Miss Fret live, Uncle James, he don't know where, you know. No, we have to once say, let's go check on this person here, because they don't have any children, they don't have any family members. Let's go check on them. He doesn't have that type of knowledge, that local knowledge. When you want to become the premier of the Virgin Islands, many have tried, but there have been how many premiers? How many premiers have they been, or chief ministers have they been? I think maybe about 5, 6. We have the late great Lavity Stout, late great Willard Wheatley, late great Cyril Romney. And then you have late great Ralph T. O'Neill, late great, no, that's the last late great there. Yeah, I can't go any further. Can't go any further there. Then we have Dr. Orlando Smith, and we have our current premier. I think that's 6. I mean, it is difficult to become a chief minister and a premier. Persons who know the community like the back of their hand. Persons who have been through the trenches in the community. This community wouldn't let you become a premier or a chief minister so easy. You go through a process of vetting, of accountability. You have to go through the ringers. You don't just show up here and assume highest office in the land and start to give orders. You pay your dues to be able to get into that position. You've earned the right to be able to make those decisions. And you have a system of accountability. Because as much power as the premier has, he has a cabinet, and things have to be decided by majority vote. He has a House of Assembly, and things have to be decided by majority vote. That system of democracy and accountability is important. Of course, we know that the governor has some level of controls in the Constitution, but he doesn't have the same level of accountability. Democracy is not just some idea, arbitrary idea. Democracy is something that's real. Democracy has a value. It has worth. The progressive world has decided that democracy is something that we want to pursue, that we want to live by. These are the ideals that we believe in. The United Kingdom themselves go around the world professing democracy. They go all over to the Middle East and all places like that talking about democracy. But right here in the Virgin Islands, we have persons who want to hold portfolios, and they are now not accountable to the people. So wherever this portfolio goes, it's going to go to someone who's accountable to the people. When you act, you're going to act on behalf of the people and for the people. And the people will hold you responsible for what you do or don't do, and for the job that you have done. Mr. Speaker, I was surprised to learn upon taking office that the United Kingdom and the government of the Virgin Islands has an agreement. We have an agreement. An agreement about, I was surprised, Mr. Speaker. I thought that the governor's office was financed by the United Kingdom. And all of the parties that the government has, and all of the staff and all of the persons up there, I thought those things were funded by the United Kingdom. It was real news to me. I saw an agreement between the United Kingdom government and local government outlining the responsibilities of the local government to pay for various things in the governor's office. I mean, you wouldn't believe what the local government is financing as it pertains to all of those little parties you see up there. Local government is financing those things. And I wish I had the agreement before me right now, so I could tell you all of the things that the local government is paying for. Mr. Speaker, you know what that told me? I mean, not even a little champagne you could have paid for, not even a little cider. All them little fancy little hors d'oeuvres with little spinach and a little cheese and all of them, you couldn't even pay for that. But yet, you want to dictate, you want to be in a position to dictate everything to us, and you're not putting up anything. I'm disappointed, Mr. Speaker, in the relationship, and pause and speak about diplomacy, Mr. Speaker. I'm all for diplomacy. I'm all for great relationships, strategic relationships. But at some point you have to say, come on, man. Come on. So at some point you have to say, this thing is unequal. I'm disappointed in the relationship. The relationship can be better. And it has nothing to do with the fact that maybe you feel these boys too rude. You know how we are. You start speaking too loud and you start worried about who you're offending. Yeah? At some point we have to stand up and say, no, man. Something is wrong. How many centuries we're in this kind of relationship? You think we just met the United Kingdom? We've been in relationship with the United Kingdom for centuries. At what point are we going to say, look, man, we demand better of this relationship? You have to give something. You have to give, but you don't want to give anything and you want to demand everything. You want to have all the power, all the responsibility, but you don't want to give. And every time you give 2 cents, you got it up and down the place, press release. I appreciate it, but Lord have mercy, it can't compare to all what you have taken. That's why I'm glad the member for the 3rd District spoke about reparations. Because I'm never going to be on the defensive when it comes to the United Kingdom giving anything. What about all you took from my ancestors? What about that? What about all that you owe me right now? I'm going to remind you. It might make some people uncomfortable because people like to parade here and be a friend there as long as you don't say anything that makes them uncomfortable. Me, I'm going to say the stuff. I'm going to remind it to you. And then if you don't want to be friends, that's up to you. That's up to you if you don't want to be friends. But I'm going to tell you the truth. Our friendship is not going to be based on me submitting myself to something that's less than what I deserve. If our friendship and our relationship is based on that, it's best we not be friends. Because I'm going to stand on principle. And I say this to it, we still friends. I love you still. You know, but I'm going to tell you, you owe me reparations. Because you walked my ancestors for centuries without paying me. And now you want to be calling shots. You want to destroy my financial services. You want to call shots. And you can't even pay for the little spinach and the little cheese or dogs at the party. So, Mr. Speaker, like I said, I wasn't going to be long. I think I gotten my point across. But this transferring disaster management to local government, that's no big deal. You know, those things should be expected. Just like Honorable Fraser said, it's been there for too long. It should have happened a long time ago. That's no big deal. I want us to start talking about the real stuff. Some of the other subjects that we have to start dealing with in constitutional. And you know, I heard a little body say, Mr. Speaker, talking about instead of giving more to local government, start talking about taking away and reversing? Well, I hope and pray that people are paying attention, because any attempt to reverse any of the autonomy we have right now has to be met with resistance. So, people of the Virgin Islands, I can't pretend. You know where I stand. I've made it quite clear. I am on a journey and a march towards greater control of our own affairs. I agree with having partnerships. Those partnerships have to clearly benefit the people of the Virgin Islands. And I see a lot of evidence here that this partnership is not as much of a benefit as we would like to promote. And I'm not afraid. I'm not afraid to negotiate hard for a better relationship, and I'm not afraid to seek different relationships. And if we have some courage, and if we take a good look around us, all of the persons who are thriving, I mentioned St. Vincent and the Grenadines being on the National Security Council, or United Nations Security Council. Let's have some confidence in ourselves. Who told us that we are less than anybody else? That we don't measure up, that we can't manage our own affairs? How is it that we still believe that lie? We are equal to any other group of people in the world. In fact, we have one of the most educated populations in the world, per capita. Probably more degrees per capita than any other place in the world. We have persons who, somehow or the other, we only understand how smart they are, how capable they are when they go away, and they start contributing someplace else. So we have to understand that we have persons we've gone away, we've dominated universities abroad. I can't tell you how many people I know just went to university and they just top of the class, top of university 4.0. I mean, we have nothing to be ashamed of. We can be proud of who we are as a people. And as the Premier said in his New Year's address, you know, culture has a lot to do with it. We have to start to promote our culture and be confident in our own accomplishments and confident in our identity and who we are. And as disaster management moves to local government, it will continue to thrive and we'll continue to do well. I think my 5 minutes is up, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for the opportunity to speak, and to everyone, I say a Happy New Year. And the Premier laughed at me when I said last, at the beginning of this session, that I'll give my New Year's greetings at any other business. He must have known that we wouldn't have gotten to any other business, but I'll say this session has gone on long, because this session has been going on since last year. It's a long session. The session has been going on since last year. But when we finally get to any other business, I'll give my proper New Year's greetings. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the Deputy Premier Member for the 7th District for his contributions to the debate. At this time, I recognize the Minister for Health and Social Development and Territorial Member, the Honorable Carvin Malone.
I thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for affording me the opportunity to make my contributions to this Disaster Management Act, stated now as 2019 and would most likely, as the Honorable Opposition Leader said, be dated for 2020. Mr. Speaker, as in each of the discourse or contributions made, I always like to set the premise under which the contributions will be made. And I found it quite difficult to narrow down this one. Primarily because it speaks of the great works that have been put in by the talented and experienced public servants and the bodies responsible for such in-depth document. Because in the research, it speaks of disaster management consisting of prevention, mitigation, preparedness, response, and recovery. How is this managed is what this act is primarily about. But in the introduction, from the 2003 Act, and we had some occurrences in the middle. And when one was to look at the repercussions of this, it was important for me to listen to the three veterans, 22, 22, 22, each of 22 years, 66 years of experience between three members, and the 10 years on one side and 7 on the other, and 22 months over here. So I needed to just listen to what this act in its infancy was all about, because I've always contended that if you go into value add to any legislation, it is critical. It is important to get the root cause for any such legislation. And Mr. Speaker, when you look at the Disaster Management Act, then you begin to understand why I always go back to the brilliance of our legislators of past, because the Public Health Act of 1977, because, Mr. Speaker, the Constitution, and I looked at the early Constitution, this Constitution, and as the Premier had skillfully put, because a lot of research was done by the Premier in his presentation, and again, not only in terms of what the Act is intent, but basically it pivoted, and rightfully so, in terms of what are the repercussions of it remaining as is versus being transferred over to a minister. Because a period of public emergency may be declared by the governor by proclamation published in the manner provided in subsection 2, when the well-being, this is from the Constitution itself, the well-being or security of the Virgin Islands is threatened by war, by invasion, by general insurrection, public disorder, natural disaster, and other public emergencies. And it is concluded with an and the declaration is considered necessary by the governor to maintain or restore peace and order. The declaration is considered necessary by the governor to maintain or restore peace and order. It may well go to figure that once peace and order is maintained, then there's no more need for the quote-unquote public emergency. In the Disaster Management Act, it made reference to, in the glossary, in the definition of various words, disaster emergency means a state of emergency declared by the governor pursuant to Section 27 of the Virgin Islands Constitution Order 2007 or Section 2 of the Emergency Powers Disaster Ordinance. We got intimately familiar with certain sections of this because when the global pandemic emerged from December, January, February, and it was declared a pandemic in March, there were meetings called of the National Emergency Operating Council because it was unknown to us, and it should have been known, but we did not do the research as yet because this pandemic caught the world, I wouldn't say by surprise, but at the end of the day, no one would have even fathomed the thought that a virus will close down the world with the effects it have not only in the Virgin Islands, not only in the region, but throughout the world. So the National Emergency Operating Council was convened to react in the very same manner that the Disaster Management Act of 2003 had allowed them to, together with other regulations that may well have been used. So level 1 was called immediately because it was out there in December, January, and February. When it was declared a global pandemic in March, a meeting was convened so as to ramp it up to the other levels. But to our surprise, it was moving not from 1 to 2, but it was moving to 3 on a scale of 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So the closer you get to level 5, then of course the section of the act, back then it was under a different verse or different paragraph number. But in checking the two of them, the disaster emergency, the definition changed only in terms of reference to the Constitution Order of 1977 versus the one of 2007. So it was going to be moving swiftly. And just as the Premier had indicated, we needed to look in terms of what measures could be put in place so that the management of the country could not then be, quote unquote, ceded, given up. What is the other word? Roll over. Because there was no need for it. The global pandemic was a public health issue, and it was argued that the emergency of which the disaster management was to look at and take care of consisted of the hurricanes, earthquakes, tsunamis, floods, volcanoes, and other natural disasters. But until we were able to have the permanent secretary and she did a fine job. She went to work, and she came through with the appropriate legislations to look in terms of the public health emergency that emerged, that the brilliance of those persons back in '77 to bring it to the forefront. And it was only then, and not in terms of a pleasant, here it is, because more of the convention was going to be done around whether or not it was not best to leave it under a tried and, in their view, a proven disaster management council, which in this is set out now, if not amended, in section 35(1). There is established a National Disaster Management Council, which shall comprise a governor as chairperson, the premier as co-chair, and it lists a number of persons under there, with the omission of the leader of the opposition. So I wanted him to stay back so that I can see him face to face and let him know that I will lobby that any council for disaster management must, by position, include the leader of the opposition. Mr. Speaker, but it speaks of a void. We were able to use the Public Health Act for the pandemic because there was a Public Health Act which dictated that we can, under its section, formulate a health emergency operating council consisting of 5 persons headed by the permanent secretary in the Ministry of Health and Social Development, coordinating the wider body of agencies with the minister leading so that reports could be done. And I am thinking that, I'll just digress just a second, because knowing the rules of any game is critical. Why do I say so? In one game, if you hit the ball over the fence, it counts for 6 runs, and you don't have to run. 6 runs and you don't have to run. And the other one, if you hit the ball over the fence, you have to go and touch every base in order to score 1 run. Now, if you have a memory lapse and you hit the ball over the fence and just stood right there, and someone was to go around the fence, pick the ball up, come back and touch you with the ball, you're out. You have to know the rule of the game in order to have it played according to the rules, according to the act, so you can score your runs. I like the one where you hit it out and you don't have to run. Why do you have to run if the ball is out of the park? Why do you have to cede the control of the country when you have a hurricane, a flood, a storm, when the particular emergency, national emergency, or as the Constitution stated, that you can call a public emergency in this case, but it is only to, in B, consider, if it is considered necessary by the governor to maintain or restore peace and order. But there are provisions for that, separate and aside from the hurricane, separate and aside from the storm, because you don't need a hurricane, a storm, an earthquake to have peace and order disturbed. That is when it's required. That is when it's requested. So knowing what is desired, and the rulers of the persons setting out the Public Health Act stated that there is some provisions in it. And what did we do in 2020? Perfect vision. What did we do? Not only did we have the NEOC, but we were able to, quote unquote, take the measures to cabinet so that the provisions of it could be looked at by the wider team. There's nowhere in the act that stated that you must take these measures before they can be enforced. The Leader of the Opposition and other members consistently opined as to whether or not they should have been more involved in the determination of some of these acts. There's no contention that it is not a pandemic for the resolve of a government only. It's a pandemic for the resolve of the entire House of Assembly. And the bigger and greater measures, when you look at the framework of it, the answer is yes. And they will argue that they were not consulted enough. We will argue that they were in fact consulted, and whoever cared to be present at those consultative meetings were present. That debate will go on, but at the end of the day, the provisions, the major premise is that that Public Health Act set out the rules of the engagement for public health emergencies. You did not have to cede control of your government because there is COVID-19. That is where it was headed. And I'm saying, not so fast. We have it in place. So if we are able, by the Disaster Management Act of 2020, to put the provisions here to, quote unquote, determine what the rules of engagement will be. When you hit the ball out of the park, are you playing cricket, baseball, or softball? Which one are you playing? Well, I saw some other balls being hit out the park. It was tennis, but that didn't count. That was somebody who couldn't play well. They hit the ball out the fence. It was not intended. But when you have a natural disaster or natural storm, it does not have to be even a disaster. If you have an overzealous person in the position of governor, then all you need is a Category 1 hurricane, and they can deem that it is an occurrence requiring for you to run around and touch all the base because they want to score. We have to get it right. So if this takes that away, and I might say, I've always tried to enlighten my members, my colleagues, that at the end of the day, you have to know when you score. In the same game of baseball, running around the bases 6 times with 1 ball out the park don't give you 6 runs. So you have to know when you score, right? You have to know basically. So I believe that with the COVID-19 pandemic, with the level of conversation taking place today, that anyone holding the post of governor will be pleased to say, I am convinced that this Disaster Management Act is well placed with a minister of government. I'm convinced that if you were to put the provisions in there that would, quote unquote, have the Section 35(1) amended so that we can look in terms of the persons who are in charge of this when the occurrence of a natural disaster exists, that they will say, there are no more arguments for me. You've proven yourself. You've come of age. It is time to let this go, and then you don't have to belabor the arguments anymore. I give up. The bill is assented to. The bill can go on. You have no fight for me. This is what true progress is all about. So I don't believe I need to go where the other members have already eloquently elaborated on. Before the pandemic, before the 10 months, 11 months working together to get it under control, persons may well have had their doubt. Because the act, given the kind of leverage that the 2003 Act give to a governor, and a governor, I don't think it was 13 days, because I know he came here in July. He was here for the floods of August 6th, 2019, I think it was. He was here for 2017, sorry. He was here for the hurricane of September 6th, and he was here for the hurricanes of September 20th. So it was a little bit more than 13 days. But given your first stint as governor, and you come and you have an entire country to run, who would not want to do it? And if you see a pandemic emerging to where you can now put those same measures in place, especially if you felt, well, we had such a good thing going with the high-level framework, with the RDA, with signatures just to be had, and if it weren't for a few members seeing what we were up to, this thing would have been signed already. We would have had the control that we needed already, and we'll be on our merry way to running this whole entire Virgin Islands with your signature. Mr. Speaker, the Disaster Management Act, when amended to include to get the rules of engagement specified, clarified, and to avoid the ills and the challenges that members spoke of who were here in 2017 and before. Once it is corrected to get these things done, then we can then concentrate on the fine work that was done in this act by Mrs. Letsom, Mr. Penn, Dr. Innes, and all of the fine officers of that department. Fine works, Mr. Speaker. And in doing this, we will then be able, when we come back tomorrow, now that everyone has conceded that this is the best way to do it, that'll be an easy fix for the Attorney General and her staff. She would love to fix it. She would love to be the Attorney General who made it right. I see the smiles. Well, she's masked right now, but I could imagine the smiles, Mr. Speaker, because at the end of the day, she would have been part of making sure that we have the health emergency in its correct place, we have the disaster management in its correct place, and we have the provisions of the Constitution, Section 27, to be applied when and if necessary. It can be argued that with the looting and with the other things that took place immediately after, it can be argued that there were reasons for this emergency powers to be brought in. But it says the declaration is considered necessary by the governor to maintain or restore peace and order. Once that is done, back to the business of fixing and managing. And what do we have? Now, it was clearer to me today, and it was a good discourse, clearer to me today. Why? Because I kept on asking the question, why is it that this high-level framework consisted of so many things which, if signed, would have basically handed over the country when you're seeking funds to restore Jocelyn Dyke and the infrastructures over there, Western Terminal, the administration building, the school building, the police department, Virgin Gorda, and what we're doing with the administration buildings, Anagata. And you seek funds to do this, and it puts you afoul of the particular protocols for effective financial management. Funding for the recovery from catastrophic events, if those go into the protocol ratios, they could never be upheld. Bahamas is finding this out. United Kingdom is finding this out. United States is finding this out. And so too is, quote unquote, every nation, country, islet, rock in the world. Because unlike a hurricane or a tornado, which is localized, this pandemic is taking the resources from every treasury in the world. Every one of them. Each of them. And Mr. Speaker, the financial hardship that is caused by disasters, that is caused by health pandemics, that is caused by, I will tell you something, and then I would not be any longer. As we seek to maneuver our way through this health pandemic, I am totally saddened that the biggest risk to lives and livelihoods become our very own people, because there are too many of us who still want to act as if nothing exists. So they're bringing in persons from overseas to work these different clubs from high-risk countries. And here we are, staying home, making sure that we in ourselves will not and do not risk our lives, risk our health, and there are persons who are intent on doing this. The clips, the pictures that come out of the celebrations from Christmas and from New Year's and from parties is just untold. The agencies have to ramp up and get additional persons because of what is now coming in. And we are asking persons that if, when the notices go out, if you were part of these gatherings, to show yourself so that at the end of the day, if you're tested, if you're negative, that's fine. But we have some persons who will not show until when it is too late, and they come in and want to test whether or not we have 8 or 10 ventilators. Mr. Speaker, knowing the rules of engagement is important. Knowing when you hit a 6, not to be up and down running, and when you hit the ball over the fence, you can't score unless you run, is important to us. We have a duty to move this country forward so that when we celebrate the next 50 or 70 years, we can say, we helped to move the country forward as opposed to us being the vessels that took it back. Mr. Speaker, there goes my 5 minutes, and I'd like to thank you very much for allowing me the opportunity to make my contribution. Oh, I am in full agreement with the modification and changes to this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the Minister and Territorial Member for his contribution. Is there any other member wishing to speak? Having seen any other member wishing to contribute to the debate, I call upon the sponsor of the bill, the Honorable Premier, Minister of Finance, member for the 1st District, to wrap up the debate.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be brief. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank all 13 members for their approval, Mr. Speaker, of this step and another step that we're making towards showing that we can police ourselves. And Mr. Speaker, I share the sentiments of all the members. And there's one area, as I was listening, that really stuck with me when the Deputy Premier stated something that is so profound, that this should not even be a discussion or a debate at this stage. But it has to be still, because the way some persons intend to still have us, or have some of our people believe that we cannot govern ourselves. And when I say so, I don't mean the sitting government, I need any government that comes in. But the most profound statement that the Deputy Premier said that have me here saying, sometimes you're wondering, how come persons focus on political elected officials more, the Premier, the ministers, not us alone, and don't focus on seats like the governor, and when you speak about it, they become offended. But the Deputy Premier helped clear up something for me today that it passed me by. It was so obvious, but it passed me by. Because there's no accountability factor to the governor. He doesn't have to come to House of Assembly. He doesn't have to be audited by the Auditor General. He doesn't have to be audited by the internal auditor. He doesn't have any constituent to go to see if he can get back, except for those who carry millet. He doesn't have any accountability at all compared to an elected official. So that in itself tells me why the system is skewed. And anyone listening to the sound of my voice tonight, other than getting into personal mindsets, have to ask, how could that be right in the 21st century? Even with this bill, if he chooses not to assent to it, what recourse do we have? Something is wrong, or people have to wake up and see this. One man, and let me tell you how a bill is prepared so persons can understand why they are assenting to is a concern to me with what I'm seeing lately. You have to go through the Attorney General office. You have to go through your ministry. You have to go through different departments. You have to come to cabinet where the governor sits. You have to get it passed by cabinet, approved. You have to bring it to the House of Assembly. And even if there's an area where they're concerned, they can say, but unless at least this particular governor that I'm seeing doesn't get what he thinks needs to be in the bill, he tells you plain from after a certain stage that it's not going to be assented to. And this seems to be a regular conversation now, as if you have no recourse in the 21st century. Something is wrong when we have democracy only can be spoken and be administered to one side of the entity and not the other side. If the premier goes down the street tomorrow and hits someone or slap, the premier could be arrested. The governor goes on the road tomorrow and hits somebody or slap, he's immune. Something is wrong. Something is wrong with that formula. And until we start to stand up and recognize that we have been put to fight each other in this territory, and the fight is in the wrong place, and concentrate our efforts in the right area, we're going to forever be coming to this house back in. Something is wrong. Something is wrong when a whole territory march against public registers. Even before we got in under the last administration, it was organized. And then when you look, they just discarded and said, this is where we're going, you can care less whether you match or not. Don't we see something is wrong that we need to address? Where are the Granny Fonsecas? The Lenny Castros, the Rassahus? Where are those persons that recognize that you can't take wrong and make it right, and we demand more? Something is wrong, and what is even more wrong, Mr. Speaker, is that a lot of our people don't even want us to address these things. I am going to see, when we finish, put this bill with the amendments to the local government, for whichever local government is in from here till thy kingdom come, which will match what has happened in the 1977 Public Health Act, but in a more modern way, if it will be assented to. Not backing down. Some people tell me, oh, it's a shame when you do that, and you don't be assented to. Stop embarrassing yourself. Embarrassing myself? Somebody just WhatsApp me that this afternoon. Embarrassing myself for doing what is right. You know what they had said was right back then? When women couldn't have run for elections. That was a law. And everybody adhered to it because it was right. Because the law had said, but was always wrong. And when Ms. Mercer tested out, they ridiculed the lady. And like I said before, look how many women now are in politics. So many of them have come into politics because it was wrong. One of the times before you run, you had to be financially well off with land, with different things, and be able to read, be able to do this, be able to do the other, knowing at those times, way back in 75, 80 years ago, that we didn't own any land, so they put criteria in so we couldn't have run for politics. Can't we see that things are still coming at us in the same way, but in a modern form? These things are wrong. I'll go to the UK and tell them it's wrong. I'll stand up in the rain and tell them it's wrong. And now we're competing, and they're competing with us in nearly every industry, and then sending down sanctions on us for industries or same industry what they are in, so that they can get an edge and that we will be struggling economically That is the intent. That is wrong. And I don't want you to say these things. It is wrong. We have to look at these things. Something is wrong. In customs, you could raise up somebody from the Virgin to take over. Fire, you could raise up people to take over from the Virgin Islands. You could raise up people in every other law enforcement agency of all people to take over. But in the police, you always can't find somebody to take over. Why? Because organized, something is wrong. We can't continue to hide with these things and leading the people. Mr. Speaker, the reason I point out these things is because this is not being done, as every member has said, all 13 members have said in this House, this is not being done to glorify our political party. This is the correct thing to do. I want to thank, before I forget, to mention the work of Jennifer Worrell, who really set the foundation for this disaster management to be where it is, and whose leadership, and under her leadership, whose the Office of Disaster Preparedness gained regional and international reputation. And she lobbied for funding and many other things, and Franklin Michael served as a director before Ms. Dabrio led some, and Ms. Dabrio led some, and all those who have brought it to where it is, and the late Elton Georges for what he has done. But notice what I'm saying here. It's always been paid for and organized by the local government. It was just being housed in an area that the time has come for it not to be housed there. So I want to thank everyone who has disaster management, who started it, who have it to where it is, and who continue to keep it of a high standard. And it will not fall under our administration or any future administration worth their salt. Just like COVID-19 has not fallen. Mr. Speaker, if we can't sit down and have these intelligent conversations, Mr. Speaker, then we're going to have issues. We're going to have some issues. I saw here someday, just before school closed, a primary school child was doing an assignment, and the parent WhatsApped me, a little godchild of mine, and the question that they WhatsApped me was, the United Kingdom has helped the BVI tremendously with COVID-19. List all the ways that the United Kingdom has helped the BVI. I had to tell her, wait. Hold. How this teacher raised Ebenezer to go there and forget the local government. But it tells you the kind of PR image that is given off. So I had to list what all the local government did. I was on a call with all the OT ministers, and I stated everything that the local government did and give the UK credit for what they did. And as soon as I finished the call, the only thing the UK said is, well, we're glad that we were able to produce 8 out of every 10 test kits. And everything that they did, they said nothing they repeated what the BVI did. And it went on so for the whole of the GMC. As a matter of fact, you even couldn't butt back in because once you don't speak, that's it. And then they tell me the GMC was a success. And when I bring up these things and you go and you sit down, because it doesn't matter what you bring up here, Mr. Speaker. Let me tell the public something. When you're finished speaking, you go behind closed doors with them, they come right back at you, want to know what you mentioned in these and come at you. But I learned to deal with them because I become more mature. But I told them there's certain things that you ain't going to be insulting me with and getting on with me with. I know my rights as a human being and as a child of God. Because some of them think they're even stronger and more weighty than God. Just that was some more respectful. So we have to understand ourselves and look to see what is happening. I told them already the reason that they have to help all the OTs to mature is, especially in the Caribbean, there's a cultural difference that we cannot, it's hard to bypass. So you have to either learn it and accept it so that we can move on, or there'll always be, no matter who sits in the seat, because their agendas don't change. It's just the methodology. There's certain things, Mr. Speaker, that no matter what you do, it will never work unless you respect the culture. But if you want me to respect your culture and you're not respecting mine, and if you want me to adhere to your rules and you are not duty bound to adhere to none of ours in the BVI, we have a situation where the goose and gander and two different tables, and that always brings trouble. I'm going to bring it home for you, Mr. Speaker, as I close so persons could understand even better. Most of the territories are Christian society, but you still have to understand the culture. Do you think that the Adventist church is going to train a pastor and the Methodist church is going to train a pastor, and because all of them are Christian, going to send the Methodist one to shepherd the Adventist church and the Adventist one going to shepherd the Methodist? Scholar is not spade a spade, or if they would send them over to the Annicon. No, because although they are Christians, they have their own doctrine. But why do they all get along? Because they respect each other's culture and they respect what each other believes are. So how could you take persons with different political philosophies to continue to govern us, to put us in directions that our culture does not call for? Let me tell persons about something in the UK in general. When it comes to property, they don't own anything. It's a crown. The majority of them is a crown. So even if you get a little flat somewhere, at least for us, we own land. So when we go cabinet and go other places and say, well, I already want lease this person this for 50 or 99 years so they could get going, they have a problem with these crown lands all of a sudden. Because they say crown land, so they think it's a UK land. It's all land, it's just kind of word crown. And this cultural difference creating problem to start to get lands to help all young people to get lands and other things on the inside, because they don't understand our culture. They don't understand how we will reduce the cost to help more people get lands through government. Because for them, owning land and houses is a huge thing, because it doesn't happen. So when you have these cultural differences where we're willing to learn those of theirs, but they're not willing to learn ours, and even if it's so, it has to be how they want it, you're going to have an issue. That is why now when we come now with the Disaster Management Act, it should not be a problem to be assented to. Because I put it to you, Mr. Speaker, that this is already being done through the HEOC. And the results are clear. So what is the issue now doing it through the DDM, where we have the NEOC to put the government, the local authority in charge? And of course, I agree to make sure the leader of the opposition is part of the team. I don't know about this co-chairing neither with them. Let it be co-chair between leader of opposition and in the premier. They'll come in when they got national emergency, state of emergency. We're going to celebrate something that we know we're trying to get away from to please. This is what our destiny is. And Mr. Speaker, you will be hearing soon how because we're in cabinet and we transfer most of the archives and record management to local government also. And let me help persons in this house. Everything that transfers so far or will be transferred, 95% of them are not going under the Premier's office. So I ain't going to be stranded out, or stressed out. They're going under different ministries. You're going to be the minister for. That's what the language will say. Because you have confidence in my colleagues to get it done. And whoever has a successful government over the next couple of years, we have confidence in them to get it done. All we need to do is have confidence in our people. You know, when we started with the HEOC, I remember that sometimes you're trying to hold a little meeting, you wasn't getting the meeting held. You know, all these. But then if the governor called a meeting, everybody come show up and everybody chipping in. I had to ask them, well, why they have to be? You don't understand yourself. That means you still have some shackles in your mind. And we got it together after a while. But until we put measures in to inspect the other entity as much as you could inspect the elected entity, we're going to have these conversations. Because nobody does what's expected. They only do what's inspected. So you can only guess what's expected if you do what's inspected. And if you don't have any inspection of the other entity, then you know that you're going to get many things that you're not expecting because they're loose. So, Mr. Speaker, I hope you brought to light, all 13 of us today when we speak, areas that we have to work on. And, Mr. Speaker, I know that there are certain sites that they have organized a blog fight to smithereens because, you know, a gentleman met me and he said, you know, you gotta be careful because one or two of these sites, they're blogging and they're blogging and they're blogging. I said, man, listen to me. A known entity blogging 7, 8 times with different name, I must get them to stars over them. Tell them put a real name and come forward. No, what frighten me, rotten bottle. Tell them come forward. You have to do the right thing by the people of the Virgin Islands. Could you imagine if H.L. Stout, who had to fight these same things, and I realized, because when he was doing the college, they told him that he cannot put a college, it doesn't have enough person here to sustain the college. Every report come out against the college from those same entities. Are we saying that today with HLSCC? Which one I was saying it? I remember when Honorable Ralph T. O'Neill was putting Brigada Flax Primary. I told him we don't need a primary school over there. The same entities, we have history with this, but the people don't repeat. History don't repeat itself. People repeat history because they don't study it. So a lot of our people living in don't say, well, all right, let me resource the history over years to see what all we fought. So you have to say these things when you come to the house. And all the reports were against it. Every audit report, don't touch that. Don't put no school over in Virgin Garden. Now, who's saying that about Brigada Flax, secondary and primary? Who's saying it? Robinson O'Neill, who worked hard with the Robinson O'Neill Primary School and even died in the middle of service. Who is saying that the school couldn't be handled in the North Song? Can't we see that every time we make a move to help our people, they get in our heads and we join them with the resistance? But if you fight through and you push, you will be able to deliver for the people. That's why I agree with the statement by Honorable Ronnie Skelton when he used to be in here, and he's correct. Every time you put more entities under the local government, whether we want to admit it or not, more people benefit. We just need to continue to put in the policies and build the institutions to make sure that no politician will go rogue. But why we ain't putting it in for the governor? We're doing public integrity in public life. We don't introduce a draft bill in the cabinet and it's coming. But you're telling them, all right, well, what about you, the governor, and your staff? You got to fall under this too. But then you're hearing where he cannot fall. Which man would have living without sin or without the ability
to be tempted. Once we continue down this road of accepting things that are not biblically sound and that are not democratically sound, if it's such a word, we're going to continue to be in these fights. But the reason we're in these fights is not against an individual, is to make sure that future generations can stand here in this seat as premier one of these days and say, thank God they had put it under local government so we could have more advancement through DDM and through other measures. These fellows didn't come here and waste their time. That's what we're saying now about the 1977 Public Health Act. The Minister of Health said it, those old boys know what they're doing. That's what we're saying about the US currency. When our people decide that they're going to use the US currency. So we have to make sure we continue to build, and by taking DDM and attaching on climate change onto it and different areas, then we create more jobs and we allow for more funding to come to the territory that, of course, will be fully monitored. So I put those things to you, Mr. Speaker, because I'm glad that a lot of these things have come to our consciousness. And we need to continue to read up. Read. Look at this House of Assembly. The leader of opposition agreed. He gave his points where he disagreed. You ever watch the House of Commons in the UK? The Prime Minister gets up to speak now. Everybody up at him. If we go do that down here, they say we rude. We respectful. Nothing compared to what we're watching. You think that could be any other? No. We have to value and cherish what we have. We have a lot going for us here. With the base of God there helping us through. So we have to value these things and don't let anybody brand us. We have to value them. Because if you allow people to brand you, then they only expect certain things out of you. You know, one day I was speaking to my daughters and I was telling them, don't allow nobody to brand you. Because once they brand you and you accept the brand, then you become what they say. And I give them a box of cornflakes, huge box, and I tell them, my son, eat some of the cornflakes. They say, well, we don't like cornflakes, we want Fruit Loops. Fruit Loops. And then when they went, they opened it, and there were a bag of Fruit Loops. But the box said Kellogg's, cornflakes. So I tell them, you gotta be careful what people see on the outside. Because when you open up on the inside, they got to see the real you. That the outside, they would know it's just a camouflage. That's what some people have. The inside is what really counts. In our culture, we go out and a man might be doing things on the up and ups and we hate him. And when you look, those other entities see us hate it, he in drugs with him. Now our culture, these is part of our neighbors, our family, everything. And I'm going to say something else, why I know these things have to come away to local government. And it's something I cannot get fathom up to now in the 21st century. Every single week, or even after every meeting, I've known this for 20-something years in politics, the governor writes to the UK to give a report. The premier or chief minister never sees that. So he could write anything to them and tell them to start a brand new and your government. This is not just now, this is for years, and now even worse with the one that's here now. Never see it. But if you write to the UK about the governor, you must copy the governor. You must copy the governor, and they will tell you if you skip him over. So when I write knowing that I could back up what I'm saying, whether you see it or not. And if I want to get a department in the government of the United Kingdom, I have to go through the governor in the FCO office. But here they have picked up a habit of just contacting any ministry, any department. Sometimes you only hear it on the news. And that part have to stop too. They don't come through the Premier's office, the international affairs. And they don't see nothing wrong with these things. But you can't do it to them. But when you try to stop it and tell them, let's get some order to this, then they're telling you,
that you're looking for power and you're being difficult. You see why I don't go out much to certain places, Mr. Speaker? And tell you the truth, I watch enough and see enough and know some of their plans towards us that they may have poisoned me like that. I ain't gonna get poisoned like that. I ain't trust them. I ain't trust some of them at all. The song had what I was saying, but I seen what's going on. They want to mash up any reputation of anybody who challenges them. But as long as my mouth still working, I could be there in a boat in the sinking, let my mouth up, I can talk and tell the people what's happening. Because somebody has to speak up for the people of the Virgin Islands. So I'll be watching this bill when it comes out of this house to see if, when is assented to, not if, when. Because if this new whip they're using of not assenting to things when, unless they're pleased, it's going to be the norm, then we're going to have another conversation. It cannot be so. And when you say anything that tell you you're not acting according to the partnership, but the partnership cannot be a one-sided ship. It cannot be only convenient for when you want the partnership to get what you want or to do what you feel you need, and then when it comes time for us to get something for the people of the Virgin Islands, you're saying that we're acting outside the partnership. Well, first of all, we got to know if we have a partnership. Because there's the one who come back to tell us we're in partnership. Nobody never turn off here and say you're in partnership. But I don't mind the partnership, but it has to be balanced. Not how I've seen it lately. The Deputy Premier said it correct. It has to be balanced. Mr. Speaker, I say some of these things because I'm seeing certain things that have me concerned as the Premier of the country. And until we bring balance, I don't mind any elected official going under scrutiny. But you cannot have it one way. It must be balanced. It must be balanced. No matter how much the President of the United States jump up, they have some laws to deal with him. He could kick up all he wants, he got to give up that seat. Because the laws are clear. He lost the election, they have a time frame for you to give it up. Certain things you cannot do although you're President of the United States. Everywhere else there are laws to deal with the highest law of the land. Even right there, St. Thomas, the governor can't do certain things without the Senate. Every territory you go to, there's something that protects you from anybody who is in these high offices, no matter how high the office is, except for the regime that we are under. And that has to fix. So, Mr. Speaker, with those brief words, I say that I thank everyone for the support. But we have a lot of work to do. It doesn't stop here. It doesn't stop here at all. And, Mr. Speaker, we will continue to fight for the rights of the people, because they have a lot of things that we were told were right according to the law, but when you analyze it, it was always wrong. So I want to thank the Attorney General Office and for all the work they have done now and in the past. And I want to say something that the opposition said and some members to close it off with. This bill, to do this, what's happening here, that they've been around now, how much years? 3 years? 4 years? About 10 years now. It's not 10, it wasn't 10. But it was somewhere close to that. And every time they get to this threshold, somebody frighten them off and they turn back. But we come to the point where we cannot hide behind them banana tree no more, say we're leading. We're going to move forward. So I, in the committee stage, which is tomorrow at 10 a.m., I want every member here giving their input on every single word, comma, and phrase. So when we leave from here, the whole House is satisfied that the 13 of us put language in there to show that we advance in the territory. It's not government bill here now, it's for all of us, because when a disaster hits, it's all of us. And with that, we will see a House of Assembly that says, despite our political differences in methodology in some areas, we can rise to the level of saying we respect those in the UK who are over us. We respect them, but we also want it reciprocal to respect us and the aspirations of our people, as the preamble says in our Constitution. So, Mr. Speaker, with that, I thank you. I'm looking forward to going through all 114 pages. I have it down back of this bill starting tomorrow, 10 a.m. sharp. And then after that, Mr. Speaker, I want to hear all the ayes, and we have it to carry it where it needs to go, to see if democracy will reign or if the old colonial reign will continue. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the Honourable Premier, sponsor of the bill, for his wrap-up. Honourable members, it has been moved and seconded that the bill shortly entitled Disaster Management Act 2019 be now read a second time. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. I call upon the clerk to read the bill for a second time.
This act may be cited as the Disaster Management Act 2019.
Thank you. Pursuant to Standing Order 55-1 of the House of Assembly of the Virgin Islands, the bill now stands committed to a committee of the whole House to consider it clause by clause. This House is now in committee. Members, we will resume tomorrow at 10, as already indicated by the Leader of Government's Business. That's 10 o'clock sharp. So this committee stands in recess until tomorrow, Wednesday, 6 January 2021 at 10 a.m. Committee in recess.